Chapter 21. The Seven Martyrs of Tehran. Effects of the Mazandaran disaster on the Bab. The news of the tragic fate which had befallen the heroes of Tabarsi brought immeasurable sorrow to the heart of the Bab. Confined in his prison castle of Chehrir, severed from the little band of his struggling disciples, he watched with keen anxiety the progress of their labours, and prayed with unremitting zeal for their victory. How great was his sorrow when in the early days of Shaban in the year 1265 AH, he came to learn of the trials that had beset their path, of the agony they had suffered, of the betrayal to which an exasperated enemy had felt compelled to resort, and of the abominable butchery with which their career had ended. The Bab was heartbroken, his amanuensis Sayyid Hossein Aziz subsequently related, at the receipt of this unexpected intelligence. He was crushed with grief, a grief that stilled his voice and silenced his pen. For 9 days he refused to meet any of his friends. I myself, though his close and constant attendant, was refused admittance. Whatever meat or drink we offered him, he was disinclined to touch. Tears rained continually from his eyes, and expressions of anguish dropped unceasingly from his lips. I could hear him, from behind the curtain, give vent to his feelings of sadness as he communed in the privacy of his cell with his beloved. I attempted to jot down the effusions of his sorrow as they poured forth from his wounded heart. Suspecting that I was attempting to preserve the lamentations he uttered, he bade me destroy whatever I had recorded. Nothing remains of the moans and cries with which that heavy-laden heart sought to relieve itself of the pangs that had seized it. For a period of 5 months he languished, immersed in an ocean of despondency and sorrow. With the advent of Muharram in the year 1266 AH, the Bab again resumed the work he had been compelled to interrupt. The first page he wrote was dedicated to the memory of Mullah Hussein. In the visiting tablet he revealed in his honour, he extolled in moving terms the unswerving fidelity with which he served Quddus throughout the siege of the fort of Tabarsi. He lavished his eulogies on his magnanimous conduct, recounted his exploits, and asserted his undoubted reunion in the world beyond with the leader whom he had so nobly served. He too, he wrote, would soon join those twin immortals, each of whom had by his life and death shed imperishable lustre on the faith of God. For 1 whole week the Bab continued to write his praises of Quddus, of Mullah Hussein, and of his other companions who had gained the crown of martyrdom at Tabarsi. Dispatch of Sayyah to the shrine of Tabarsi. No sooner had he completed his eulogies of those who had immortalized their names in the defense of the fort, than he summoned on the day of Ashura Mullah Adi Ghazal, one of the believers of Maraghe, who for the last 2 months had been acting as his attendant instead of Sayyid Hassan, the brother of Sayyid Hossein Aziz. He affectionately received him, bestowed upon him the name Sayyah, entrusted to his care the visiting tablets he had revealed in memory of the martyrs of Tabarsi, and bade him perform on his behalf a pilgrimage to that spot. Arise, he urged him, and with complete detachment proceed in the guise of a traveller to Mazandaran, and there visit on my behalf the spot which enshrines the bodies of those immortals who with their blood have sealed their faith in my cause. As you approach the precincts of that hallowed ground, put off your shoes, and bowing your head in reverence to their memory, invoke their names, and prayerfully make the circuit of their shrine. Bring back to me, as a remembrance of your visit, a handful of that holy earth which covers the remains of my beloved ones, Quddus and Mullah Hussein. Strive to be back ere the day of Nowruz, that you may celebrate with me that festival, the only one I probably shall ever see again. Faithful to the instructions he had received, Sayyar set out on his pilgrimage to Mazandaran. He reached his destination on the first day of Rabi'ul Awwal in the year 1266 AH, and by the 9th day of that same month, the first anniversary of the martyrdom of Mullah Hussein, he had performed his visit and acquitted himself of the mission with which he had been entrusted. From thence he proceeded to Tehran. The visit of Sayyar to Tehran and meeting with Baha'u'lláh. I have heard Aghay Kalim, who received Sayyar at the entrance of Baha'u'llah's home in Tehran, relate the following. It was the depth of winter when Sayyar, returning from his pilgrimage, came to visit Baha'u'lláh. Despite the cold and snow of a rigorous winter, he appeared attired in the garb of a dervish, poorly clad, barefooted and dishevelled. His heart was set afire with the flame that pilgrimage had kindled. No sooner had Sayyid Yahya'ye Darabi, surnamed Vahid, who was then a guest in the home of Baha'u'lláh, been informed of the return of Sayyar from the fort of Tabarsi, than he, oblivious of the pomp and circumstance to which a man of his position had been accustomed, rushed forward and flung himself at the feet of the pilgrim. Holding his legs, which had been covered with mud to the knees, in his arms, he kissed them devoutly. I was amazed that day at the many evidences of loving solicitude which Baha'u'lláh evinced towards Vahid. He showed him such favours as I had never seen him extend to anyone. The manner of his conversation left no doubt in me that this same Vahid would ere long distinguish himself by deeds no less remarkable than those which had immortalized the defenders of the fort of Tabarsi. Sayyar tarried a few days in that home. He was, however, unable to perceive, as did Vahid, the nature of that power which lay latent in his host. Though himself the recipient of the utmost favour from Baha'u'lláh, he failed to apprehend the significance of the blessings that were being showered upon him. I have heard him recount his experiences during his sojourn in Famagusta. Baha'u'lláh overwhelmed me with his kindness. As to Vahid, notwithstanding the eminence of his position, he invariably gave me preference over himself whenever in the presence of his host. On the day of my arrival from Mazandaran, he went so far as to kiss my feet. I was amazed at the reception accorded me in that home. Though immersed in an ocean of bounty, I failed in those days to appreciate the position then occupied by Baha'u'lláh, nor was I able to suspect, however dimly, the nature of the mission he was destined to perform. Ere the departure of Sayyar from Tehran, Baha'u'lláh entrusted him with an epistle, the text of which he had dictated to Mirza Yahya and sent it in his name. Shortly after a reply, penned in the Bab's own handwriting, in which he commits Mirza Yahya to the care of Baha'u'lláh and urges that attention be paid to his education and training, was received. That communication the people of the Bayan have misconstrued as an evidence of the exaggerated claims which they have advanced in favor of their leader. Although the text of that reply is absolutely devoid of such pretensions, and does not, beyond the praise it bestows upon Baha'u'lláh and the request it makes for the upbringing of Mirza Yahya, contain any reference to his alleged position, yet his followers have idly imagined that that letter constitutes an assertion of the authority with which they have invested him. Account of Nabil's early life. At this stage of my narrative, when I have already recounted the outstanding events that occurred in the course of the year 1265 AH, I am reminded that that very year witnessed the most significant event in my own life, an event which marked my spiritual rebirth, my deliverance from the fetters of the past, and my acceptance of the message of this revelation. I seek the indulgence of the reader if I dwell too long on the circumstances of my early life, and recount with too great detail the events that led to my conversion. My father belonged to the tribe of Tahiri, who led a nomadic life in the province of Khorasan. His name was Ghulam Ali, son of Hussein Arab. He married the daughter of Kalb Ali, and by her had 3 sons and 3 daughters. I was his second son, and was given the name of Yar Muhammad. I was born on the 18th of Safar in the year 1267 AH, in the village of Zarand. I was a shepherd by profession, and was given in my early days a most rudimentary education. I longed to devote more time to my studies, but was unable to do so owing to the exigencies of my situation. I read the Quran with eagerness, committed several of its passages to memory, and chanted them whilst I followed my flock over the fields. I loved solitude, and watched the stars at night with delight and wonder. In the quiet of the wilderness, I recited certain prayers attributed to the Imam Ali, the commander of the faithful, and as I turned my face towards the Qibla, supplicated the Almighty to guide my steps and enable me to find the truth. My father oftentimes took me with him to Qom, where I became acquainted with the teachings of Islam and the ways and manners of its leaders. He was a devout follower of that faith, and was closely associated with the ecclesiastical leaders who congregated in that city. I watched him as he prayed at the Masjid Imam Hassan, and performed with scrupulous care and extreme piety all the rites and ceremonies prescribed by his faith. I heard the preaching of several eminent mujtahids who had arrived from Najaf, attended their lectures, and listened to their disputations. Gradually, I came to perceive their insincerity and to loathe the baseness of their character. Eager as I was to ascertain the trustworthiness of the creeds and dogmas which they strove to impose upon me, I could neither find the time nor obtain the facilities with which to satisfy my desire. I was often rebuked by my father for my temerity and restlessness. "I fear," he often remarked, "that your aversion to these mujtahids may some day involve you in great difficulties and bring upon you reproach and shame." I was in the village of Robat Karim on a visit to my maternal uncle, when on the 12th day after Nayruz in the year 1263 AH, I accidentally overheard In the masjid of that village, a conversation between two men which first made me acquainted with the revelation of the Bab. "Have you heard," one of them remarked, "that the Sayyid Bab has been conducted to the village of Kenargerd and is on his way to Tehran?" Finding his friend ignorant of that episode, he proceeded to relate the whole story of the Bab, giving a detailed account of the circumstances attending his declaration, of his arrest in Shiraz, his departure for Isfahan, the reception which both the Imam Jom'eh and Manucher Khan had extended to him, the prodigies and wonders he had manifested, and the verdict that the ulamas of Isfahan had pronounced against him. Every detail of that story excited my curiosity and stirred in me a keen admiration for a man who could throw such a spell over his countrymen. His light seemed to have flooded my soul. I felt as if I were already a convert to his cause. From Robat Karim I returned to Zarand. My father remarked upon my restlessness and expressed his surprise at my behaviour. I had lost my appetite and sleep, and was determined to conceal the secret of my inner agitation from my father, lest its disclosure might interfere with the eventual realization of my hopes. I remained in that state until a certain Sayyid Hossein Zavarei arrived at Zarand and was able to enlighten me on a subject which had become the ruling passion of my life. Our acquaintance speedily ripened into a friendship which encouraged me to share with him the longings of my heart. To my great surprise, I found him already enthralled by the secret of the theme which I had begun to disclose to him. "One of my cousins," he proceeded to relate, Sayyid Ismail Zavarei by name, convinced me of the truth of the message proclaimed by the Sayyid Bab. He informed me that he had several times met the Sayyid Bab in the house of the Imam Jom'eh of Isfahan, and had seen him actually reveal, in the presence of his host, a commentary on the Surah of Val Asr. The rapidity of the Bab's composition and the force and originality of his style had excited his surprise and admiration. He was amazed to find that whilst revealing his commentary, and without lessening the speed of his writing, he was able to answer whatever questions those who were present were moved to ask him. The fearlessness with which my cousin arose to preach the message aroused the hostility of the Quatre Khudas and Sayyids of Zavareh, who compelled him to return to Isfahan, where he had of late been residing. I too, unable to remain in Zavareh, departed for Kashan, in which town I spent the winter, and met Haji Mirza Jani, of whom my cousin had spoken, and who gave me a treatise written by the Bab, entitled Rezaleye Adliye, urging me to read it carefully and return it to him after a few days. I was so charmed by the theme and language of that treatise that I proceeded immediately to transcribe the whole text. When I returned it to its owner, he, to my profound regret, informed me that I had just missed the opportunity of meeting its author. The Sayyid Bab himself, he said, arrived on the eve of the day of Nayruz and spent 3 nights as a guest in my home. He is now on his way to Tehran, and if you start immediately, you will certainly overtake him. Straightway I arose and departed, walking all the way from Kashan to a fortress in the neighbourhood of Kenargerd. I was resting under the shadow of its walls when a pleasant-looking man emerged from that fortress and asked me who I was and whither I was going. "I am a poor Sayyid," I replied, "a wayfarer and stranger to this place." He took me to his home and invited me to spend the night as his guest. In the course of his conversation with me, he said, "I suspect you to be a follower of the Sayyid who was staying for a few days in this fortress, from whence he was transferred to the village of Kolain, and who 3 days ago left for Azerbaijan. I esteem myself as one of his adherents. My name is Haji Zainul Abidin. I intended not to separate myself from him, but he bade me remain in this place and convey to any of his friends whom I might meet his loving greetings, and dissuade them from following him. Tell them," he instructed me, "to consecrate their lives to the service of my cause, that haply the barriers that hinder the progress of this faith may be removed, so that my followers may, with safety and freedom, worship their God and observe the precepts of their faith." I immediately abandoned my project, and instead of returning to Qom, decided to come to this place. The story which this Sayyid Hussein Zavarei related to me served to allay my agitation. He shared with me the copy of the Risale-i Adliye he had brought with him, the reading of which imparted strength and refreshment to my soul. In those days I was a pupil of a Sayyid who taught me the Qur'an, and whose incapacity to enlighten me on the tenets of his faith became more and more evident in my eyes. Sayyid Hussein, whom I asked for further information about the cause, advised me to meet Sayyid Ismail Zavarei, whose invariable practice it was to visit every spring the shrines of the Imamzades of Qom. I induced my father, who was reluctant to separate himself from me, to send me to that city with the object of perfecting my knowledge of the Arabic language. I was careful to conceal from him my real purpose, fearing that its disclosure might involve him in embarrassments with the Qazi and the Ulamas of Zarand, and prevent me from achieving my end. While I was in Qom, my mother, my sister, and my brother came to visit me in connection with the festival of Nayruz, and stayed with me for about a month. In the course of their visit, I was able to enlighten my mother and my sister about the new revelation, and succeeded in kindling in their hearts the love of its author. A few days after their return to Zarand, Sayyid Ismail, whom I impatiently awaited, arrived, and was able in the course of his discussions with me to set forth in detail all that was required to win me over completely to the cause. He lay stress on the continuity of divine revelation, asserted the fundamental oneness of the prophets of the past, and explained their close relationship to the mission of the Bab. He also disclosed the nature of the work accomplished by Sheikh Ahmad Ahsai and Sayyid Kazim Rashdi, neither of whom I had previously heard. I asked as to the duty incumbent at the present time upon every loyal adherent of the faith. "The injunction of the Bab," he replied, "is that all those who have accepted his message should proceed to Mazandaran and lend their assistance to Quddus, who is now hemmed in by the forces of an unrelenting foe." I expressed my eagerness to join him, as he himself was intending to journey to the fort of Tabarsi. He advised me, however, to remain in Qom together with a certain Mirza Fatullah Haqqaq, a lad of my age, whom he had recently guided to the cause, until the receipt of his message from Tehran. I waited in vain for that message, and finding that no word came from him, decided to leave for the capital. My friend Mirza Fatullah subsequently followed me. He was eventually arrested, and shared the fate of those who were put to death in the year 1268 AH, as a result of the attempt on the life of the Shah. Arriving in Tehran, I proceeded directly to the Masjid-e-Shah, which was opposite a madraseh, at the entrance of which I, later on, unexpectedly encountered Sayyid Ismail Zavarei, who hastened to inform me that he had just written me the letter and was on the point of dispatching it to Qom. We were preparing ourselves to leave for Mazandaran, when the news reached us that the defenders of the fort of Tabarsi had been treacherously slaughtered, and that the fort itself had been levelled with the ground. We were filled with distress at the receipt of the appalling news, and mourned the tragic fate of those who had so heroically defended their beloved cause. One day, I unexpectedly came across my maternal uncle, Nouruz Ali, who had come on purpose to fetch me. I informed Sayyid Ismail, who advised me to leave for Zarand and not to arouse further hostility on the part of those who insisted upon my return. On my arrival at my native village, I was able to win over my brother to the cause, which my mother and my sister had already embraced. I also succeeded in inducing my father to allow me to leave again for Tehran. I took up my residence in the same madraseh where I had been accommodated on my previous visit, and there met a certain Mullah Abdul Karim, whom I subsequently learned Baha'u'lláh had named Mirza Ahmad. He affectionately received me and told me that Sayyid Ismail had entrusted me to his care and wished me to remain in his company until the former's return to Tehran. The days of my companionship with Mirza Ahmad will never be forgotten. I found him the very incarnation of love and kindness. The words with which he inspired me and animated my faith are indelibly graven upon my heart. Through him I was introduced to the disciples of the Bab, with whom I associated and from whom I obtained fuller information regarding the teachings of the faith. Mirza Ahmad was in those days earning his livelihood as a scribe, and devoted his evenings to copying the Persian Bayan and other writings of the Bab. The copies which he so devotedly prepared were given by him as gifts to his fellow disciples. I myself was several times the bearer of such gifts, from him to the wife of Mullah Mehdi Kandi, who had forsaken his infant son and hastened to join the occupants of the fort of Tabarsi. During those days, I was informed that Tahireh, who ever since the dispersal of the gathering at Badasht had been living in Noor, had arrived at Tehran and was confined in the house of Mahmud Khan Kalantar, where, although a prisoner, she was treated with consideration and courtesy. One day, Mirza Ahmad conducted me to the house of Baha'u'lláh, whose wife, the Varaqatul Ulya, the mother of the Most Great Branch, had already healed my eyes with an ointment which she herself had prepared and sent to me by this same Mirza Ahmad. The first one I met in that house was that same beloved son of hers, who was then a child of 6. He smiled his welcome to me as he was standing at the door of the room which Baha'u'lláh occupied. I passed that door and was ushered into the presence of Mirza Yahya, utterly unaware of the station of the occupant of the room I had left behind me. When brought face to face with Mirza Yahya, I was startled. Immediately I observed his features and noted his conversation, at his utter unworthiness of the position that had been claimed for him. On another occasion, when I visited that same house, I was on the point of entering the room that Mirza Yahya occupied, When Aghay Kalim, whom I had previously met, approached and requested me, since Esfandiar, their servant, had gone to market and had not yet returned, to conduct Agha to the Madrasah Mirza Saleh in his stead, and then return to this place. I gladly consented, and as I was preparing to leave, I saw the most great branch, a child of exquisite beauty, wearing the collar and cloaked in the Jobbe-i Hezarieh, emerge from the room which his father occupied and descend the steps leading to the gate of the house. I advanced and stretched forth my arms to carry him. "We shall walk together," he said, as he took hold of my hand and led me out of the house. We chatted together as we walked hand in hand in the direction of the madrasah, known in those days by the name of Parmenar. As we reached his classroom, he turned to me and said, "Come again this afternoon and take me back to my home, for Esfandiar is unable to fetch me. My father will need him today." I gladly acquiesced and returned immediately to the house of Baha'u'lláh. There again I met Mirza Yahya, who delivered into my hands a letter which he asked me to take to the Madrasah Sadr and hand to Baha'u'lláh, whom I was told I would find in the room occupied by Mullah Baqir Bastami. He asked me to bring back the reply immediately. I fulfilled the commission and returned to the madrasah in time to conduct the most great branch to his home. One day, Mirza Muhammad invited me to meet Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, the Bab's maternal uncle, who had recently returned from Tehriq and was staying in the home of Muhammad Beg Chaparchi in the neighborhood of the gate of Shemiran. I was struck when I gazed at his face with the nobility of his features and the serenity of his countenance. My subsequent visits to him served to heighten my admiration for the sweetness of his temper, his mystical piety and strength of character. I well remember how on one occasion Aghay Kalim urged him, at a certain gathering, to leave Tehran, which was then in a state of great ferment, and escape its dangerous atmosphere. "Why fear for my safety?" he confidently replied. "Would that I, too, could share in the banquet which the hand of Providence is spreading for his chosen ones." Shortly after, the stirrers up of mischief were able to kindle a grave turmoil in that city. Its immediate cause was the action of a certain Sayyid from Kashan, who was living in the Madrasah Darushafa, and whom the well-known Sayyid Muhammad had taken into his confidence and claimed to have converted to the Bab's teachings. Mirza Muhammad Hussain Kermani, who lodged in that same madrasah, and who was a well-known lecturer on the metaphysical doctrines of Islam, attempted several times to induce Sayyid Muhammad, who was one of his pupils, to break off his acquaintance with that Sayyid, whom he believed to be unreliable, and to refuse him admittance to the gathering of the believers. Sayyid Muhammad refused, however, to be admonished by this warning, and continued to associate with him until the beginning of the month of Rabi'us Sani in the year 1266 AH, at which time the treacherous Sayyid went to a certain Sayyid Hussain, one of the ulamas of Kashan, and delivered into his hands the names and addresses of about 50 of the believers who were then residing in Tehran. That same list was immediately submitted by Sayyid Hussain to Mahmud Khan Kalantar, who ordered that all of them be arrested. 14 of them were seized and brought before the authorities. On the day they were captured, I happened to be with my brother and my maternal uncle, who had arrived from Zarand and had lodged in a caravanserai outside the gate of Noor. The next morning they departed for Zarand, and as I returned to the Madraseh Darush Shafar, I discovered in my room a package upon which was placed a letter addressed to me by Mirza Ahmad. That letter informed me that the treacherous Sayyid had at last denounced us and had raised a violent commotion in the capital. "The package which I have left in this room," he wrote, "contains all the sacred writings that are in my possession. If you ever reach this place in safety, take them to the caravanserai of Haji Nad Ali, where you will find in one of its rooms a man bearing that name, a native of Qazvin, to whom you will deliver the package, together with a letter which accompanies it. From thence you will proceed immediately to the Masjid-e-Shah, where I hope to be able to meet you." Following his directions, I delivered the package to the Haji and succeeded in reaching the masjid, where I met Mirza Ahmad and heard him relate how he had been assailed and had sought refuge in the masjid, in the precincts of which he was immune from further attack. In the meantime, Baha'u'lláh had sent from Madraseh Sadr a message to Mirza Ahmad, informing him of the designs of the Amir Nizam, who had already, on 3 different occasions, demanded his arrest from the Imam Jum'eh. He was also warned that the Amir, ignoring the right of asylum with which the masjid had been invested, intended to arrest those who had sought refuge in that sanctuary. Mirza Ahmad was urged to leave in disguise for Qom and was charged to direct me to return to my home in Zarand. Meanwhile, my relations, who had recognized me in the Masjid-e-Shah, pressed me to leave for Zarand, pleading that my father, who had been misinformed of my arrest and impending execution, was in grave distress, and that it was my duty to hasten and relieve him of his anxieties. Acting on the advice of Mirza Ahmad, who counseled me to seize this God-sent opportunity, I left for Zarand and celebrated the feast of Nowruz with my family, a feast that was doubly blessed inasmuch as it coincided with the 5th day of Jamadi'ul-Awwal in the year 1266 AH, the anniversary of the day on which the Bab had declared his mission. The Nowruz of that year has been mentioned in the Kitab-e-Panj Shan, one of the last works of the Bab. "The 6th Nowruz," he wrote in that book, after the declaration of the point of the Bayan, "has fallen on the 5th day of Jamadi'ul-Awwal in the 7th lunar year after that same declaration." In that same passage, the Bab alludes to the fact that the Nowruz of that year would be the last he was destined to celebrate on this earth. In the midst of the festivities which my relatives celebrated in Zarand, my heart was set upon Tehran, and my thoughts centered round the fate which might have befallen my fellow disciples in that agitated city. I longed to hear of their safety. Though in the house of my father, and surrounded with the solicitude of my parents, I felt oppressed by the thought of being severed from that little band, whose perils I could well imagine, and whose afflictions I longed to share. The terrible suspense under which I lived, while confined in my home, was unexpectedly relieved by the arrival of Sadiq Tabrizi, who came from Tehran and was received in the house of my father. Though delivering me from the uncertainties which had been weighing so heavily upon me, he, to my profound horror, unfolded to my ears a tale of such terrifying cruelty that the anxieties of suspense paled before the ghastly light which that lurid story cast upon my heart. Execution of the 7 Martyrs. The circumstances of the martyrdom of my arrested brethren in Tehran, for such was their fate, I now proceed to relate. The 14 disciples of the Bab who had been captured remained incarcerated in the house of Mahmud Khan Kalantar from the 1st to the 22nd day of the month of Rabi'us Sani. Tahireh was also confined on the upper floor of that same house. Every kind of ill treatment was inflicted upon them. Their persecutors sought by every device to induce them to supply the information they required, but failed to obtain a satisfactory answer. Among the captives was a certain Muhammad Hussein Maraghi, who obstinately refused to utter a single word, despite the severe pressure that was brought to bear upon him. They tortured him. They resorted to every possible measure in order to extort from him any hint that could serve their purpose, but failed to achieve their end. Such was his unswerving obstinacy that his oppressors thought him to be dumb. They asked Haji Mullah Ismail, who had converted him to his faith, whether or not he could talk. "He is mute, but not dumb," he replied. "He is fluent of speech and is free of any impediment." He had no sooner called him by his name than the victim answered, assuring him of his readiness to abide by his will. Convinced of their powerlessness to bend their will, they referred the matter to Mahmud Khan, who in his turn submitted their case to the Amir Nizam, Mirza Taqi Khan, the Grand Vizier of Nasruddin Shah. The sovereign, in those days, refrained from direct interference in matters pertaining to the affairs of the persecuted community, and was often ignorant of the decisions that were being made with regard to its members. His Grand Vizier was invested with plenary powers to deal with them as he saw fit. No one questioned his decisions, nor dared disapprove of the manner in which he exercised his authority. He immediately issued a peremptory order threatening with execution whoever among these 14 prisoners was unwilling to recant his faith. 7 were compelled to yield to the pressure that was brought to bear upon them, and were immediately released. The remaining 7 constitute the 7 Martyrs of Tehran. Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali. 1. Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, surnamed Khal Azam, the Bab's maternal uncle and one of the leading merchants of Shiraz. It was this same uncle into whose custody the Bab, after the death of his father, was entrusted, and who, on his nephew's return from his pilgrimage to Hejaz and his arrest by Hussein Khan, assumed undivided responsibility for him by pledging his word in writing. It was he who surrounded him while under his care with unfailing solicitude, who served him with such devotion, and who acted as intermediary between him and the hosts of his followers who flocked to Shiraz to see him. His only child, a Sayyid Javad, died in infancy. Towards the middle of the year 1265 AH, this same Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali left Shiraz and visited the Bab in the castle of Chehriq. From thence he went to Tehran, and though having no special occupation, remained in that city until the outbreak of the sedition which brought about eventually his martyrdom. Though his friends appealed to him to escape the turmoil that was fast approaching, he refused to heed their counsel, and faced until his last hour with complete resignation, the persecution to which he was subjected. A considerable number among the more affluent merchants of his acquaintance offered to pay his ransom, an offer which he rejected. Finally, he was brought before the Amir Nizam. The chief magistrate of this realm, the Grand Vizier informed him, is loath to inflict the slightest injury upon the Prophet's descendants. Eminent merchants of Shiraz and Tehran are willing, nay eager, to pay your ransom. The Malekut Tujjar has even interceded in your behalf. A word of recantation from you is sufficient to set you free and ensure your return with honours to your native city. I pledge my word that should you be willing to acquiesce, the remaining days of your life will be spent with honour and dignity under the sheltering shadow of your sovereign. Your Excellency, boldly replied Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, if others before me, who quaffed joyously the cup of martyrdom, have chosen to reject an appeal such as the one you now make to me, know of a certainty that I am no less eager to decline such a request. My repudiation of the truths enshrined in this revelation would be tantamount to a rejection of all the revelations that have preceded it. To refuse to acknowledge the mission of Sayyid Bab would be to apostatize from the faith of my forefathers and to deny the divine character of the message which Muhammad, Jesus, Moses, and all the prophets of the past have revealed. God knows that whatever I have heard and read concerning the sayings and doings of those messengers, I have been privileged to witness the same from this youth, this beloved kinsman of mine, from his earliest boyhood to this, the 30th year of his life. Everything in him reminds me of his illustrious ancestor and of the Imams of his faith, whose lives our recorded traditions have portrayed. I only request of you that you allow me to be the first to lay down my life in the path of my beloved kinsman. The Amir was stupefied by such an answer. In a frenzy of despair, and without uttering a word, he motioned that he be taken out and beheaded. As the victim was being conducted to his death, he was heard several times to repeat these words of Hafez. Great is my gratitude to thee, O my God, for having granted so bountifully all I have asked of thee. Hear me, O people, he cried to the multitude that pressed around him. I have offered myself up as a willing sacrifice in the path of the cause of God. The entire province of Fars, as well as Iraq, beyond the confines of Persia, will readily testify to my uprightness of conduct, to my sincere piety and noble lineage. For over 1,000 years you have prayed and prayed again that the promised Qa'im be made manifest. At the mention of his name, how often have you cried from the depths of your hearts, hasten, O God, his coming, remove every barrier that stands in the way of his appearance. And now that he is come, you have driven him to a hopeless exile in a remote and sequestered corner of Azerbaijan, and have risen to exterminate his companions. Were I to invoke the malediction of God upon you, I am certain that his avenging wrath would grievously afflict you. Such is not, however, my prayer. With my last breath, I pray that the Almighty may wipe away the stain of your guilt and enable you to awaken from the sleep of heedlessness. These words stirred his executioner to his very depths. Pretending that the sword he had been holding in readiness in his hands required to be resharpened, he hastily went away, determined never to return again. When I was appointed to this service, he was heard to complain, weeping bitterly the while, They undertook to deliver into my hands only those who had been convicted of murder and highway robbery. I am now ordered by them to shed the blood of one no less holy than the Imam Musa Kazem himself." Shortly after, he departed for Khorasan, and there sought to earn his livelihood as a porter and crier. To the believers of that province, he recounted the tale of that tragedy, and expressed his repentance of the act which he had been compelled to perpetrate. Every time he recalled that incident, every time the name of Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali was mentioned to him, tears which he could not repress flowed from his eyes, tears that were a witness to the affection which that holy man had instilled into his heart. Mirza Qurban Ali. 2. Mirza Qurban Ali, a native of Barfurush in the province of Mazandaran, and an outstanding figure in the community, known by the name of Ni'matullahi. He was a man of sincere piety and endowed with great nobleness of nature. Such was the purity of his life that a considerable number among the notables of Mazandaran, of Khorasan and Tehran had pledged him their loyalty and regarded him as the very embodiment of virtue. Such was the esteem in which he was held by his countrymen that on the occasion of his pilgrimage to Karbila, a vast concourse of devoted admirers thronged his route in order to pay their homage to him. In Hamadan, as well as in Kermanshah, a great number of people were influenced by his personality and joined the company of his followers. Wherever he went, he was greeted with the acclamations of the people. These demonstrations of popular enthusiasm were, however, extremely distasteful to him. He avoided the crowd and disdained the pomp and circumstance of leadership. On his way to Karbala, while passing through Mandalij, a sheikh of considerable influence became so enamoured of him that he renounced all that he had formerly cherished, and leaving his friends and disciples, followed him as far as Yaqubiyeh. Mirza Qurban Ali, however, succeeded in inducing him to return to Mandalij and resume the work which he had abandoned. On his return from his pilgrimage, Mirza Qurban Ali met Mullah Hussein, and through him embraced the truth of the cause. Owing to illness, he was unable to join the defenders of the fort of Tabarsi, and but for his unfitness to travel to Mazandaran, would have been the first to join its occupants. Next to Mullah Hussein, among the disciples of the Bab, Vahid was the person to whom he was most attached. During my visit to Tehran, I was informed that the latter had consecrated his life to the service of the cause and had risen with exemplary devotion to promote its interests far and wide. I often heard Mirza Qurban Ali, who was then in the capital, deplore that illness. "How greatly I grieve," I heard him several times remark, "to have been deprived of my share of the cup which Mullah Hussein and his companions have quaffed. I long to join Vahid and enroll myself under his banner and strive to make amends for my previous failure." He was preparing to leave Tehran when he was suddenly arrested. His modest attire witnessed to the degree of his detachment. Clad in a white tunic, after the manner of the Arabs, cloaked in a coarsely woven abba, and wearing the headdress of the people of Iraq, he seemed, as he walked the streets, the very embodiment of renunciation. He scrupulously adhered to all the observances of his faith, and with exemplary piety performed his devotions. The Bab himself conforms to the observances of his faith in their minutest details, he often remarked, Am I to neglect on my part the things which are observed by my leader? When Mirza Qurban Ali was arrested and brought before the Amir Nizam, a commotion such as Tehran had rarely experienced was raised. Large crowds of people thronged the approaches to the headquarters of the government, eager to learn what would befall him. "Since last night," the Amir, as soon as he had seen him, remarked, "I have been besieged by all classes of state officials who have vigorously interceded on your behalf. From what I learn of the position you occupy and the influence your words exercise, you are not much inferior to the Sayyid Bab himself. Had you claimed for yourself the position of leadership, better would it have been than to declare your allegiance to one who is certainly inferior to you in knowledge." "The knowledge which I have acquired," he boldly retorted, "has led me to bow down in allegiance before him whom I have recognized to be my Lord and leader. Ever since I attained the age of manhood, I have regarded justice and fairness as the ruling motives of my life. I have judged him fairly, and have reached the conclusion that should this youth, to whose transcendent power friend and foe alike testify, be false, every prophet of God, from time immemorial down to the present day, should be denounced as the very embodiment of falsehood. I am assured of the unquestioning devotion of over 1,000 admirers, and yet I am powerless to change the heart of the least among them. This youth, however, has proven himself capable of transmuting through the elixir of his love the souls of the most degraded among his fellow men. Upon 1,000 like me, he has, unaided and alone, exerted such influence that without even attaining his presence, they have flung aside their own desires and have clung passionately to his will. Fully conscious of the inadequacy of the sacrifice they have made, these yearn to lay down their lives for his sake, in the hope that this further evidence of their devotion may be worthy of mention in his court." "I am loath," the Amir Nizam remarked, "whether your words be of God or not, to pronounce the sentence of death against the possessor of so exalted a station." "Why hesitate?" burst forth the impatient victim. "Are you not aware that all names descend from heaven? He whose name is Ali, in whose path I am laying down my life, has from time immemorial inscribed my name, Qurban Ali, in the scroll of his chosen martyrs. This is indeed the day on which I celebrate the Qurban festival, the day on which I shall seal with my lifeblood my faith in his cause. Be not therefore reluctant, and rest assured that I shall never blame you for your act. The sooner you strike off my head, the greater will be my gratitude to you." "Take him away from this place," cried the Amir. "Another moment, and this dervish will have cast his spell over me." "You are proof against that magic," Mirza Qurban Ali replied, "that can captivate only the pure in heart. You and your like can never be made to realize the entrancing power of that divine elixir, which, swift as the twinkling of an eye, transmutes the souls of men." Exasperated by the reply, the Amir Nizam arose from his seat, and his whole frame shaking with anger, exclaimed, "Nothing but the edge of the sword can silence the voice of this deluded people." "No heed," he told the executioners who were in attendance upon him, "to bring any more members of this hateful sect before me. Words are powerless to overcome their unswerving obstinacy. Whomever you are able to induce to recant his faith, release him. As for the rest, strike off their heads." As he drew near the scene of his death, Mirza Qurban Ali, intoxicated with the prospect of an approaching reunion with his beloved, broke forth into expressions of joyous exultation. "Hasten to slay me," he cried with rapturous delight, "for through this death you will have offered me the chalice of everlasting life. Though my withered breath you now extinguish, with a myriad lives will my beloved reward me, lives such as no mortal heart can conceive. Hearken to my words, you who profess to be the followers of the Apostle of God," he pleaded, as he turned his gaze to the concourse of spectators. "Mohammed, the day-star of divine guidance, who in a former age arose above the horizon of Hejaz, has today, in the person of Ali Muhammad, again risen from the dayspring of Shiraz, shedding the same radiance and imparting the same warmth. A rose is a rose in whichever garden and whatever time it may bloom." Seeing on every side how the people were deaf to his call, he cried aloud, "Oh, the perversity of this generation! How heedless of the fragrance which that imperishable rose has shed! Though my soul brim over with ecstasy, I can alas find no heart to share with me its charm, nor mind to apprehend its glory." At the sight of the body of Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, beheaded and bleeding at his feet, his fevered excitement rose to its highest pitch. "Hail!" he shouted as he flung himself upon it. "Hail, the day of mutual rejoicing, the day of our reunion with our beloved. Approach," he cried to the executioner, as he held the body in his arms, "and strike your blow, for my faithful comrade is unwilling to release himself from my embrace, and calls me to hasten together with him to the court of the well-beloved." A blow from the executioner fell immediately upon the nape of his neck. A few moments later, the soul of that great man had passed away. That cruel stroke stirred in the bystanders feelings of mingled indignation and sympathy. Cries of sorrow and lamentation ascended from the hearts of the multitude, and provoked a distress that was reminiscent of the outbursts of grief with which every year the populace greets the day of Ashura. Haji Mullah Ismail Qum'i. 3. Then came the turn of Haji Mullah Ismail Qum'i, who was a native of Farahan. In his early youth he departed for Karbila in quest of the truth which he was diligently striving to discover. He had associated with all the leading ulamas of Najaf and Karbila, had sat at the feet of Sayyid Kazem, and had acquired from him the knowledge and understanding which enabled him a few years later, when in Shiraz, to acknowledge the revelation of the Bab. He distinguished himself by the tenacity of his faith and the fervour of his devotion. As soon as the injunction of the Bab, bidding his followers hasten to Khurasan, reached him, he enthusiastically responded, joined the companions who were proceeding to Badasht, and there received the appellation of Sirrul Wujud. Whilst in their company, his understanding of the cause grew deeper, and his zeal for its promotion correspondingly increased. He grew to be the very embodiment of detachment, and felt more and more impatient to demonstrate in a befitting manner the spirit with which his faith had inspired him. In the exposition of the meaning of the verses of the Quran and the traditions of Islam, he displayed an insight which few could rival, and the eloquence with which he set forth those truths won him the admiration of his fellow disciples. In the days when the fort of Tabarsi had become the rallying centre for the disciples of the Bab, he languished disconsolate upon a sickbed, unable to lend his assistance and play his part for its defence. No sooner had he recovered than, finding that that memorable siege had ended with the massacre of his fellow disciples, he arose with added determination to make up by his self-sacrificing labours for the loss which the cause had sustained. That determination carried him eventually to the field of martyrdom and won him its crown. Conducted to the block, and waiting for the moment of his execution, he turned his gaze towards those twin martyrs who had preceded him, and who still lay entwined in each other's embrace. "Well done, beloved companions," he cried, as he fixed his gaze upon their gory heads. "You have turned Tehran into a paradise. Would that I had preceded you." Drawing from his pocket a coin which he handed to his executioner, he begged him to purchase for him something with which he could sweeten his mouth. He took some of it and gave the rest to him, saying, "I have forgiven you your act. Approach and deal your blow. For 30 years I have yearned to witness this blessed day, and was fearful lest I should carry this wish with me unfulfilled to the grave. Accept me, O my God," he cried, as he turned his eyes to heaven, "unworthy though I be, and deign to inscribe my name upon the scroll of those immortals who have laid down their lives on the altar of sacrifice." He was still offering his devotions when the executioner, at his request, suddenly cut short his prayer. Sayyid Hossein Torshizi. 4. He had hardly expired when Sayyid Hossein Torshizi, the Mujtahid, was conducted in his turn to the block. He was a native of Torshiz, a village in Khorasan, and was highly esteemed for his piety and rectitude of conduct. He had studied for a number of years in Najaf, and was commissioned by his fellow Mujtahids to proceed to Khorasan and there propagate the principles he had been taught. When he arrived at Kazimain, he met Haji Muhammad Taqi Kermani, an old acquaintance of his who ranked among the foremost merchants of Kerman and who had opened a branch of his business in Khorasan. As he was on his way to Persia, he decided to accompany him. This Haji Muhammad Taqi had been a close friend of Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, the Bab's maternal uncle, through whom he had been converted to the cause in the year 1264 AH, while preparing to leave Shiraz on a pilgrimage to Karbila. When informed of the projected journey of Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali to Tehran for the purpose of visiting the Bab, he expressed his eager desire to accompany him. Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali advised him to carry out his original purpose and proceed to Karbila and there await his letter, which would inform him whether it would be advisable to join him. From Tehran, Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali was ordered to depart for Tehran in the hope that after a short stay in the capital, he would be able to renew his visit to his nephew. Whilst in Tehran, he expressed his reluctance to return to Shiraz, inasmuch as he could no longer endure the increasing arrogance of its inhabitants. Upon his arrival in Tehran, he requested Haji Muhammad Taqi to join him. Sayyid Hussein accompanied him from Baghdad to the capital, and through him was converted to the faith. As he faced the multitude that had gathered round him to witness his martyrdom, Sayyid Hussein raised his voice and said, "Hear me, O followers of Islam. My name is Hussein, and I am a descendant of the Sayyid al-Shuhada, who also bore that name. The Mujtahids of the holy cities of Najaf and Karbila have unanimously testified to my position as the authorized expounder of the law and teachings of their faith. Not until recently had I heard the name of the Sayyid Bab. The mastery I have obtained over the intricacies of the Islamic teachings has enabled me to appreciate the value of the message which the Sayyid Bab has brought. I am convinced that were I to deny the truth which he has revealed, I should by this very act have renounced my allegiance to every revelation that has preceded it. I appeal to every one of you to call upon the ulamas and mujtahids of this city and to convene a gathering at which I will undertake in their presence to establish the truth of this cause. Let them then judge whether I am able to demonstrate the validity of the claims advanced by the Bab. If they be satisfied with the proofs which I shall adduce in support of my argument, let them desist from shedding the blood of the innocent. And if I fail, let them inflict upon me the punishment I deserve. These words had scarcely dropped from his lips when an officer in the service of the Amir Nizam haughtily interjected. I carry with me your death warrant signed and sealed by 7 of the recognized mujtahids of Tehran, who have in their own handwriting pronounced you an infidel. I will myself be answerable to God on the day of judgment for your blood, and will lay the responsibility upon those leaders in whose judgment we have been asked to put our trust, and to whose decisions we have been compelled to submit. With these words, he drew out his dagger and stabbed him with such force that he immediately fell dead at his feet. Haji Muhammad Taqi Kermani. 5. Soon after, Haji Muhammad Taqi Kermani was led to the scene of execution. The ghastliness of the sight he beheld provoked his violent indignation. Approach, you wretched and heartless tyrant, he burst forth as he turned to his persecutor, and hasten to slay me, for I am impatient to join my beloved Hussein. To live after him is a torture I cannot endure. F. Sayyid Murtaza. 6. No sooner had Haji Muhammad Taqi uttered these words than Sayyid Murtaza, who was one of the noted merchants of Zanjan, hastened to take precedence of his companions. He flung himself over the body of Haji Muhammad Taqi and pleaded that, being a Sayyid, his martyrdom would be more meritorious in the sight of God than that of Haji Muhammad Taqi. As the executioner unsheathed his sword, Sayyid Murtaza invoked the memory of his martyred brother, who had struggled side by side with Mullah Hussein, and such were his references that the onlookers marveled at the unyielding tenacity of the faith with which he was inspired. Muhammad Hussein Maraghi. 7. In the midst of the turmoil which the stirring words of Sayyid Murtaza had raised, Muhammad Hussein Maraghi rushed forward and begged that he be allowed to be martyred immediately ere his companions were put to the sword. As soon as his eyes fell upon the body of Haji Mullah Ismail Qum'i, for whom he entertained a deep affection, he impulsively threw himself upon him and, holding him in his embrace, exclaimed, "Never will I consent to separate myself from my dearly beloved friend, in whom I have reposed the utmost confidence, and from whom I have received so many evidences of a sincere and deep-felt affection." Their eagerness to precede one another in laying down their lives for their faith astonished the multitude, who wondered which of the three would be preferred to his companions. They pleaded with such fervour that eventually they were beheaded, all three, at one and the same moment. So great a faith, such evidences of unbridled cruelty, human eye has rarely beheld. Few as they were in number, yet when we recall the circumstances of their martyrdom, we are compelled to acknowledge the stupendous character of that force which could evoke so rare a spirit of self-sacrifice. When we remember the exalted rank these victims had occupied, when we observe the degree of their renunciation and the vitality of their faith, when we recall the pressure which from influential quarters had been exerted to avert the danger with which their lives were threatened, above all, when we picture to our minds the spirit that defied the atrocities which a heartless enemy so far bemeaned themselves as to inflict upon them, we are impelled to look upon that episode as one of the most tragic occurrences in the annals of this cause. At this stage of my narrative, I was privileged to submit to Baha'u'lláh such sections of my work as I had already revised and completed. How abundantly have my labours been rewarded by him whose favour alone I seek, and for whose satisfaction I have addressed myself to this task. He graciously summoned me to his presence and vouchsafed me his blessing. I was in my home, in the prison city of Akka, and lived in the neighbourhood of the house of Agha Kalim, when the summons of my beloved reached me. That day, the 7th of the month of Rabi'us Sani, in the year 1306 AH, I shall never forget. I here reproduce the gist of his words to me on that memorable occasion. Incidents related by Baha'u'lláh. In a tablet which we yesterday revealed, we have explained the meaning of the words, "Turn your eyes away," in the course of our reference to the circumstances attending the gathering at Badasht. We were celebrating, in the company of a number of distinguished notables, the nuptials of one of the princes of royal blood in Tehran, when Sayyid Ahmad Yazdi, father of Sayyid Hussein, the Bab's amanuensis, appeared suddenly at the door. He beckoned to us, and seemed to be the bearer of an important message which he wished immediately to deliver. We were, however, unable at that moment to leave the gathering, and motioned to him to wait. When the meeting had dispersed, he informed us that Tahireh had been placed in strict confinement in Qazvin, and that her life was in great danger. We immediately summoned Muhammad Hadi Farhadi, and gave him the necessary directions to release her from her captivity and escort her to the capital. As the enemy had seized our house, we were unable to accommodate her indefinitely in our home. Accordingly, we arranged for her transference from our house to that of the Minister of War, who in those days had been disgraced by his sovereign and had been deported to Kashan. We requested his sister, who still was numbered among our friends, to act as hostess to Tahireh. She remained in her company until the call of the Bab, bidding us proceed to Khorasan, reached our ears. We decided that Tahireh should proceed immediately to that province, and commissioned Mirza to conduct her to a place outside the gate of the city, and from thence to any locality she deemed advisable in that neighbourhood. She was taken to an orchard, in the vicinity of which was a deserted building, where they found an old man who acted as its caretaker. Mirza Musa returned, and informed us of the reception which had been accorded to them, and highly praised the beauty of the surrounding landscape. We subsequently arranged for her departure for Khorasan, and promised that we would follow within the space of a few days. We soon joined her at Badasht, where we rented a garden for her use, and appointed the same Muhammad Hadi, who had achieved her deliverance, as her doorkeeper. About 70 of our companions were with us, and lodged in a place in the vicinity of that garden. We fell ill one day, and were confined to bed. Tahireh sent a request to call upon us. We were surprised at her message, and were at a loss as to what we should reply. Suddenly, we saw her at the door, her face unveiled before us. How well has Mirza Aghajan commented upon that incident. The face of Fatimeh, he said, must needs be revealed on the day of judgment, and appear unveiled before the eyes of men. At that moment, the voice of the unseen shall be heard saying, "Turn your eyes away from that which ye have seen." How great was the consternation that seized the companions on that day. Fear and bewilderment filled their hearts. A few, unable to tolerate that which was to them so revolting a departure from the established customs of Islam, fled in horror from before her face. Dismayed, they sought refuge in a deserted castle in that neighborhood. Among those who were scandalized by her behavior and severed from her entirely were the Sayyid Nahri and his brother Mirza Hadi, to both of whom we sent word that it was unnecessary for them to desert their companions and seek refuge in a castle. Our friends eventually dispersed, leaving us at the mercy of our enemies. When at a later time we went to Amul, such was the turmoil which the people had raised that above 4,000 persons had congregated in the masjid and had crowded onto the roofs of their houses. The leading mullah of the town denounced us bitterly. "You have perverted the faith of Islam," he cried in his Mazendarani dialect, "and sullied its fame. Last night I saw you in a dream enter the masjid, which was thronged by an eager multitude that had gathered to witness your arrival. As the crowd pressed round you, I beheld, and lo, the Qa'im was standing in a corner, with his gaze fixed upon your countenance, his features betraying great surprise. This dream I regard as evidence of your having deviated from the path of truth." We assured him that the expression of surprise on that countenance was a sign of the Qa'im's strong disapproval of the treatment he and his fellow townsmen had accorded us. He questioned us regarding the mission of the Bab. We informed him that although we had never met him face to face, yet we cherished, nonetheless, a great affection for him. We expressed our profound conviction that he had under no circumstances acted contrary to the faith of Islam. The mullah and his followers, however, refused to believe us and rejected our testimony as a perversion of the truth. They eventually placed us in confinement and forbade our friends to meet us. The acting governor of Amul succeeded in effecting our release from captivity. Through an opening in the wall that he ordered his men to make, he enabled us to leave that room and conducted us to his house. No sooner were the inhabitants informed of this act than they arose against us, besieged the governor's residence, pelted us with stones, and hurled in our face the foulest invectives. At the time we proposed to send Muhammad Hadi Farhadi to Qazvin in order to achieve the deliverance of Tahireh and conduct her to Tehran, Sheikh Abu Turab wrote us insisting that such an attempt was fraught with grave risks and might occasion an unprecedented tumult. We refused to be deflected from our purpose. That sheikh was a kind-hearted man, was simple and lowly in temper, and behaved with great dignity. He lacked courage and determination, however, and betrayed weakness on certain occasions. Burial of the 7 Martyrs. A word should now be added regarding the closing stages of the tragedy that witnessed to the heroism of the 7 Martyrs of Tehran. For 3 days and 3 nights, they remained abandoned in the Sabza Maidan, which adjoined the imperial palace, exposed to untold indignities which an unrelenting foe heaped upon them. Thousands of devout Shias gathered round their corpses, kicked them with their feet, and spat upon their faces. They were pelted, cursed, and mocked by the angry multitude. Heaps of refuse were flung upon their remains by the bystanders, and the foulest atrocities were perpetrated upon their bodies. No voice was raised in protest. No hand was stretched to stay the arm of the barbarous oppressor. Having allayed the tumult of their passion, they buried them outside the gate of the capital, in a place which lay beyond the limits of the public cemetery adjoining the moat, between the gates of Noor and of Shah Abdul Azim. They were all laid in the same grave, thus remaining united in body as they had been in spirit during the days of their earthly life. The news of their martyrdom came as an added blow to the Bab, who was already plunged in sorrow at the fate that had befallen the heroes of Tabarsi. In the detailed tablet he revealed in their honour, every word of which testified to the exalted position they occupied in his eyes. He referred to them as those very 7 goats spoken of in the traditions of Islam, who on the day of judgment shall walk in front of the promised Qa'im. They shall symbolize by their life the noblest spirit of heroism, and by their death shall manifest true acquiescence to his will. By preceding the Qa'im, the Bab explained, is meant that their martyrdom will precede that of the Qa'im himself, who is their shepherd. What the Bab had predicted came to be fulfilled, inasmuch as his own martyrdom occurred 4 months later in Tabriz. That memorable year witnessed, in addition to the martyrdom of the Bab and that of his 7 companions in Tehran, the momentous happenings of NAYRÍZ, which culminated in the death of Vahid. Towards the end of that same year, ZANJÁN likewise became the centre of a storm which raged with exceptional violence throughout the surrounding district, bringing in its wake the massacre of a vast number of the Bab's staunchest disciples. That year, rendered memorable by the magnificent heroism which those staunch supporters of his faith displayed, not to speak of the marvellous circumstances that attended his own martyrdom, must ever remain as one of the most glorious chapters ever recorded in that faith's blood-stained history. The entire face of the land was blackened by the atrocities in which a cruel and rapacious enemy freely and persistently indulged. From Khorasan on the eastern confines of Persia, as far west as Tabriz, the scene of the Bab's martyrdom, and from the northern cities of Zanjan and Tehran, stretching south as far as NAYRÍZ in the province of Fars, the whole country was enveloped in darkness, a darkness that heralded the dawning light of the revelation which the expected Hussein was soon to manifest, a revelation mightier and more glorious than that which the Bab himself had proclaimed. Chapter 22. The NAYRÍZ Upheaval. Journey of Vahid to Tehran and Yazd. In the early days of the siege of the fort of Tabarsi, Vahid was engaged in spreading the teachings of the cause in Borujerd as well as in the province of Kurdistan. He had resolved to win the majority of the inhabitants of those regions to the faith of the Bab, and had intended to proceed from thence to Fars and there continue his labours. As soon as he had learned of Mullah Hussein's departure for Mazandaran, he hastened to the capital and undertook the necessary preparations for his journey to the fort of Tabarsi. He was preparing to leave when Bahá'u'LLÁH arrived from Mazandaran and informed him of the impossibility of joining his brethren. He was greatly saddened at this news, and his only consolation in those days was to visit Bahá'u'LLÁH frequently and to obtain the benefit of his wise and priceless counsels. Celebration of the Feast of Nayruz in Yazd. Vahid eventually determined to proceed to Qazvin and to resume the work in which he had been engaged. From thence he left for Qom and Kashan, where he met his fellow disciples and was able to stimulate their enthusiasm and reinforce their efforts. He continued his journey to Esfahan, to Ardestan and Ardekan, and in each of these cities he proclaimed with zest and fearlessness the fundamental teachings of his master, and succeeded in winning over a considerable number of able supporters to the cause. He reached Yazd in time to celebrate the festivities of Nayruz with his brethren, who expressed their joy at his arrival and were greatly encouraged by his presence among them. Being a man of renowned influence, he possessed, in addition to his house in Yazd, where his wife and her 4 sons had settled, a home in Darab, which was the abode of his ancestors, and another one in NAYRÍZ, which was superbly furnished. Activities of the Nawab Razavi. He arrived at Yazd on the first day of the month of Jamadi'ul Awwal in the year 1266 AH, the 5th day of which, the anniversary of the Bab's declaration, coincided with the feast of Nayruz. The leading ulamas and notables of the city all came on that day to greet him and to offer their best wishes. Nawab Razavi, the meanest and most prominent among his adversaries, was present on that occasion and maliciously hinted at the extravagance and splendour of that reception. "The Shah's imperial banquet," he was heard to remark, "can scarcely hope to rival the sumptuous repast you have spread before us. I suspect that in addition to this national festival which today we are celebrating, you commemorate another one besides it." Vahid's bold and sarcastic retort provoked the laughter of those who were present. All applauded in view of the avarice and wickedness of the Nawab, the appropriateness of his remark. The Nawab, who had never encountered the ridicule of so large and distinguished a company, was stung by that answer. The smouldering fire which he nourished in his mind against his opponent now blazed forth with added intensity and impelled him to satisfy his thirst for revenge. Vahid seized the occasion to proclaim fearlessly and without reserve in that gathering the basic principles of his faith and to demonstrate their validity. The majority of those who heard him were but partially acquainted with the distinguishing features of the cause and were ignorant of its full import. Certain ones among them were irresistibly attracted and readily embraced it. The rest, unable to challenge its claims publicly, denounced it in their hearts and swore to extirpate it by every means in their power. His eloquence and fearless exposition of the truth inflamed their hostility and strengthened their determination to seek, without delay, the overthrow of his influence. That very day witnessed the combination of their forces against him, and marked the beginning of an episode that was destined to bring in its wake so much suffering and distress. Tumult and dispersal of the enemy. Declaration of Vahid to the people of Yazd. To destroy the life of Vahid became the paramount object of their activity. They spread the news that on the day of Nayruz, in the midst of the assembled dignitaries of the city, both civil and ecclesiastical, Sayyid Yahya Darabi had had the temerity to unveil the challenging features of the faith of the Bab, and had adduced, for the purpose of his argument, proofs and evidences gleaned both from the Qur'an and from the traditions of Islam. Though his listeners, they urged, ranked among the most illustrious of the mujtahids of the city, no one could be found in that assemblage to venture a protest against his vehement assertions of the claims of his creed. The silence kept by those who heard him has been responsible for the wave of enthusiasm which has swept over the city in his favour, and has brought no less than half of its inhabitants to his feet, while the remainder are being fast attracted. This report spread like wildfire throughout Yazd and the surrounding district. It kindled, on the one hand, the flame of bitter hatred, and on the other, was instrumental in adding considerable numbers to those who had already identified themselves with that faith. From Ardekan and Manshad, as well as from the more distant towns and villages, crowds of people, eager to hear of the new message, flocked to the house of Vahid. "What are we to do?" they asked him. "In what manner do you advise us to show forth the sincerity of our faith and the intensity of our devotion?" From morning till night, Vahid was absorbed in resolving their perplexities and in directing their steps in the path of service. For 40 days this feverish activity persisted on the part of his zealous supporters, both men and women. His house had become the rallying centre of an innumerable host of devotees who yearned to demonstrate worthily the spirit of the faith that had fired their souls. The commotion that ensued provided the Nawab Razavi with a fresh pretext for enlisting the support of the governor of the city, who was young and inexperienced in the affairs of state, in his efforts against his adversary. He soon fell a victim to the intrigues and machinations of that evil plotter, who succeeded in inducing him to dispatch a force of armed men to besiege the house of Vahid. While a regiment of the army was proceeding to that spot, a mob composed of the degraded elements of the city were at the instigation of the Nawab directing their steps towards that same place, determined by their threats and imprecations to intimidate its occupants. Though hemmed in by hostile forces on every side, Vahid continued, from the window of the upper floor of his house, to animate the zeal of his supporters and to clarify whatever remained obscure in their minds. At the sight of a whole regiment, reinforced by an infuriated mob preparing to attack them, they turned to Vahid in their distress and begged him to direct their steps. "This very sword that lies before me," was his answer, as he remained seated beside the window, "was given me by the Qa'im himself. God knows, had I been authorized by him to wage holy warfare against this people, I would alone and unaided have annihilated their forces. I am, however, commanded to refrain from such an act. This very steed," he added, as his eyes fell upon the horse which his servant Hassan had saddled and brought to the front of his house, "the late Mohammed Shah gave me, that with it I might undertake the mission with which he entrusted me, of conducting an impartial investigation into the nature of the faith proclaimed by the Sayyid Bab. He asked me to report personally to him the results of my inquiry, inasmuch as I was the only one among the ecclesiastical leaders of Tehran in whom he could repose implicit confidence. I undertook that mission with the firm resolution of confuting the arguments of that Sayyid, of inducing him to abandon his ideas and to acknowledge my leadership, and of conducting him with me to Tehran as a witness to the triumph I was to achieve. When I came into his presence, however, and heard his words, the opposite of that which I had imagined took place. In the course of my first audience with him, I was utterly abashed and confounded. By the end of the second, I felt as helpless and ignorant as a child. The third found me as lowly as the dust beneath his feet. He had indeed ceased to be the contemptible Sayyid I had previously imagined. To me, he was the manifestation of God himself, the living embodiment of the divine spirit. Ever since that day, I have yearned to lay down my life for his sake. I rejoice that the day I have longed to witness is fast approaching. Repulse of the forces near the fort of Nayrīz. Seeing the agitation that had seized his friends, he exhorted them to be calm and patient, and to rest assured that the omnipotent avenger would ere long inflict with his own invisible hand a crushing defeat upon the forces arrayed against his loved ones. No sooner had he uttered these words than the news arrived that a certain Mohammed Abdullah, whom no one suspected of being still alive, had suddenly emerged with a number of his comrades, who had likewise disappeared from sight, and raising the cry of "Ya Sahibuz Zaman," had flung themselves upon their assailants and dispersed their forces. He displayed such courage that the whole detachment, abandoning their arms, had sought refuge, together with the governor, in the fort of Nayrīz. That night, Mohammed Abdullah asked to be introduced into the presence of Vahid. He assured him of his faith in the cause, and acquainted him with the plans he had conceived of subjugating the enemy. "Although your intervention," Vahid replied, "has today averted from this house the danger of an unforeseen calamity, yet you must recognize that until now our contest with these people was limited to an argument centering around the revelation of the Sahibuz Zaman. The Nawab, however, will henceforth be induced to instigate the people against us, and will contend that I have arisen to establish my undisputed sovereignty over the entire province, and intend to extend it over the whole of Persia." Vahid advised him to leave the city immediately and commit him to the care and protection of the Almighty. "Not until our appointed time arrives," he assured him, "will the enemy be able to inflict upon us the slightest injury." Mohammed Abdullah, however, preferred to ignore the advice of Vahid. "It would be cowardly of me," he was heard to remark as he retired, "to abandon my friends to the mercy of an irate and murderous adversary. What then would be the difference between me and those who forsook the Sayyid Shuhada on the day of Ashura and left him companionless on the field of Karbila? A merciful God will, I trust, be indulgent towards me and will forgive my action." With these words, he directed his steps to the fort of Nayrīz and compelled the forces that had amassed in its vicinity to seek an inglorious refuge within the walls of the fort, and succeeded in keeping the governor confined along with those who were besieged. He himself kept watch, ready to intercept whatever reinforcements might seek to reach them. Proclamation of Vahid to the inhabitants of Yazd. Meanwhile, the Nawab had succeeded in raising a general upheaval in which the mass of the inhabitants took part. They were preparing to attack the house of Vahid when he summoned Sayyid Abdul Azim Khoyi, surnamed the Sayyid Khaldar, who had participated for a few days in the defense of the fort of Tabarsi, and whose dignity of bearing attracted widespread attention, and bade him mount his own steed and address publicly through the streets and bazaars an appeal on his behalf to the entire populace, and urge them to embrace the cause of the Sahib-ul-Zaman. "Let them know," he added, "that I disclaim any intention of waging holy warfare against them. Let them be warned, however, that if they persist in besieging my house and continue their attacks upon me, in utter defiance of my position and lineage, I shall be constrained, as a measure of self-defense, to resist and disperse their forces. If they choose to reject my counsel and yield to the whisperings of the crafty Nawab, I will order 7 of my companions to repulse their forces shamefully and to crush their hopes." The Sayyid Khaldar leapt upon the steed and, escorted by 4 of his chosen brethren, rode out through the market and pealed out in accents of compelling majesty the warning he had been commissioned to proclaim. Not content with the message with which he had been entrusted, he ventured to add, in his own inimitable manner, a few words by which he sought to heighten the effect which the proclamation had produced. "Beware," he thundered, "if you despise our plea. My lifted voice, I warn you, will prove sufficient to cause the very walls of your fort to tremble, and the strength of my arm will be capable of breaking down the resistance of its gates." His stentorian voice rang out like a trumpet and diffused consternation in the hearts of those who heard it. With one voice, the affrighted population declared their intention to lay down their swords and cease to molest Vahid, whose lineage, they said, they would henceforth recognize and respect. Constrained by the blank refusal of the people to fight against Vahid, the Nawab induced them to direct their attack against Muhammad Abdullah and his comrades, who were stationed in the neighborhood of the fort. The clash of these forces induced the governor to sally from his refuge and to instruct the besieged detachment to join hands with those who had been recruited by the Nawab. Muhammad Abdullah had begun to disperse the mob that had rushed forth from the city against him, when he was suddenly assailed by the fire which the troops opened upon him by order of the governor. A bullet struck his foot and threw him to the ground. A number of his supporters were also wounded. His brother hurriedly got him away to a place of safety, and from thence carried him, at his request, to the house of Vahid. Sortie ordered by Vahid. The enemy followed him to that house, fully determined to seize and slay him. The clamour of the people that had massed round his house compelled Vahid to order Mullah Muhammad Rezai Manshadi, one of the most enlightened ulamas of Manshad, who had discarded his turban and offered himself as his doorkeeper, to sally forth and with the aid of 6 companions, whom he would choose, to scatter their forces. "Let each one of you raise his voice," he commanded them, "and repeat 7 times the words Allahu Akbar, and on your 7th invocation spring forward at one and the same moment into the midst of your assailants." Mullah Muhammad Reza, whom Baha'u'lláh had named Razar Ruh, sprang to his feet and with his companions straightway proceeded to fulfill the instructions he had received. Those who accompanied him, though frail of form and inexperienced in the art of swordsmanship, were fired with a faith that made them the terror of their adversaries. 7 of the most redoubtable among the enemy perished that day, which was the 27th of the month of Jamadi Sani. "No sooner had we routed the enemy," Mullah Muhammad Reza related, "and returned to the house of Vahid, than we found Muhammad Abdullah lying wounded before us. He was carried to our leader and partook of the food with which the latter had been served. Afterwards he was borne to a hiding place, where he remained concealed until he recovered from his wound. Eventually, he was seized and slain by the enemy." Departure of Vahid's wife for her father's home. That very night, Vahid bade his companions disperse and exercise the utmost vigilance to secure their safety. He advised his wife to remove, with her children and all their belongings, to the home of her father, and to leave behind whatever was his personal property. "This palatial residence," he informed her, "I have built with the sole intention that it should be eventually demolished in the path of the cause, and the stately furnishings with which I have adorned it have been purchased in the hope that one day I shall be able to sacrifice them for the sake of my beloved. Then will friend and foe alike realize that he who owned this house was endowed with so great and priceless a heritage that an earthly mansion, however sumptuously adorned and magnificently equipped, had no worth in his eyes, that it had sunk, in his estimation, to the state of a heap of bones, to which only the dogs of the earth could feel attracted. Would that such compelling evidence of the spirit of renunciation were able to open the eyes of this perverse people, and to stir in them the desire to follow in the steps of him who showed that spirit." Vahid's instructions to his servant Hassan. In the mid-watches of that same night, Vahid arose, and collecting the writings of the Bab that were in his possession, as well as the copies of all the treatises that he himself had composed, entrusted them to his servant Hassan, and ordered him to convey them to a place outside the gate of the city, where the road branches off to NAYRÍZ. He bade him await his arrival, and warned him that were he to disregard his instructions, he would never again be able to meet him. No sooner had Hassan mounted his horse and prepared to leave, than the cries of the sentinels who kept watch at the entrance of the fort reached his ears. Fearing lest they should capture him and seize the precious manuscripts in his possession, he decided to follow a different route from the one which his master had instructed him to take. As he was passing behind the fort, the sentinels recognized him, shot his horse, and captured him. Vahid's departure for NAYRÍZ. Meanwhile, Vahid was preparing to depart from Yazd. Leaving his 2 sons, Sayyid Ismail and Sayyid Ali Muhammad, in the care of their mother, he left, accompanied by his 2 other sons, Sayyid Ahmad and Sayyid Mehdi, together with two of his companions who were both residents of Yazd and had asked permission to accompany him on his journey. The first, who was named Gholam Reza, was a man of exceptional courage, while the latter, Gholam Rezai Kuchek, had distinguished himself in the art of marksmanship. He chose the same route that he had advised his servant to take, and arriving safely at that spot, was surprised to find that Hassan was missing. Vahid knew immediately that he had disregarded his directions and had been captured by the enemy. He deplored his fate and was reminded of the action of Muhammad Abdullah, who had similarly acted against his will and had in consequence suffered injury. They were subsequently informed that on the morning of that same day Hassan was blown from the mouth of a cannon, and that a certain Mirza Hassan, who had been the imam of one of the quarters of Yazd, and who was a man of renowned piety, had an hour later also been captured and subjected to the same fate as his comrade. The departure of Vahid from Yazd roused the enemy to fresh exertions. They rushed to his house, plundered his possessions, and demolished it completely. He himself was meanwhile directing his steps towards NAYRÍZ. Though unaccustomed to walking, he covered that night 7 farsangs on foot, while his sons were carried part of the way by his 2 companions. In the course of the ensuing day, he concealed himself within the recesses of a neighbouring mountain. As soon as his brother, who resided in that vicinity and entertained a deep affection for him, was informed of his arrival, he secretly dispatched to him whatever provisions he required. That same day, a body of the governor's mounted attendants, who had set out in pursuit of Vahid, arrived at that village, searched the house of his brother, where they suspected that he was concealed, and appropriated a large amount of his property. Unable to find him, they retraced their steps to Yazd. Vahid, in the meantime, made his way through the mountains until he reached the district of Bahá'U'LLÁH'S. Most of its inhabitants, who were numbered among his fervent admirers, readily embraced the cause, among whom was the well-known Haji Sayyid Ismail, the Shaykhul Islam of Bahá'u'LLÁH. A considerable number of these people accompanied him as far as the village of Fasar, where the inhabitants refused to respond to the message which he invited them to follow. All along his route, wherever he tarried, Vahid's first thought, as soon as he had dismounted, was to seek the neighbouring masjid, where he would summon the people to hear him announce the tidings of the new day. Utterly oblivious of the fatigues of his journey, he would promptly ascend the pulpit and fearlessly proclaim to his congregation the character of the faith he had risen to champion. He would spend only one night in that place, if he had succeeded in winning to the cause souls upon whom he could rely to propagate it after his departure. Otherwise, he would straightway resume his march and refuse further to associate with them. "Through whichever village I pass," he often remarked, "and fail to inhale from its inhabitants the fragrance of belief, its food and its drink are both distasteful to me." Arriving at the village of Rouniz, in the district of Fasar, Vahid decided to tarry for a few days. Those hearts which he found receptive to his call, he strove to attract and to inflame with the fire of God's love. As soon as the news of his arrival reached NAYRÍZ, the entire population of the Chenarsukhte quarter hastened out to meet him. People from other quarters likewise, impelled by their love and admiration for him, decided to join them. Fearing lest Zainul Abidin Khan, the governor of Nayrīz, should object to their visit, the majority of them set out at night. From the quarter of Chenar-Sukhte alone, more than 100 students, preceded by their leader Haji Sheikh Abdul Ali, the father-in-law of Vahid and a judge of recognized standing throughout that district, were moved to join a number of the most distinguished among the notables of Nayrīz in greeting the expected visitor ere his arrival at their town. Among these figured Mullah Abdul Hussein, a venerable man of 80 who was highly esteemed for his piety and learning; Mullah Baqir, who was the imam of the Chenar-Sukhte quarter; Mirza Hossein Qutb, the Kadkhuda of the Bazar quarter with all his relatives; Mirza Abul Qasim, a relative of the governor; Haji Muhammad Taqi, who has been mentioned by Baha'u'lláh in the Surah Ayyub, together with his son-in-law; Mirza Noura and Mirza Ali Reza, both of the Sadat quarter. All of these, some by day and others by night, went as far as the village of Runiz in order to extend their welcome to the visitor and to assure him of their unalterable devotion. Although the Bab had revealed a general tablet addressed specially to those who had newly embraced his cause in Nayrīz, yet its recipients remained ignorant of its significance and fundamental principles. It was given to Vahid to enlighten them regarding its true purpose and set forth its distinguishing features. No sooner had Zainul Abidin Khan been made aware of the considerable exodus that had taken place for the purpose of welcoming the arrival of Vahid, than he dispatched a special messenger to overtake and inform those who had already departed of his determination to take the life, capture the wives, and confiscate the property of everyone who persisted in giving allegiance to him. Not one of those who departed heeded the warning, but rather did they cling still more passionately to their leader. Their unyielding determination and disdainful neglect of his messenger filled the governor with dismay. Fearful lest these should arise against him, he decided to transfer his residence to the village of Kotre, where his original home had been, and which lay at a distance of 8 farsangs from Nayrīz. He chose that village because in its vicinity there stood a massive fortress which he could utilize as a place of refuge in case of danger. He was, moreover, assured that its inhabitants were trained in the art of marksmanship and could be relied upon whenever summoned to defend him. Vahid's appeal to the people of Nayrīz. Vahid had meanwhile left Runiz for the shrine of Pir Murad, which was situated outside the village of Estabanat. Despite the interdiction pronounced by the ulamas of that village against his admittance, no less than 20 of its inhabitants went out to welcome him and accompanied him as far as Nayrīz. When they arrived, in the forenoon of the 15th of Rajab, the first thing Vahid did as soon as he reached his native quarter of Chenar-Sukhte, even before going to his own house, was enter the masjid and summon the congregation that had gathered to acknowledge and embrace the message of the Bab. Impatient to face the multitude that awaited him, still wearing his dust-laden garments, he ascended the pulpit and spoke with such convincing eloquence that the whole audience was electrified by his appeal. No less than 1,000 persons, all natives of the Chenar-Sukhte quarter, and 500 others from other sections of Nayrīz, all of whom had thronged the building, spontaneously responded. "We have heard and we obey," cried with unrestrained enthusiasm the jubilant multitude, as they came forward to assure him of their homage and gratitude. The spell which that impassioned address threw over the hearts of those who heard it was such as NAYRÍZ had never before experienced. "My sole purpose," Vahid went on, explaining to his audience, as soon as the first flush of excitement had subsided, "in coming to NAYRÍZ is to proclaim the cause of God. I thank and glorify him for having enabled me to touch your hearts with his message. No need for me to tarry any longer in your midst, for if I prolong my stay, I fear that the governor will ill-treat you because of me. He may seek reinforcement from Shiraz, and destroy your homes, and subject you to untold indignities." "We are ready and resigned to the will of God," answered with one voice the congregation. "God grant us his grace to withstand the calamities that may yet befall us. We cannot, however, reconcile ourselves to so abrupt and hasty a separation from you." No sooner had these words escaped their lips than men and women joined hands in conducting Vahid triumphantly to his home. Wild with excitement and exultant with joy, they pressed round him, and with cheers and acclamations escorted him to the very entrance of his house. The few days Vahid consented to tarry in NAYRÍZ were spent mostly in the masjid, where he continued with his customary eloquence and without the least reservation to propound the fundamental teachings which he had received from his master. Every day witnessed an increase in the number of his audience, and from every side evidences of his marvelous influence became more and more manifest. The fascination which he exerted over the people could not fail to fan to fury the dormant hostility of Zainul Abidin Khan. He was roused to new exertions and gave orders that an army be raised for the avowed purpose of eradicating a cause which he felt was fast undermining his own position. He soon succeeded in recruiting about 1,000 men, consisting of both cavalry and infantry, all of whom were well trained in the art of warfare and were equipped with an ample store of munitions. His plan was, by a sudden onset, to make him a prisoner. First sortie from the fort of Kharjeh. Vahid, as soon as he was informed of the designs of the governor, ordered those 20 companions who had left Estabanat to welcome him, and who had accompanied him as far as NAYRÍZ, to occupy the fort of Kharjeh, which was situated in the vicinity of Chenar-Sukhte quarter. He appointed Sheikh Hadi, son of Sheikh Mohsen, as the leader of the band, and urged his followers who resided in that quarter to fortify the gates, the turrets, and the walls of that stronghold. The governor had meanwhile transferred his seat to his own house in the Bazaar quarter. The force he had raised accompanied him and occupied the fort situated in its vicinity. Its towers and walls, which he began to reinforce, overlooked the whole town. Having compelled Sayyid Abu Talib, the Kadkhuda of that quarter, and one of the companions of Vahid, to evacuate his house, he fortified its roof, and stationing upon it a number of his men under the command of Muhammad Ali Khan, he gave orders to open fire upon his adversary. The first to suffer was that same Mullah Abdul Hussein, who, despite his advanced age, had walked out to welcome Vahid. He was offering his prayer on the roof of his house when a bullet struck his right foot, causing him to bleed profusely. That cruel blow evoked the sympathy of Vahid, who hastened in a written message to the sufferer to express his grief at the injury he had sustained, and to cheer him with the thought that he, at this advanced stage of his life, was the first to be chosen to fall a victim in the path of the cause. The suddenness of the attack, dismayed a number of the companions who had hastily embraced the message and had failed to appreciate its full meaning. Their faith was so severely shaken that a few were induced in the dead of night to separate themselves from their companions and join forces with the enemy. Vahid had no sooner been informed of their action than he arose at the hour of dawn, and mounting his steed and accompanied by a number of his supporters, rode out to the fort of Kharjeh, where he fixed his residence. His arrival was the signal for a fresh attack upon him. Zainul Abidin Khan immediately dispatched his elder brother Ali Asghar Khan, together with 1,000 men, all armed and well trained, to lay siege to that fort, in which 72 companions had already taken shelter. At the hour of sunrise, a certain number of them, acting in accordance with the instructions of Vahid, sallied forth and with extraordinary rapidity forced the besiegers to disperse. No more than 3 of the companions met their death in the course of that encounter. The first was Tajuddin, a man renowned for his fearlessness, whose business was the manufacture of the woolen kola. The second was Zaynil, son of Eskandar, who was an agriculturalist by profession. The third was Mirza Abul Qasim, who was a man of distinguished merit. This complete and sudden rout aroused the apprehensions of Prince Firuz Mirza, the Nusrat-ul-Dawleh, governor of Shiraz, who gave orders for the prompt extermination of the occupants of the fort. Zainul Abidin Khan dispatched one of the prince's attendants to Vahid, urging him, in view of the strained relations between them, to depart from Nayríz, in the hope that the mischief that had been kindled might soon be extinguished. "Tell him," replied Vahid, "that my 2 children, together with their 2 attendants, are all the company I have with me. If my presence in this town will cause mischief, I am willing to depart. Why is it that instead of according us the welcome which befits a descendant of the Prophet, he has deprived us of water and has incited his men to besiege and attack us? If he persists in denying us the necessities of life, I warn him that 7 of my companions, whom he regards as the most contemptible among men, will inflict upon his combined forces a humiliating defeat." Second sortie from the fort of Kharjeh. Finding that Zainul Abidin Khan ignored his warning, Vahid ordered his companions to emerge from the fort and punish their assailants. With admirable courage and confidence, they succeeded, though extremely young in years and utterly inexperienced in the use of arms, in demoralizing a trained and organized army. Ali Asghar Khan himself perished, and 2 of his sons were captured. Zainul Abidin Khan disgracefully retreated, with what still remained of his scattered forces, to the village of Kotre, acquainted the prince with the gravity of the situation, and begged him to send immediate reinforcements, stressing in particular the need for heavy artillery and a large detachment of both infantry and cavalry. Division of labour in the fort. Vahid, on his part, finding that the enemy was bent on their extermination, gave orders that the defences of the fort be strengthened, that a water cistern be constructed within its enclosure, and that the tents they had carried away be pitched outside its gates. That day, certain of his companions had assigned to them special functions and duties. Karbelai Mirza Muhammad was made the gatekeeper of the fort. Sheikh Yusuf, the custodian of the funds. Karbelai Muhammad, son of Shamsuddin, the superintendent of the gardens adjoining the fort and its barricades. Mirza Ahmad, the uncle of Ali Sardar, was appointed the officer in charge of the tower of the mill known by the name of Chenar, situated in the vicinity of the fort. Sheikhaye Shivekash to be the executioner. Mirza Muhammad Ja'far, cousin of Zainul Abidin Khan, the chronicler. Mirza Fazlullah as the reader of these records. Mashhadi Taqi Baqqal to be the jailer. Muhammad Taqi, the registrar, and Ghulam Rezaye Yazdi to be the captain of the forces. In addition to the 72 companions who were with him within the fort and had accompanied him from Estarbanot to Nayríz, Vahid was induced at the insistence of Sayyid Ja'far Yazdi, a well-known divine, and Sheikh Abdul Ali, Vahid's father-in-law, to admit to the fort a number of the residents of the Bazar quarter, together with several of his own kindred. Zainul Abidin Khan again renewed his appeal to the prince, and enclosed this time with his petition, which pleaded for urgent and adequate reinforcements, the sum of 5,000 tumans as his personal gift to him. He entrusted his letter to one of his intimate friends, Mullah Baqir, allowed him to mount his own steed, and instructed him to deliver it in person to the prince. He chose him for his intrepidity, his fluency of speech and tactfulness. Mullah Baqir took an unfrequented route, and after a day's journey reached a place called Hodashtak, in the neighbourhood of which was a fort, around which tribes who roved the country sometimes pitched their tents. Interception of Zainul Abidin Khan's message. Mullah Baqir dismounted near one of these tents, and whilst he was talking with its occupants, Haji Sayyid Ismail, the Shaykhul Islam of Bavanat, arrived. He had obtained leave from Vahid to proceed to his native village on some urgent affair and to return immediately to Nayríz. After his lunch, he saw that a richly caparisoned horse was tethered to the ropes of one of the neighbouring tents. Being informed that it belonged to one of the friends of Zainul Abidin Khan, who had arrived from Nayríz and was on his way to Shiraz, Haji Sayyid Ismail, who was a man of exceptional courage, immediately went to that tent, mounted the horse, and unsheathing his sword, sternly spoke these words to the owner of the tent with whom Mullah Baqir was still conversing. "Arrest this scoundrel who has fled from before the face of the Sahib-uz-Zaman. Tie his hands and deliver him to me." Affrighted by the words and manner of Haji Mullah Ismail, the occupants of the tent immediately obeyed. They bound his hands and delivered the rope with which they had tied him to Haji Sayyid Ismail, who spurred on his charger in the direction of Nayríz and compelled his captive to follow him. At a distance of 2 farsangs from that town, he reached the village of Rastaq and delivered his captive into the hands of its Kad Khuda, whose name was Haji Akbar, urging that he be conducted into the presence of Vahid. When brought before him, the latter inquired as to the purpose of his journey to Shiraz, to which he gave a frank and detailed reply. Though Vahid was willing to forgive him, yet Mullah Baqir, by reason of his attitude towards him, was eventually put to death at the hands of the companions. Renewed appeal to Prince Firuz Mirza. Zainul Abidin Khan, far from relaxing in his determination to solicit the aid he needed from Shiraz, appealed this time with increased vehemence to the prince, begging him to redouble his efforts for the extermination of what he regarded as the gravest menace to the security of his province. Not content with his earnest entreaty, He dispatched to Shiraz a number of his trusted men, whom he loaded with presents for the prince, hoping thereby to induce him to act with promptness. In a further effort to ensure the success of his endeavours, he addressed several appeals to the leading ulamas and sayyids of Shiraz, wherein he glaringly misrepresented the aims of Wahid, expatiated upon his subversive activities, and urged them to intercede with the prince and entreat him to expedite the dispatch of reinforcements. The prince readily granted their request. He instructed Abdullah Khan, the Shuja'ul Mulk, to set out at once for Nayrīz, accompanied by the Hamadani and the Silah Khordi regiments, headed by several officers and provided with an adequate force of artillery. He moreover instructed his representative in Nayrīz to recruit all the able-bodied men from the surrounding district, including the villages of Estahbanat, Iraj, Panj-Ma'aden, Qotre, Boshne, Dehcha, Mushkan, and Rastak. To these he added the members of the tribe known by the name of Vizbaklariye, whom he commanded to join the army of Zainul Abidin Khan. An innumerable host suddenly surrounded the fort in which Wahid and his companions were besieged, and began to dig trenches around it and to set up barricades along those trenches. No sooner was the work accomplished than they opened fire on them. A bullet struck the horse on which one of Wahid's attendants was riding as he was keeping watch at the gate. Another bullet followed immediately upon the first and penetrated the turret above that gate. In the course of that bombardment, one of the companions, aiming with his rifle at the officer in charge of the artillery, shot him dead instantly, as a result of which the roar of the guns was immediately silenced. The assailants, meanwhile, retreated and hid themselves within their trenches. That night, neither the besieged nor those who attacked them ventured to sally forth from their places of shelter. Third sortie from the fort of Kharjeh. The second night, however, Wahid summoned Ghulam Rezai Yazdi and instructed him, together with 14 of his companions, to sally forth from the fort and drive off the enemy. Those who were called upon to perform that task were for the most part men of advanced age, whom no one would have thought capable of bearing the brunt of so fierce a struggle. Among them was a shoemaker, who, though more than 90 years of age, showed such enthusiasm and vigour as no youth could hope to exceed. The rest of the 14 were mere lads, as yet wholly unprepared to face the perils and endure the strain which such a sally entailed. Age, however, to those heroes whom a dauntless will and an immovable confidence in the high destiny of their cause had wholly transformed, mattered but little. They were instructed by their leader to divide immediately after they left the cover of the fort, and raising simultaneously the cry of Allahu Akbar, to spring into the midst of the enemy. No sooner had the signal been given than they arose and, hurrying to their steeds and rifles, marched out of the gate of the fort. Undaunted by the fire which spouted from the mouths of the cannons, and by the bullets which rained upon their heads, they plunged headlong into the midst of their adversaries. This sudden encounter lasted for no less than 8 hours, during which that fearless band was able to demonstrate such skill and bravery as amazed the veterans in the ranks of the enemy. From the town of Nayrīz, as well as from its surrounding fortifications, reinforcements rushed to the aid of the small company that had withstood so valiantly the combined forces of a whole army. As the scope of the struggle extended, the voices of the women of NAYRÍZ, who had rushed to the roofs of their houses to acclaim the heroism which was being so strikingly displayed, were raised from every side. Their exulting cheers swelled the roar of the guns, which acquired added intensity by the shout of Allahu Akbar, which the companions, in a frenzy of excitement, raised amidst that tumult. The uproar caused by their womenfolk, their amazing audacity and self-confidence, utterly demoralized their opponents and paralyzed their efforts. The camp of the enemy was desolate and forsaken, and offered a sad spectacle as the victors retraced their steps to the fort. They carried with them, in addition to those who were grievously wounded, no less than 60 dead, among whom were the following. Names of martyrs. 1. Ghulam Rezai Yazdi, not to be confounded with the captain of the forces who bore the same name. 2. Brother of Ghulam Rezai Yazdi. 3. Ali, son of Khairullah. 4. Khwaja Hussein Qannad, son of Khwaja Ghani. 5. Asghar, son of Mullah Mehdi. 6. Karbilai Abdul Karim. 7. Hussein, son of Mashhadi Muhammad. 8. Zainul Abidin, son of Mashhadi Baqir Sabbaq. 9. Mullah Ja'far Muzahib. 10. Abdullah, son of Mullah Musa. 11. Muhammad, son of Mashhadi Rajab Haddad. 12. Karbilai Hassan, son of Karbilai Shamsuddin Maliki Duz. 13. Karbilai Mirza Muhammad Zari. 14. Karbilai Baqir Kafshduz. 15. Mirza Ahmad, son of Mirza Hussein Kashi Saz. 16. Mullah Hassan, son of Mullah Abdullah. 17. Mashhadi Haji Muhammad. 18. Abu Talib, son of Mir Ahmad Nukhud Beriz. 19. Akbar, son of Muhammad Ashur. 20. Taqiyya Yazdi. 21. Mullah Ali, son of Mullah Ja'far. 22. Karbilai Mirza Hussein. 23. Hussein Khan, son of Sharif. 24. Karbilai Qurban. 25. Khwaja Kazim, son of Khwaja Ali. 26. Agha, son of Haji Ali. 27. Mirza Noura, son of Mirza Mu'ina. So complete a failure convinced Zainul Abidin Khan and his staff of the futility of their efforts to compel in an open contest the submission of their adversaries. As was the case with the army of Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza, who had miserably failed to subdue his opponents fairly in the field, treachery and fraud proved eventually the sole weapons with which a cowardly people could conquer an invincible enemy. By the devices to which Zainul Abidin Khan and his staff eventually resorted, they betrayed their powerlessness, despite the vast resources at their disposal and the moral support which the governor of Fars and the inhabitants of the whole province had extended to them, to vanquish what to outward appearance seemed but a handful of untrained and contemptible people. In their hearts they were convinced that behind the walls of that fort were clustered a band of volunteers which no force at their command could face and defeat. Oath taken by enemy to conclude peace. By raising the cry of peace, they sought through such base cunning to beguile those pure and noble hearts. For a few days they suspended all manner of hostility, after which they addressed a solemn and written appeal to the besieged, which in substance ran as follows. Hitherto, as we were ignorant of the true character of your faith, we have allowed the mischief-makers to induce us to believe that every one of you has violated the secret precepts of Islam. Therefore did we arise against you, and have endeavoured to extirpate your faith. During the last few days, we have been made aware of the fact that your activities are untinged by any political motive, that none of you cherish any inclination to subvert the foundations of the state. We also have been convinced of the fact that your teachings do not involve any grave departure from the fundamental teachings of Islam. All that you seem to uphold is the claim that a man has appeared whose words are inspired and whose testimony is certain, and whom all the followers of Islam must recognize and support. We can in no wise be convinced of the validity of this claim unless you consent to repose the utmost confidence in our sincerity and accept our request to allow certain of your representatives to emerge from the fort and to meet us in this camp, where we can, within the space of a few days, ascertain the character of your belief. If you prove yourselves able to demonstrate the true claims of your faith, we too will readily embrace it, for we are not the enemies of truth, and none of us wish to deny it. Your leader we have always recognized as one of the ablest champions of Islam, and we regard him as our example and guide. This Quran to which we affix our seals is the witness to the integrity of our purpose. Let that holy book decide whether the claim you advance is true or false. The malediction of God and his Prophet rest upon us if we should attempt to deceive you. Your acceptance of our invitation will save a whole army from destruction, whilst your refusal will leave them in suspense and doubt. We pledge our word that as soon as we are convinced of the truth of your message, we shall strive to display the same zeal and devotion you already have so strikingly manifested. Your friends will be our friends, and your enemies our enemies. Whatever your leader may choose to command, the same we pledge ourselves to obey. On the other hand, if we fail to be convinced of the truth of your claim, we solemnly promise that we shall in no wise interfere with your safe return to the fort, and shall be willing to resume our contest against you. We entreat you to refuse to shed more blood before attempting to establish the truth of your cause. Fahid's response to the enemy's invitation. Fahid received the Quran with great reverence and kissed it devoutly. Our appointed hour has struck, he remarked. Our acceptance of their invitation will surely make them feel the baseness of their treachery. Though I am well aware of their designs, he added, as he turned to his companions, I feel it my duty to accept their call and take the opportunity to attempt once again to unfold the verities of my beloved faith. He bade them continue to discharge their duties and place no reliance whatever on what their adversaries might profess to believe. He moreover ordered them to suspend all manner of hostilities until further notice from him. With these words, he bade farewell to his companions, and accompanied by 5 attendants, among whom were Mullah Ali Mozahib and the treacherous XXIII Abed set out for the camp of the enemy. Zainul Abidin Khan, accompanied by Shuja'ul Mulk and all the members of his staff, came out to welcome him. They ceremoniously received him, conducted him to a tent that had been specially pitched for his reception, and introduced him to the rest of the officers. He seated himself upon a chair, while the rest of the company, with the exception of Zainul Abidin Khan, Shuja'ul Mulk, and another officer, whom he motioned to be seated, all stood before him. The words in which he addressed them were such that even a stone-hearted man could not fail to feel their power. Baha'u'lláh, in the Surah Sabr, has immortalized that noble appeal and revealed the full measure of its significance. I am come to you, Bahí declared, armed with the testimony with which my Lord has entrusted me. Am I not a descendant of the Prophet of God? Wherefore should you have risen to slay me? For what reason have you pronounced my death sentence and refused to recognize the undoubted rights with which my lineage has invested me? The majesty of his bearing, combined with his penetrating eloquence, confounded his hearers. For 3 days and 3 nights they lavishly entertained him and treated him with marked respect. In their congregational prayer, they invariably followed his lead and attentively listened to his discourse. Though outwardly they seemed to be bowing to his will, yet they were secretly plotting against his life and were conspiring to exterminate the remnant of his companions. They knew full well that were they to inflict upon him the least injury while his companions remained entrenched behind the walls of their fort, they would be exposing themselves to a peril still greater than the one they had already been compelled to face. They trembled at the fury and vengeance of their women no less than at the bravery and skill of their men. They realized that all the resources of the army had been powerless to subdue a handful of immature lads and decrepit old men. Nothing short of a bold and well-conceived stratagem could ensure their ultimate victory. The fear that filled their hearts was to a great extent inspired by the words of Zainul Abidin Khan, who with unrelaxing determination sought to maintain undiminished the hatred with which he had inflamed their souls. Bahí's repeated exhortations had aroused his apprehensions, lest he should succeed by the magic of his words in inducing them to transfer their allegiance to so eloquent an opponent. Bahí's message to his companions and treachery of XXIII Abed. Zainul Abidin Khan and his friends at last decided to request Bahí to address in his own handwriting a message to his companions who were still within the fort, to inform them that an amicable settlement of their differences had been effected, and to urge them either to join him at the headquarters of the army or to return to their homes. Though reluctant to give his assent to such a request, Bahí was eventually forced to submit. In addition to this message, he confidentially informed his companions in a second letter of the evil designs of the enemy and warned them not to allow themselves to be deceived. He entrusted both letters to XXIII Abed, instructing him to destroy the former and deliver the latter to his companions. He charged him, moreover, to urge them to choose the ablest among their number and to sally forth in the dead of night and scatter the forces of the enemy. No sooner had XXIII Abed received these instructions Then he treacherously communicated them to Zainul Abidin Khan. The latter immediately sought to induce him to urge the occupants of the fort, in the name of their leader, to disperse, promising that he would in return abundantly reward him. The disloyal messenger delivered the first letter to Wahid's companions and informed them that their leader had succeeded in winning over to his faith the entire army, and that in view of this conversion he had advised them to leave for their homes. Though extremely bewildered by such a message, the companions felt unable to disregard the wishes Wahid had so clearly expressed. They reluctantly dispersed, leaving all the fortifications unguarded. Obedient to the commands written by their leader, several of them discarded their arms and directed their steps towards NAYRÍZ. Capture of the companions. Zainul Abidin Khan, anticipating the immediate evacuation of the fort, dispatched a detachment of his forces to intercept their entry into the town. They were soon encompassed by a multitude of armed men who were being continually reinforced from the army's headquarters. Finding themselves thus unexpectedly hemmed in, they determined by every means in their power to repulse the attack and gain the Masjid-e-Jami as swiftly as possible. By the aid of swords and rifles, which some of them were carrying, others with sticks and stones only, they sought to force their way to the town. The cry of Allahu Akbar rose again, fiercer and more compelling than ever. A few among them suffered martyrdom as they forced their way through the ranks of their treacherous assailants. The rest, though wounded and harassed by fresh reinforcements which had beset them from every side, eventually succeeded in gaining the shelter of the masjid. Meanwhile, the notorious Mullah Hassan, the son of Mullah Muhammad Ali, an officer in the army of Zainul Abidin Khan, succeeded, together with his men, in outdistancing his opponents, and, concealing himself in one of the minarets of that masjid, lay in wait for the fugitives. No sooner had the scattered band approached the masjid than he opened fire upon them. A certain Mullah Hussein recognized him and, raising the cry of Allahu Akbar, scaled the minaret, aimed his rifle at that cowardly officer, and hurled him to the ground. His friends carried him away to a place where he was enabled to recover from his wound. The companions, unable any longer to obtain shelter in the masjid, were compelled to hide in whatever place of safety they could find, until such time as they might ascertain the fate of their leader. Their first thought after their betrayal was to seek his presence and follow whatever instructions he might wish to give them. They were, however, unable to discover what had befallen him, and trembled at the thought that he might have been put to death. Martyrdom of Wahid. Meanwhile, Zainul Abidin Khan and his staff, emboldened by the dispersal of the companions, were strenuously exerting themselves to discover means whereby they could evade the obligations of their solemn oath and proceed unhindered to slay their chief opponent. They endeavoured, by some specious device, to set aside their sacred promises and to hasten the fulfilment of a long-cherished desire. In the midst of their deliberations, Abbas Quli Khan, a man notorious for his ruthlessness and cruelty, assured his comrades that if the thought of having taken that oath perplexed them, he himself had in no wise participated in that declaration and was ready to execute what they felt unable to perform. "I can arrest at any time," he burst forth in a fit of indignation, "and put to death whomever I deem guilty of having violated the laws of the land." He immediately afterwards called upon all those whose kinsmen had perished, to execute the sentence of death pronounced against Vahid. The first to present himself was Mullah Reza, whose brother Mullah Baqir had been captured by the Shaykh-ul-Islam of Bavanat. The next was a man named Zafar, whose brother Sha'ban had perished. The third was Agha Khan, whose father Ali Asghar Khan, elder brother of Zainul Abidin Khan, had suffered the same fate. In their eagerness to carry out the suggestion of Abbas Quli Khan, these men snatched the turban from the head of Vahid, wound it around his neck, and binding him to a horse, dragged him ignominiously through the streets. The indignities that were heaped upon him reminded those who witnessed that awful spectacle of the tragic end of the Imam Hussein, whose body was abandoned to the mercy of an infuriated enemy and upon which a multitude of horsemen pitilessly trampled. The women of NAYRÍZ, stirred to the highest pitch of excitement by the shouts of triumph which a murderous enemy was raising, pressed from every side around the corpse, and to the accompaniment of drums and cymbals gave free vent to their feelings of unrestrained fanaticism. They danced merrily around it, scornful of the words which Vahid in the midst of his agony had spoken, words which the Imam Hussein in a former age and in similar circumstances had uttered. Thou knowest, O my beloved, that I have abandoned the world for thy sake, and have placed my trust in thee alone. I am impatient to hasten to thee, for the beauty of thy countenance has been unveiled to my eyes. Thou dost witness the evil designs which my wicked persecutor has cherished against me. Nay, never will I submit to his wishes, or pledge my allegiance to him. Fate of Vahid's companions. Thus was brought to an end a noble and heroic life. Such an eventful and brilliant career, distinguished by such vast learning, such dauntless courage, and so rare a spirit of self-sacrifice, surely required for crown a death as glorious as that which completed his martyrdom. The extinction of that life was the signal for a fierce onslaught on the lives and property of those who had identified themselves with his faith. No less than 5,000 men were commissioned for that villainous task. The men were seized, chained, ill-treated, and eventually slaughtered. The women and children were captured and subjected to brutalities which no pen dare describe. Their property was confiscated, and their houses were destroyed. The fort of Kharjeh was burned to the ground. The majority of the men were first conducted in chains to Shiraz, and there for the most part suffered a cruel death. Those whom Zainul Abidin Khan, for purposes of personal benefit, had plunged into dark and subterranean dungeons, were, as soon as his object had been achieved, delivered into the hands of his myrmidons, who perpetrated upon them acts of unspeakable cruelty. They were paraded at first through the streets of NAYRÍZ, after which they were subjected to atrocious treatment, in the hope of extracting from them whatever material advantage their persecutors had hitherto been unable to obtain. These having satisfied their greed, each victim was made to suffer an agonizing death. Every instrument of torture their executioners could devise was utilized to quench their thirst for revenge. They were branded, their nails were pulled out, their bodies were lashed. An incision was made in the nose through which a string was driven. Nails were hammered into their hands and feet, and in that piteous state each of them was dragged through the streets, an object of contempt and derision to all the people. Among them was a certain Sayyid Jafar Yazdi, who in former days had exercised immense influence and had been greatly honoured by the people. So great was the respect they owed him that Zainul Abidin Khan gave him precedence over himself and treated him with extreme deference and courtesy. He gave orders that the turban of that same man be befouled and flung into the fire. Shorn of the emblem of his lineage, he was exposed to the eyes of the public, who marched before him and overwhelmed him with abuse and ridicule. Another victim of their tyranny was Haji Muhammad Taqi, who had enjoyed in days past such a reputation for honesty and justice that his opinion was invariably regarded by the judges of the court as the determining word in their judgment. So great and esteemed a man was in the depth of winter stripped of his clothes, thrown into a pond and lashed severely. Sayyid Jafar and Sheikh Abdul Ali, who was Wahid's father-in-law and the leading divine of NAYRÍZ, as well as a judge of great reputation, together with Sayyid Hussein, one of the notables of the town, were doomed to suffer the same fate. While they were exposed to the cold, the scum of the people was hired to heap upon their shivering bodies abominable cruelties. Many a poor man who hastened to obtain the reward promised for this vile deed revolted when informed of the nature of the task he was called upon to perform, and rejecting the money, turned away with loathing and contempt. The day of Wahid's martyrdom was the 18th of the month of Shaban in the year 1266 AH. 10 days later, the Bab was shot in Tabriz. Chapter 23. Martyrdom of the Bab. Motives of the Amir Nizam for execution of the Bab. The tale of the tragedy that marked the closing stages of the NAYRÍZ upheaval spread over the length and breadth of Persia and kindled a startling enthusiasm in the hearts of those who heard it. It plunged the authorities of the capital into consternation and nerved them to a resolve of despair. The Amir Nizam, the Grand Vizier of Nasr-ed-Din Shah, was particularly overawed by these recurrent manifestations of an indomitable will, of a fierce and inflexible tenacity of faith. Though the forces of the imperial army had everywhere triumphed, though the companions of Mullah Hussein and Wahid had successively been mowed down in a ruthless carnage at the hands of its officers, yet to the shrewd minds of the rulers of Tehran, it was clear and evident that the spirit responsible for such rare heroism was by no means vanquished, that its might was far from broken. The loyalty which the remnants of that scattered band bore to their captive leader still remained unimpaired. Nothing had as yet been successful, despite the appalling losses they had sustained, in sapping that loyalty or in undermining that faith. Far from being extinguished, that spirit had blazed more intense and devastating than ever. Galled by the memory of the indignities they had suffered, that persecuted band clung ever more passionately to its faith, and looked with increasing fervour and hope to its leader. Above all, he who had kindled that flame and nourished that spirit was still alive, and despite his isolation was able to exercise the full measure of his influence. Even a sleepless vigilance had been powerless to stem the tide that had swept over the entire face of the land, and which had as its motive force the continued existence of the Bab. Extinguish that light, choke the stream at its very source, and the torrent that had brought so much devastation in its wake would run dry. Such was the thought that swayed the Grand Vizier of Nasr-ed-Din Shah. To do him to death seemed, to that foolish minister, the most efficacious means for the recovery of his country from the shame into which he thought it had sunk. Bestirred to action, he summoned his counsellors, shared with them his fears and his hopes, and acquainted them with the nature of his plans. "Behold," he exclaimed, "the storm which the faith of the Sayyid Bab has provoked in the hearts of my fellow countrymen. Nothing short of his public execution can, to my mind, enable this distracted country to recover its tranquillity and peace. Who dare compute the forces that have perished in the course of the engagements at Sheikh Tabarsi? Who can estimate the efforts exerted to secure that victory? No sooner had the mischief that convulsed Mazandaran been suppressed than the flames of another sedition blazed forth in the province of Fars, bringing in its wake so much suffering to my people. We had no sooner succeeded in quelling the revolt that had ravaged the south than another insurrection breaks out in the north, sweeping in its vortex ZANJÁN and its surroundings. If you are able to advise a remedy, acquaint me with it, for my sole purpose is to ensure the peace and honour of my countrymen." Not a single voice dared venture a reply, except that of Mirza Agha Khan Noori, the Minister of War, who pleaded that to put to death a banished Sayyid for the deeds committed by a band of irresponsible agitators would be an act of manifest cruelty. He recalled the example of the late Muhammad Shah, whose invariable practice it had been to disregard the base calumnies the enemies of that Sayyid brought continually to his attention. The Amir Nizam was sorely displeased. "Such considerations," he protested, "are wholly irrelevant to the issue with which we are faced. The interests of the state are in jeopardy, and we can in no wise tolerate these periodic upheavals. Was not the Imam Hussein, in view of the paramount necessity for safeguarding the unity of the state, executed by those same persons who had seen him more than once receive marks of exceptional affection from Muhammad, his grandfather? Did they not, in such circumstances, refuse to consider the rights which his lineage had conferred upon him? Nothing short of the remedy I advocate can uproot this evil and bring us the peace for which we long." Order of the Amir Nizam to Nawab Hamza Mirza. Disregarding the advice of his counsellor, the Amir Nizam dispatched his orders to Nawab Hamza Mirza, the governor of Azerbaijan, who was distinguished among the princes of royal blood for his kind-heartedness and rectitude of conduct, to summon the Bab to Tabriz. He was careful not to divulge to the prince his real purpose. The Nawab, assuming that the intention of the minister was to enable his captive to return to his home, immediately directed one of his trusted officers, together with a mounted escort, to proceed to Tehran, where the Bab still lay confined, and to bring him back to Tabriz. He recommended him to their care, urging them to exercise towards him the utmost consideration. Disposal by the Bab of his documents. 40 days before the arrival of that officer at Tehran, the Bab collected all the documents and tablets in his possession, and placing them with his pencase, his seals and agate rings in a coffer, entrusted them to the care of Mullah Baqir, one of the letters of the living. To him he also delivered a letter addressed to Mirza Ahmad, his amanuensis, in which he enclosed the key to that coffer. He urged him to take the utmost care of that trust, emphasized the sacredness of its character, and bade him conceal its contents from anyone except Mirza Ahmad. Mullah Baqir departed forthwith for Qazvin. Within 18 days, he reached that town and was informed that Mirza Ahmad had departed for Qom. He left immediately for that destination and arrived towards the middle of the month of Sha'ban. I was then in Qom, together with a certain Sadiq Tabrizi, whom Mirza Ahmad had sent to fetch me from Zarand. I was living in the same house with Mirza Ahmad, a house which he had hired in the Bagh Panbe quarter. In those days, Sheikh Azim, Sayyid Ismail, and a number of other companions likewise were dwelling with us. Mullah Baqir delivered the trust into the hands of Mirza Ahmad, who, at the insistence of Sheikh Azim, opened it before us. We marvelled when we beheld, among the things which that coffer contained, a scroll of blue paper of the most delicate texture, on which the Bab, in his own exquisite handwriting, which was a fine Shikaste script, had penned in the form of a pentacle what numbered about 500 verses, all consisting of derivatives from the word Baha. That scroll was in a state of perfect preservation, was spotlessly clean, and gave the impression at first sight of being a printed rather than a written page. So fine and intricate was the penmanship that, viewed at a distance, the writing appeared as a single wash of ink on the paper. We were overcome with admiration as we gazed upon a masterpiece which no calligraphist, we believed, could rival. That scroll was replaced in the coffer and handed back to Mirza Ahmad, who, on the very day he received it, proceeded to Tehran. Ere he departed, he informed us that all he could divulge of that letter was the injunction that the trust was to be delivered into the hands of Janab Baha in Tehran. As to me, I was instructed by Mirza Ahmad to proceed to Zarand and join my father, who anxiously awaited my return. Arrival of the Bab at Tabriz. Order issued by the Amir Nizam. Faithful to the instructions he had received from Nawab Hamza Mirza, that officer conducted the Bab to Tabriz and showed him the utmost respect and consideration. The prince had instructed one of his friends to accommodate him in his home and to treat him with extreme deference. 3 days after the Bab's arrival, a fresh order was received from the Grand Vizier, commanding the prince to carry out the execution of his prisoner on the very day the Farman would reach him. Whoever would profess himself his follower was likewise to be condemned to death. The Armenian regiment of Urumiyeh, whose colonel was Sam Khan, was ordered to shoot him in the courtyard of the barracks of Tabriz, which was situated in the centre of the city. Confinement of the Bab in the barracks. The prince expressed his consternation to the bearer of the Farman, Mirza Hassan Khan, the Vizier Nizam and brother of the Grand Vizier. The Amir, he told him, would do better to entrust me with services of greater merit than the one with which he has now commissioned me. The task I am called upon to perform is a task that only ignoble people would accept. I am neither Ibn Ziyad nor Ibn Sa'd that he should call upon me to slay an innocent descendant of the Prophet of God. Mirza Hassan Khan reported these sayings of the prince to his brother, who thereupon ordered him to follow himself without delay and in their entirety the instructions he had already given. "Relieve us," the Vizier urged his brother, "from this anxiety that weighs upon our hearts, and let this affair be brought to an end ere the month of Ramazan breaks upon us, that we may enter the period of fasting with undisturbed tranquillity." Mirza Hasan Khan attempted to acquaint the prince with these fresh instructions, but failed in his efforts, as the prince, pretending to be ill, refused to meet him. Undeterred by this refusal, he issued his instructions for the immediate transfer of the Bab and those in his company from the house in which he was staying to one of the rooms of the barracks. He moreover directed Sam Khan to dispatch 10 of his men to guard the entrance of the room in which he was to be confined. Deprived of his turban and sash, the twin emblems of his noble lineage, the Bab, together with Sayyid Hussein his amanuensis, was driven to yet another confinement, which he well knew was but a step further on the way leading him to the goal he had set himself to attain. That day witnessed a tremendous commotion in the city of Tabriz. The great convulsion associated in the ideas of its inhabitants with the Day of Judgment seemed at last to have come upon them. Never had that city experienced a turmoil so fierce and so mysterious as the one which seized its inhabitants on the day the Bab was led to that place which was to be the scene of his martyrdom. As he approached the courtyard of the barracks, a youth suddenly leaped forward, who in his eagerness to overtake him had forced his way through the crowd, utterly ignoring the risks and perils which such an attempt might involve. His face was haggard, his feet were bare, and his hair dishevelled. Breathless with excitement and exhausted with fatigue, he flung himself at the feet of the Bab, and seizing the hem of his garment, passionately implored him. "Send me not from thee, O Master. Wherever thou goest, suffer me to follow thee." "Mohammed Ali," answered the Bab, "arise, and rest assured that you will be with me. Tomorrow you shall witness what God has decreed." 2 other companions, unable to contain themselves, rushed forward and assured him of their unutterable loyalty. These, together with Mirza Muhammad Ali Zunuzi, were seized and placed in the same cell in which the Bab and Sayyid Hussein were confined. Incident related by Sayyid Hussein. I have heard Sayyid Hussein bear witness to the following. That night, the face of the Bab was aglow with joy, a joy such as had never shone from his countenance. Indifferent to the storm that raged about him, he conversed with us with gaiety and cheerfulness. The sorrows that had weighed so heavily upon him seemed to have completely vanished. Their weight appeared to have dissolved in the consciousness of approaching victory. "Tomorrow," he said to us, "will be the day of my martyrdom. Would that one of you might now arise, and with his own hands end my life. I prefer to be slain by the hand of a friend rather than by that of the enemy." Tears rained from our eyes as we heard him express that wish. We shrank, however, at the thought of taking away with our own hands so precious a life. We refused and remained silent. Mirza Muhammad Ali suddenly sprang to his feet and announced himself ready to obey whatever the Bab might desire. "This same youth, who has risen to comply with my wish," the Bab declared, as soon as we had intervened and forced him to abandon that thought, will together with me suffer martyrdom. Him will I choose to share with me its crown. The Bab's warning to the Farrosh-Bashi. Early in the morning, Mirza Hasan Khan ordered his Farrosh-Bashi to conduct the Bab into the presence of the leading mujtahids of the city and to obtain from them the authorization required for his execution. As the Bab was leaving the barracks, Sayyid Hussein asked him what he should do. "Confess not your faith," he advised him. "Thereby you will be enabled, when the hour comes, to convey to those who are destined to hear you the things of which you alone are aware." He was engaged in a confidential conversation with him when the Farrosh-Bashi suddenly interrupted and, holding Sayyid Hussein by the hand, drew him aside and severely rebuked him. "Not until I have said to him all those things that I wish to say," the Bab warned the Farrosh-Bashi, "can any earthly power silence me. Though all the world be armed against me, yet shall they be powerless to deter me from fulfilling to the last word my intention." The Farrosh-Bashi was amazed at such a bold assertion. He made, however, no reply, and bade Sayyid Hussein arise and follow him. Mirza Muhammad Ali's refusal to recant. When Mirza Muhammad Ali was ushered into the presence of the mujtahids, he was repeatedly urged, in view of the position which his stepfather Sayyid Ali Zunuzi occupied, to recant his faith. "Never," he exclaimed, "will I renounce my master. He is the essence of my faith and the object of my truest adoration. In him I have found my paradise, and in the observance of his law I recognize the ark of my salvation." "Hold your peace," thundered Mullah Muhammad Mamaqani, before whom that youth was brought. "Such words betray your madness. I can well excuse the words for which you are not responsible." "I am not mad," he retorted. "Such a charge should rather be brought against you, who have sentenced to death a man no less holy than the promised Qa'em. He is not a fool who has embraced his faith and is longing to shed his blood in his path." Issue of the Bab's death warrants. The Bab was, in his turn, brought before Mullah Muhammad Mamaqani. No sooner had he recognized him than he seized the death warrant he himself had previously written, and handing it to his attendant, bade him deliver it to the Farrosh-Bashi. "No need," he cried, "to bring the Sayyid Bab into my presence. This death warrant I penned the very day I met him at the gathering presided over by the Valiat. He surely is the same man whom I saw on that occasion, and has not in the meantime surrendered any of his claims." From thence the Bab was conducted to the house of Mirza Baqir, the son of Mirza Ahmad, to whom he had recently succeeded. When they arrived, they found his attendant standing at the gate and holding in his hand the Bab's death warrant. "No need to enter," he told them. "My master is already satisfied that his father was right in pronouncing the sentence of death. He can do no better than follow his example." Mullah Murtaza Quli, following in the footsteps of the other two mujtahids, had previously issued his own written testimony and refused to meet face to face his dreaded opponent. No sooner had the Farrosh-Bashi secured the necessary documents than he delivered his captive into the hands of Sam Khan, assuring him that he could proceed with his task now that he had obtained the sanction of the civil and ecclesiastical authorities of the realm. Sayyid Hussein had remained confined in the same room in which he had spent the previous night with the Bab. They were proceeding to place Mirza Muhammad Ali in that same room when he burst forth into tears and entreated them to allow him to remain with his master. He was delivered into the hands of ZANJÁN, who was ordered to execute him also, if he persisted in his refusal to deny his faith. ZANJÁN's request from the Bab. ZANJÁN was, in the meantime, finding himself increasingly affected by the behavior of his captive and the treatment that had been meted out to him. He was seized with great fear lest his action should bring upon him the wrath of God. "I profess the Christian faith," he explained to the Bab, "and entertain no ill will against you. If your cause be the cause of truth, enable me to free myself from the obligation to shed your blood." "Follow your instructions," the Bab replied, "and if your intention be sincere, the Almighty is surely able to relieve you from your perplexity." ZANJÁN ordered his men to drive a nail into the pillar that lay between the door of the room that Sayyid Hussein occupied and the entrance to the adjoining one, and to make fast 2 ropes to that nail, from which the Bab and his companion were to be separately suspended. Mirza Muhammad Ali begged ZANJÁN to be placed in such a manner that his own body would shield that of the Bab. He was eventually suspended in such a position that his head reposed on the breast of his master. As soon as they were fastened, a regiment of soldiers ranged itself in 3 files, each of 250 men, each of which was ordered to open fire in its turn until the whole detachment had discharged the volley of its bullets. The smoke of the firing of the 750 rifles was such as to turn the light of the noonday sun into darkness. There had crowded onto the roof of the barracks, as well as the tops of the adjoining houses, about 10,000 people, all of whom were witnesses to that sad and moving scene. The Bab's miraculous escape. Resignation of the Farrosh-Bashi. As soon as the cloud of smoke had cleared away, an astounded multitude were looking upon a scene which their eyes could scarcely believe. There, standing before them, alive and unhurt, was the companion of the Bab, whilst he himself had vanished, uninjured, from their sight. Though the cords with which they were suspended had been rent in pieces by the bullets, yet their bodies had miraculously escaped the volleys. Even the tunic which Mirza Muhammad Ali was wearing had, despite the thickness of the smoke, remained unsullied. "The Sayyid Bab has gone from our sight!" rang out the voices of the bewildered multitude. They set out in a frenzied search for him, and found him, eventually, seated in the same room which he had occupied the night before, engaged in completing his interrupted conversation with Sayyid Hussein. An expression of unruffled calm was upon his face. His body had emerged unscathed from the shower of bullets which the regiment had directed against him. "I have finished my conversation with Sayyid Hussein," the Bab told the Farrosh-Bashi. "Now you may proceed to fulfill your intention." The man was too much shaken to resume what he had already attempted. Refusing to accomplish his duty, he at that same moment left that scene and resigned his post. He related all that he had seen to his neighbour Mirza Sayyid Mohsen, one of the notables of Tabriz, who, as soon as he heard the story, was converted to the faith. I was privileged to meet subsequently this same Mirza Sayyid Mohsen, who conducted me to the scene of the Bab's martyrdom and showed me the wall where he had been suspended. I was taken to the room in which he had been found conversing with Sayyid Hussein, and was shown the very spot where he had been seated. I saw the very nail which his enemies had hammered into the wall, and to which the rope which had supported his body had been attached. Resignation of Sam Khan. Sam Khan was likewise stunned by the force of this tremendous revelation. He ordered his men to leave the barracks immediately and refused ever again to associate himself and his regiment with any act that involved the least injury to the Bab. He swore, as he left that courtyard, never again to resume that task, even though his refusal should entail the loss of his own life. Renewed and final attempt on the Bab's life. No sooner had Sam Khan departed than Aghajan Khan Khamse, colonel of the bodyguard, known also by the names of Khamse and Nasiri, volunteered to carry out the order for execution. On the same wall and in the same manner, the Bab and his companion were again suspended, while the regiment formed in line to open fire upon them. Contrariwise to the previous occasion, when only the cord with which they were suspended had been shot into pieces, this time their bodies were shattered and were blended into one mass of mingled flesh and bone. "Had you believed in me, O wayward generation," were the last words of the Bab to the gazing multitude as the regiment was preparing to fire the final volley. Every one of you would have followed the example of this youth, who stood in rank above most of you, and willingly would have sacrificed himself in my path. The day will come when you will have recognized me. That day I shall have ceased to be with you. The very moment the shots were fired, a gale of exceptional severity arose and swept over the whole city. A whirlwind of dust of incredible density obscured the light of the sun and blinded the eyes of the people. The entire city remained enveloped in that darkness from noon till night. Even so strange a phenomenon, following immediately in the wake of that still more astounding failure of Sam Khan's regiment to injure the Bab, was unable to move the hearts of the people of Tabriz, and to induce them to pause and reflect upon the significance of such momentous events. They witnessed the effect which so marvellous an occurrence had produced upon Sam Khan. They beheld the consternation of the Farrash Bashi and saw him make his irrevocable decision. They could even examine that tunic, which, despite the discharge of so many bullets, had remained whole and stainless. They could read in the face of the Bab, who had emerged unhurt from that storm, the expression of undisturbed serenity as he resumed his conversation with Sayyid Hussein. And yet none of them troubled himself to inquire as to the significance of these unwonted signs and wonders. The martyrdom of the Bab took place at noon on Sunday, the 28th of Sha'ban in the year 1266 AH, 31 lunar years, 7 months and 27 days from the day of his birth in Shiraz. On the evening of that same day, the mangled bodies of the Bab and his companion were removed from the courtyard of the barracks to the edge of the moat outside the gate of the city. 4 companies, each consisting of 10 sentinels, were ordered to keep watch in turn over them. On the morning following the day of martyrdom, the Russian consul in Tabriz, accompanied by an artist, went to that spot and ordered that a sketch be made of the remains as they lay beside the moat. Account related by Haji Ali Asghar. I have heard Haji Ali Asghar relate the following. An official of the Russian consulate to whom I was related showed me that same sketch on the very day it was drawn. It was such a faithful portrait of the Bab that I looked upon. No bullet had struck his forehead, his cheeks, or his lips. I gazed upon a smile which seemed to be still lingering upon his countenance. His body, however, had been severely mutilated. I could recognize the arms and head of his companion, who seemed to be holding him in his embrace. As I gazed horror-struck upon that haunting picture, and saw how those noble traits had been disfigured, my heart sank within me. I turned away my face in anguish, and regaining my house, locked myself within my room. For 3 days and 3 nights I could neither sleep nor eat, so overwhelmed was I with emotion. That short and tumultuous life, with all its sorrows, its turmoils, its banishments, and eventually the awe-inspiring martyrdom with which it had been crowned, seemed again to be reenacted before my eyes. I tossed upon my bed, writhing in agony and pain. On the afternoon of the 2nd day after the Bab's martyrdom, Haji Suleiman Khan, son of Yahya Khan, arrived at Bagh Meshhe, a suburb of Tabriz, and was received at the house of the Kalantar, one of his friends and confidants, who was a dervish and belonged to the Sufi community. As soon as he had been informed of the imminent danger that threatened the life of the Bab, Haji Suleiman Khan had left Tehran with the object of achieving his deliverance. To his dismay, he arrived too late to carry out his intention. No sooner had his host informed him of the circumstances that had led to the arrest and condemnation of the Bab, and related to him the events of his martyrdom, than he instantly resolved to carry away the bodies of the victims, even at the risk of endangering his own life. The Kalantar advised him to wait and follow his suggestion, rather than expose himself to what seemed to him would be inevitable death. He urged him to transfer his residence to another house, and to wait for the arrival that evening of a certain Haji Allah Yar, who, he said, would be willing to carry out whatever he might wish him to do. At the appointed hour, Haji Suleiman Khan met Haji Allah Yar, who succeeded in the middle of that same night in bearing the bodies from the edge of the moat to the silk factory owned by one of the believers of Milan, laid them the next day in a specially constructed wooden case, and transferred them, according to Haji Suleiman Khan's directions, to a place of safety. Meanwhile, the sentinels sought to justify themselves by pretending that, while they slept, wild beasts had carried away the bodies. Their superiors, on their part, unwilling to compromise their own honour, concealed the truth and did not divulge it to the authorities. Transference of the Bab's remains to Tehran. Haji Suleiman Khan immediately reported the matter to Bahá'u'LLÁH, who was then in Tehran, and who instructed Aghay Kalim to dispatch a special messenger to Tabriz for the purpose of transferring the bodies to the capital. This decision was prompted by the wish the Bab himself had expressed in the Ziyarat-e-Shah Abdul Azim, a tablet he had revealed while in the neighbourhood of that shrine, and which he delivered to a certain Mirza Suleiman Khatib, who was instructed by him to proceed together with a number of believers to that spot and to chant it within its precincts. "Well is it with you," the Bab addressed the buried saint in words such as these in the concluding passages of that tablet, to have found your resting place in Ray, under the shadow of my beloved. Would that I might be entombed within the precincts of that holy ground. I was myself in Tehran, in the company of Mirza Ahmad, when the bodies of the Bab and his companion arrived. Baha'u'lláh had in the meantime departed for Karbila, in pursuance of the instructions of the Amir Nizam. Aghay Kalim, together with Mirza Ahmad, transferred those remains from the Imamzadeh Hassan, where they were first taken, to a place the site of which remained unknown to anyone excepting themselves. That place remained secret until the departure of Baha'u'lláh for Adrianople, at which time Aghay Kalim was charged to inform Munir, one of his fellow disciples, of the actual site where the bodies had been laid. In spite of his search, he was unable to find it. It was subsequently discovered by Jamal, an old adherent of the faith, to whom that secret was confided while Baha'u'lláh was still in Adrianople. That spot is, until now, unknown to the believers, nor can anyone conjecture where the remains will eventually be transferred. Reference to Mirza Agha Khan Noori. The first in Tehran to hear of the circumstances attending that cruel martyrdom after the Grand Vizier was Mirza Agha Khan Noori, who had been banished to Kashan by Muhammad Shah when the Bab was passing through that city. He had assured Haji Mirza Jani, who had acquainted him with the precepts of the faith, that if the love he bore for the new revelation would cause him to regain his lost position, he would exert his utmost endeavour to secure the well-being and safety of the persecuted community. Haji Mirza Jani reported the matter to his master, who charged him to assure the disgraced minister that ere long he would be summoned to Tehran, and would be invested by his sovereign with a position that would be second to none except that of the Shah himself. He was warned not to forget his promise and to strive to carry out his intention. He was delighted with that message and renewed the assurance he had given. When the news of the Bab's martyrdom reached him, he had already been promoted, had received the title of Ihtimad-ud-Dawleh, and was hoping to be raised to the position of Grand Vizier. He hastened to inform Baha'u'lláh, with whom he was intimately acquainted, of the news he had received, expressing the hope that the fire he feared would one day bring untold calamity upon him was at last extinguished. "Not so," Baha'u'lláh replied. "If this be true, you can be certain that the flame that has been kindled will by this very act blaze forth more fiercely than ever, and will set up a conflagration such as the combined forces of the statesmen of this realm will be powerless to quench." The significance of these words Mirza Agha Khan was destined to appreciate at a later time. Scarcely did he imagine, when that prediction was uttered, that the faith which had received so staggering a blow could survive its author. He himself had, on one occasion, been cured by Baha'u'lláh of an illness from which he had given up all hope of recovery. His son, the Nizam-ul-Mulk, one day asked him whether he did not think that Baha'u'lláh, who of all the sons of the late Vizier had shown himself the most capable, had failed to live up to the tradition of his father, and had disappointed the hopes that had been reposed in him. "My son," he replied, "do you really believe him to be an unworthy son of his father? All that either of us can hope to achieve is but a fleeting and precarious allegiance which will vanish as soon as our days are ended. Our mortal life can never be free from the vicissitudes that beset the path of earthly ambition. Should we even succeed in ensuring in our lifetime the honour of our name, who can tell whether after our death calumny may not stain our memory and undo the work we have achieved? Even those who while we are still living honour us with their lips would in their hearts condemn and vilify us were we for but one moment to fail to promote their interests. Not so, however, with Baha'u'lláh. Unlike the great ones of the earth, whatever be their race or rank, he is the object of a love and devotion such as time cannot dim nor enemy destroy. His sovereignty the shadows of death can never obscure, nor the tongue of the slanderer undermine. Such is the sway of his influence that no one among his lovers dare, in the stillness of night, evoke the memory of the faintest desire that could even remotely be construed as contrary to his wish. Such lovers will greatly increase in number. The love they bear him will never grow less, and will be transmitted from generation to generation until the world shall have been suffused with its glory. Effects of the Bab's martyrdom. The malicious persistence with which a savage enemy sought to ill-treat and eventually to destroy the life of the Bab brought in its wake untold calamities upon Persia and its inhabitants. The men who perpetrated these atrocities fell victims to gnawing remorse, and in an incredibly short period were made to suffer ignominious deaths. As to the great mass of its people, who watched with sullen indifference the tragedy that was being enacted before their eyes, and who failed to raise a finger in protest against the hideousness of those cruelties, they fell in their turn victims to a misery which all the resources of the land and the energy of its statesmen were powerless to alleviate. The wind of adversity blew fiercely upon them and shook to its foundations their material prosperity. From the very day the hand of the assailant was stretched forth against the Bab and sought to deal its fatal blow to his faith, visitation upon visitation crushed the spirit out of that ungrateful people and brought them to the very brink of national bankruptcy. Plagues, the very names of which were almost unknown to them, except for a cursory reference in the dust-covered books which few cared to read, fell upon them with a fury that none could escape. That scourge scattered devastation wherever it spread. Prince and peasant alike felt its sting and bowed to its yoke. It held the populace in its grip and refused to relax its hold upon them. As malignant as the fever which decimated the province of Gilan, these sudden afflictions continued to lay waste the land. Grievous as were these calamities, the avenging wrath of God did not stop at the misfortunes that befell a perverse and faithless people. It made itself felt in every living being that breathed on the surface of that stricken land. It affected the life of plants and animals alike, and made the people feel the magnitude of their distress. Famine added its horrors to the stupendous weight of afflictions under which the people were groaning. The gaunt spectre of starvation stalked abroad amidst them, and the prospect of a slow and painful death haunted their vision. People and government alike sighed for the relief which they could nowhere obtain. They drank the cup of woe to its dregs, utterly unregardful of the hand which had brought it to their lips, and of the person for whose sake they were made to suffer. The first who arose to ill-treat the Bab was none other than Hussein Khan, the governor of Shiraz. His disgraceful treatment of his captive cost him the lives of thousands who had been committed to his protection and who connived at his acts. His province was ravaged by a plague which brought it to the verge of destruction. Impoverished and exhausted, Fars languished helpless beneath its weight, calling for the charity of its neighbours and the assistance of its friends. Hussein Khan himself witnessed with bitterness the undoing of all his labours, was condemned to lead in obscurity the remaining days of his life, and tottered to his grave, abandoned and forgotten alike by his friends and his enemies. The next who sought to challenge the faith of the Bab and to stem its progress was Haji Mirza Aghasi. It was he who, for selfish purposes and in order to court the favour of the abject ulamas of his time, interposed between the Bab and Mohammed Shah and endeavoured to prevent their meeting. It was he who pronounced the banishment of his dreaded captive to a sequestered corner of Azerbaijan, and with dogged vigilance kept watch over his isolation. It was he who was made the recipient of that denunciatory tablet in which his prisoner foreshadowed his doom and exposed his infamy. Barely a year and 6 months had passed after the Bab had reached the neighbourhood of Tehran, when divine vengeance hurled him from power and drove him to seek shelter within the inglorious precincts of the shrine of Shah Abdul Azim, a refuge from the wrath of his own people. From thence, the hand of the Avenger drove him into exile beyond the confines of his native land, and plunged him into an ocean of afflictions, until he met his death in circumstances of abject poverty and unspeakable distress. As to the regiment, which, despite the unaccountable failure of Sam Khan and his men to destroy the life of the Bab, had volunteered to renew that attempt, and which eventually riddled his body with its bullets, 250 of its members met their death in that same year, together with their officers, in a terrible earthquake. While they were resting on a hot summer day under the shadow of a wall on their way between Ardabil and Tabriz, absorbed in their games and pleasures, the whole structure suddenly collapsed and fell upon them, leaving not one survivor. The remaining 500 suffered the same fate as that which their own hands had inflicted upon the Bab. 3 years after his martyrdom, that regiment mutinied, and its members were thereupon mercilessly shot by command of Mirza Sadiq Khan-e-Noori. Not content with a first volley, he ordered that a second one be fired in order to ensure that none of the mutineers had survived. Their bodies were afterwards pierced with spears and lances and left exposed to the gaze of the people of Tabriz. That day, many of the inhabitants of the city, recalling the circumstances of the Bab's martyrdom, wondered at that same fate which had overtaken those who had slain him. Could it be, by any chance, the vengeance of God, a few were heard to whisper to one another, that has brought the whole regiment to so dishonourable and tragic an end? If that youth had been a lying impostor, Why should his persecutors have been so severely punished? These expressed misgivings reached the ears of the leading mujtahids of the city, who were seized with great fear, and ordered that all those who entertained such doubts should be severely punished. Some were beaten, others were fined, all were warned to cease such whisperings, which could only revive the memory of a terrible adversary and rekindle enthusiasm for his cause. The prime mover of the forces that precipitated the Bab's martyrdom, the Amir Nizam, and also his brother, the Wazir Nizam, his chief accomplice, were within 2 years of that savage act subjected to a dreadful punishment which ended miserably in their death. The blood of the Amir Nizam stains to this very day the wall of the bath of Fien, a witness to the atrocities his own hand had wrought. Chapter 24. The ZANJÁN upheaval. Reference to the Bab's afflictions. The spark that had kindled the great conflagrations of Mazandaran and NAYRÍZ had already set aflame ZANJÁN and its surroundings when the Bab met his death in Tabriz. Profound as was his sorrow at the sad and calamitous fate that had overtaken the heroes of Sheikh Tabarsi, the news of the no less tragic sufferings that had been the lot of Wahid and his companions came as an added blow to his heart, already oppressed by the weight of manifold afflictions. The consciousness of the dangers that thickened around him, the memory of the indignity he endured when he was last conducted to Tabriz, the strain of a prolonged and rigorous captivity amidst the mountain fastnesses of Azerbaijan, the terrible butcheries that marked the closing stages of the Mazandaran and NAYRÍZ upheavals, the outrages to his faith wrought by the persecutors of the 7 martyrs of Tehran. Even these were not all the troubles that beclouded the remaining days of a fast-ebbing life. He was already prostrated by the severity of these blows when the news of the happenings at ZANJÁN, which were then beginning to foreshadow their sad events, reached him and served to consummate the anguish of his last days. What pangs must he have endured as the shadows of death were fast gathering about him. In every field, whether in the north or in the south, the champions of his faith had been subjected to undeserved sufferings, had been infamously deceived, had been robbed of their possessions, and had been inhumanely massacred. And now, as if to fill his cup of woes to overflowing, there broke forth the storm of ZANJÁN, the most violent and devastating of them all. Activities of Hujjat prior to his conversion. I now proceed to relate the circumstances that have made of that event one of the most thrilling episodes in the history of this revelation. Its chief figure was Hujjat Zanjani, whose name was Mullah Muhammad Ali, one of the ablest ecclesiastical dignitaries of his age, and certainly one of the most formidable champions of the cause. His father, Mullah Rahim Zanjani, was one of the leading mujtahids of Zanjan and was greatly esteemed for his piety, his learning, and force of character. Mullah Muhammad Ali, surnamed Hujjat, was born in the year 1227 AH. From his very boyhood, he showed such capacity that his father lavished the utmost care upon his education. He sent him to Najaf, where he distinguished himself by his insight, his ability, and fiery ardour. His scholarship and keen intelligence excited the admiration of his friends, whilst his outspokenness and the strength of his character made him the terror of his adversaries. His father advised him not to return to ZANJÁN, where his enemies were conspiring against him. He accordingly decided to establish his residence in Hamadan, where he married one of his kinswomen and lived there for about 2.5 years, when the news of his father's death decided him to leave for his native town. The ovation accorded him on his arrival inflamed the hostility of the ulamas, who, despite their avowed opposition, received at his hands every mark of consideration and kindness. From the pulpit of the masjid, which his friends erected in his honour, he urged the vast throng that gathered to hear him to refrain from self-indulgence and to exercise moderation in all their acts. He ruthlessly suppressed every form of abuse, and by his example encouraged the people to adhere rigidly to the principles inculcated by the Quran. Such were the care and ability with which he taught his disciples, that they surpassed in knowledge and understanding the recognized ulamas of ZANJÁN. For 17 years he pursued his meritorious labours and succeeded in purging the minds and hearts of his fellow townsmen from whatever seemed contrary to the spirit and teachings of their faith. Hujjat's acceptance of the Bab's message. When the call from Shiraz reached him, he dispatched his trusted messenger, Mullah Iskandar, to inquire into the claims of the new revelation, and such was his response to that message that his enemies were stirred to redouble their attacks upon him. Unable hitherto to disgrace him in the eyes of the government and the people, they now endeavoured to denounce him as an advocate of heresy and a repudiator of all that is sacred and cherished in Islam. His reputation for justice, for piety, wisdom and learning, they whispered to one another, has been such as to render it impossible for us to shake his position. When summoned to Tehran in the presence of Muhammad Shah, was he not able, by his magnetic eloquence, to win him over to his side and make of him one of his devoted admirers? Now, however, that he has so openly championed the cause of the Sayyid Bab, we can surely succeed in obtaining from the government the order for his arrest and banishment from our town. Hujjat accused and summoned to Tehran. They accordingly drew up a petition to Muhammad Shah, in which they sought by every device their malevolent and crafty minds could invent to discredit his name. While still professing himself a follower of our faith, they complained, he, by the aid of his disciples, was able to repudiate our authority. Now that he has identified himself with the cause of the Sayyid Bab and won over to that hateful creed 2/3 of the inhabitants of ZANJÁN, what humiliation will he not inflict upon us? The concourse that throngs his gates, the whole masjid can no longer contain. Such is his influence that the masjid that belonged to his father and the one that has been built in his honour had been connected and made into one edifice in order to accommodate the ever-increasing multitude that hastens eagerly to follow his lead in prayer. The time is fast approaching when not only ZANJÁN, but the neighbouring villages also will have declared themselves his supporters. The Shah was greatly surprised at the tone and language with which the petitioners sought to arraign Hujjat. He shared his astonishment with Mirza Nazar Ali, the Hakim Bashi, and recalled the glowing tribute which many a visitor to Zanjan had paid to the abilities and integrity of the accused. He decided to summon him together with his opponents to Tehran, in a special gathering at which he himself, together with Haji Mirza Aghasi and the leading officials of the government, as well as a number of the recognized ulamas of Tehran, had assembled, he called upon the ecclesiastical leaders of Zanjan to vindicate the claims they had advanced. Whatever questions they submitted to Hujjat regarding the teachings of their faith, he answered in a manner that could not fail to win the unqualified admiration of his hearers and to establish the sovereign's confidence in his innocence. The Shah expressed his entire satisfaction and amply rewarded Hujjat for the excellent manner in which he had succeeded in refuting the allegations of his enemies. He bade him return to Zanjan and resume his valuable services to the cause of his people, assuring him that he would under all circumstances support him and asking to be informed of any difficulty with which he might be faced in the future. His arrival at Zanjan was the signal for a fierce outburst on the part of his humiliated opponents. As the evidences of their hostility multiplied, the marks of devotion on the part of his friends and supporters correspondingly increased. Utterly disdainful of their machinations, he pursued his activities with unrelaxing zeal. The liberal principles which he unceasingly and fearlessly advocated struck at the very root of the fabric which a bigoted enemy had laboriously reared. They beheld with impotent fury the disruption of their authority and the collapse of their institutions. The Bab's message to Hujjat. It was in those days that his special envoy, Mashhadi Ahmad, whom he had confidentially dispatched to Shiraz with a petition and gifts from him to the Bab, arrived at Zanjan and delivered into his hands, while he was addressing his disciples, a sealed letter from his beloved. In the tablet he received, the Bab conferred upon him one of his own titles, that of Hujjat, and urged him to proclaim from the pulpit, without the least reservation, the fundamental teachings of his faith. No sooner was he informed of the wishes of his master than he declared his resolve to devote himself to the immediate enforcement of whatever injunction that tablet contained. He immediately dismissed his disciples, bade them close their books, and declared his intention of discontinuing his courses of study. "Of what profit," he said, "are study and research to those who have already found the truth? And why strive after learning when he who is the object of all knowledge is made manifest?" As soon as he attempted to lead the congregation in offering the Friday prayer enjoined upon him by the Bab, the Imam Jum'eh, who had hitherto performed that duty, vehemently protested on the ground that this right was the exclusive privilege of his own forefathers, that it had been conferred upon him by his sovereign, and that no one, however exalted his station, could usurp it. "That right," Hujjat retorted, "has been superseded by the authority with which the Qa'im himself has invested me. I have been commanded by him to assume that function publicly, and I cannot allow any person to trespass upon that right. If attacked, I will take steps to defend myself and to protect the lives of my companions." Renewed complaints against Hujjat and his transference to Tehran. His fearless insistence on the duty laid upon him by the Bab caused the ulamas of Zanjan to league themselves with the Imam Jum'eh and to lay their complaints before Haji Mirza Aghasi, pleading that Hujjat had challenged the validity of recognized institutions and trampled upon their rights. "We must either flee from this town with our families and belongings," they pleaded, "and leave him in sole charge of the destinies of its people, or obtain from Muhammad Shah an edict for his immediate expulsion from this country, for we firmly believe that to allow him to remain on its soil would be courting disaster." Though Haji Mirza Aghasi in his heart distrusted the ecclesiastical order of his country and had a natural aversion to their beliefs and practices, he was forced eventually to yield to their pressing demands and submitted the matter to Muhammad Shah, who ordered the transfer of Hujjat from Zanjan to the capital. A Kurd named Khalij Khan was commissioned by the Shah to deliver the royal summons to Hujjat. The Bab had meanwhile arrived in the neighbourhood of Tehran on his way to Tabriz. Ere the arrival of the royal messenger at Zanjan, Hujjat had sent one of his friends, a certain Khan Muhammad Tubji, to his master with a petition in which he begged to be allowed to rescue him from the hands of the enemy. The Bab assured him that his deliverance the Almighty alone could achieve, and that no one could escape from his decree or evade his law. "As to your meeting with me," he added, "it soon will take place in the world beyond, the home of unfading glory." The day Hujjat received that message, Khalij Khan arrived at Zanjan, acquainted him with the orders he had received, and set out, accompanied by him, for the capital. Their arrival at Tehran coincided with the Bab's departure from the village of Kulain, where he had been detained for some days. The authorities, apprehensive lest a meeting between the Bab and Hujjat might lead to fresh disturbances, had taken the necessary precautions to ensure the absence of the latter from Zanjan during the Bab's passage through that town. The companions who were following Hujjat at a distance, whilst he was on his way to the capital, were urged by him to return and try to meet their master, and to assure him of his readiness to come to his rescue. On their way back to their homes, they encountered the Bab, who again expressed his desire that no one of his friends should attempt to deliver him from his captivity. He even directed them to tell the believers among their fellow townsmen not to press round him, but even to avoid him wherever he went. No sooner had that message been delivered to those who had gone out to welcome him on his approach to their town than they began to grieve and deplore their fate. They could not, however, resist the impulse that drove them to march forth to meet him, forgetful of the desire he had expressed. The Bab's arrival at Zanjan and departure for Tabriz. As soon as they were met by the guards who were marching in advance of their captive, they were ruthlessly dispersed. On reaching a fork in the road, there arose an altercation between Muhammad Beg Chaparji and his colleague, who had been dispatched from Tehran to assist in conducting the Bab to Tabriz. Muhammad Beg insisted that their prisoner should be taken into the town, where he should be allowed to pass the night in the caravanserai of Mirza Masum Tabib, the father of Mirza Muhammad Ali Tabib, a martyr of the faith, before resuming their march to Azerbaijan. He pleaded that to pass the night outside the gate would be to expose their lives to danger and would encourage their opponents to attempt an attack upon them. He eventually succeeded in convincing his colleague that he should conduct the Bab to that caravanserai. As they were passing through the streets, They were amazed to see the multitude that had crowded onto the housetops in their eagerness to catch a glimpse of the face of the prisoner. Mirza Ma'soom, the former owner of the caravanserai, had lately died, and his eldest son, Mirza Muhammad Ali, the leading physician of Hamadan, who, though not a believer, was a true lover of the Bab, had arrived at Zanjan and was in mourning for his father. He lovingly received the Bab in the caravanserai he had specially prepared beforehand for his reception. That night he remained until a late hour in his presence and was completely won over to his cause. "The same night that witnessed my conversion," I heard him subsequently relate, "I arose ere break of day, lit my lantern, and, preceded by my father's attendant, directed my steps towards the caravanserai. The guards who were stationed at the entrance recognized me and allowed me to enter. The Bab was performing his ablutions when I was ushered into his presence. I was greatly impressed when I saw him absorbed in his devotions. A feeling of reverent joy filled my heart as I stood behind him and prayed. I myself prepared his tea and was offering it to him when he turned to me and bade me depart for Hamadan. This town," he said, "will be thrown into a great tumult, and its streets will run with blood." I expressed my strong desire to be allowed to shed my blood in his path. He assured me that the hour of my martyrdom had not yet come, and bade me be resigned to whatever God might decree. At the hour of sunrise, as he mounted his horse and was preparing to depart, I begged to be allowed to follow him, but he advised me to remain and assured me of his unfailing prayers. Resigning myself to his will, with regret, I watched him disappear from my sight. Hojat's incarceration in Tehran. On his arrival at Tehran, Hojat was conducted into the presence of Haji Mirza Aghasi, who, on behalf of the Shah and himself, expressed his annoyance at the intense hostility which his conduct had aroused among the ulamas of Zanjan. "Mohammed Shah and I," he told him, "are continually besieged by the oral as well as written denunciations brought against you. I could scarcely believe their indictment relating to your desertion of the faith of your forefathers, nor is the Shah inclined to credit such assertions. I have been commanded by him to summon you to his capital and to call upon you to refute such accusations. It grieves me to hear that a man whom I consider infinitely superior in knowledge and ability to the Sayyid Bab has chosen to identify himself with his creed." "Not so," replied Hujjat. "God knows that if that same Sayyid were to entrust me with the meanest service in his household, I would deem it an honour such as the highest favours of my sovereign could never hope to surpass." "This can never be," burst forth Haji Mirza Aghasi. "It is my firm and unutterable conviction," Hojat reaffirmed, "that this Sayyid of Shiraz is the very one whose advent you yourself, with all the peoples of the world, are eagerly awaiting. He is our Lord, our promised deliverer." Haji Mirza Aghasi reported the matter to Muhammad Shah, to whom he expressed his fears that to allow so formidable an adversary, whom the sovereign himself believed to be the most accomplished of the ulamas of his realm, to pursue unhindered the course of his activities, would be a policy fraught with gravest danger to the state. The Shah, disinclined to credit such reports, which he attributed to the malice and envy of the enemies of the accused, ordered that a special meeting be convened at which he should be asked to vindicate his position in the presence of the assembled ulamas of the capital. Several meetings were held for that purpose, before each of which Hojat eloquently set forth the basic claims of his faith and confounded the arguments of those who tried to oppose him. "Is not the following tradition," he boldly declared, "recognized alike by Shia and Sunni Islam? I leave amidst you my twin testimonies, the Book of God and my family. Has not the second of these testimonies, in your opinion, passed away, and is not our sole means of guidance, as a result, contained in the testimony of the sacred book? I appeal to you to measure every claim that either of us shall advance by the standard established in that book, and to regard it as the supreme authority whereby the righteousness of our argument can be judged." Unable to defend their case against him, they, as a last resort, ventured to ask him to produce a miracle whereby to establish the truth of his assertion. "What greater miracle," he exclaimed, "than that he should have enabled me to triumph, alone and unaided, by the simple power of my argument over the combined forces of the mujtahids and ulamas of Tehran?" The masterly manner in which Hojat refuted the unsound claims advanced by his adversaries won for him the favour of his sovereign, who from that day forth was no longer swayed by the insinuations of his enemies. Although the entire company of the ulamas of Zanjan, as well as a number of the ecclesiastical leaders of Tehran, had declared him to be an infidel and condemned him to death, yet Muhammad Shah continued to bestow his favours upon him and to assure him that he could rely on his support. Haji Mirza Aghasi, though at heart unfriendly to Hojat, was unable, in the face of such unmistakable evidences of royal favour, to resist his influence openly, and by his frequent visits to his house, and by the gifts he lavished upon him, that deceitful minister sought to conceal his resentment and envy. Hojat was virtually a prisoner in Tehran. He was unable to go beyond the gates of the capital, nor was he allowed free intercourse with his friends. The believers among his fellow townsmen eventually determined to send a deputation and to ask him for fresh instructions regarding their attitude towards the laws and principles of their faith. He charged them to observe with absolute loyalty the admonitions he had received from the Bab through the messengers he had sent to investigate his cause. He enumerated a series of observances, some of which constituted a definite departure from the established traditions of Islam. "Sayyid Kazim Zanjani," he assured them, "has been intimately connected with my master both in Shiraz and in Esfahan. He, as well as Mullah Iskandar and Mashhadi Ahmad, both of whom I sent to meet him, have positively declared that he himself is the first to practice the observances he has enjoined upon the faithful. It therefore behoves us, who are his supporters, to follow his noble example." These explicit instructions were no sooner read to his companions than they became inflamed with an irresistible desire to carry out his wishes. They enthusiastically set to work to enforce the laws of the new dispensation, and giving up their former customs and practices, unhesitatingly identified themselves with its claims. Even the little children were encouraged to follow scrupulously the admonitions of the Bab. "Our beloved master," they were taught to say, "himself is the first to practice them. Why should we, who are his privileged disciples, hesitate to make them the ruling principles of our lives. Hojat was still a captive in Tehran when the news of the siege of the fort of Tabarsi reached him. He longed and deplored his inability to throw in his lot with those of his companions who were struggling with such splendid heroism for the emancipation of their faith. His sole consolation in those days was his close association with Bahá'u'lláh, from whom he received the sustaining power that enabled him in the time to come to distinguish himself by deeds no less remarkable than those which that company had manifested in the darkest hours of their memorable struggle. Hojat's escape to Zanjan. He was still in Tehran when Muhammad Shah passed away, leaving the throne to his son Nasir-ed-Din Shah. The Amir Nizam, the new Grand Vizier, decided to make Hojat's imprisonment more rigorous and to seek in the meantime a way of destroying him. On being informed of the imminence of the danger that threatened his life, his captive decided to leave Tehran in disguise and join his companions who eagerly awaited his return. His arrival at his native town, which a certain KARBILÁ Vali Attar announced to his companions, was a signal for a tremendous demonstration of devoted loyalty on the part of his many admirers. They flocked out, men, women, and children, to welcome him and to renew their assurances of abiding and undiminished affection. The governor of Zanjan, Majid-Dowleh, the maternal uncle of Nasir-ed-Din Shah, astounded by the spontaneity of that ovation, ordered, in the fury of his despair, that the tongue of KARBILÁ Vali Attar be immediately cut out. Though at heart he loathed Hojat, he pretended to be his friend and well-wisher. He often visited him and showed him unbounded consideration. Yet he was secretly conspiring against his life and was waiting for the moment when he could strike the fatal blow. The occasion for the enemy's attack on Hojat and his companions. That smouldering hostility was soon to be fanned into flame by an incident that was of little importance in itself. The occasion was afforded when a quarrel suddenly broke out between two children of Zanjan, one of whom belonged to a kinsman of one of the companions of Hojat. The governor immediately ordered that child to be arrested and placed in strict confinement. A sum of money was offered by the believers to the governor in order to induce him to release his young prisoner. He refused their offer, whereupon they complained to Hojat, who vehemently protested. "That child," he wrote to the governor, "is too young to be held responsible for his behavior. If he deserves punishment, his father and not he should be made to suffer." Finding that the appeal had been ignored, he renewed his protest and entrusted it to the hands of one of his influential comrades, Mir Jalil, father of Sayyid Ashraf and martyr of the faith, directing him to present it in person to the governor. The guards stationed at the entrance of the house at first refused him admittance. Indignant at their refusal, he threatened to force his way through the gate, and succeeded, by the mere threat of unsheathing his sword, in overcoming their resistance and in compelling the infuriated governor to release the child. The unconditional compliance of the governor with the demand of Mir Jalil stirred the furious indignation of the ulamas. They violently protested and depreciated his submission to the threats with which their opponents had sought to intimidate him. They expressed to him their fear that such a surrender on his part would encourage them to make still greater demands upon him, would enable them before long to assume the reins of authority and to exclude him from any share in the administration of the government. They eventually induced him to consent to the arrest of Hojat, an act which they were convinced would succeed in checking the progress of his influence. The governor reluctantly consented. He was repeatedly assured by the ulamas that his action would under no circumstances endanger the peace and security of the town. Two of their supporters, Pahlavan Asadullah and Pahlavan Safar Ali, both notorious for their brutality and prodigious strength, volunteered to seize Hojat and deliver him handcuffed to the governor. Each was promised a handsome reward in return for this service. Clad in their armour, with helmets on their heads, and followed by a band of ruffians recruited from among the most degraded of the population, they set out to accomplish their purpose. The ulamas were in the meantime busily engaged in inciting the populace and encouraging them to reinforce their efforts. As soon as the emissaries arrived in the quarter in which Hojat was living, they were unexpectedly confronted by Mir Salah, one of his most formidable supporters, who together with 7 of his armed companions strenuously opposed their advance. He asked Asadullah whither he was bound, and on receiving from him an insulting answer, unsheathed his sword, and with the cry of "Ya Sahib Zaman," sprang upon him and wounded him in the forehead. Mir Salah's audacity, in spite of the heavy armour which his adversary was wearing, frightened the whole band and caused them to flee in different directions. The cry which that stout-hearted defender of the faith raised on that day was heard for the first time in ZANJÁN, a cry that spread panic through the town. The governor was terrified by its tremendous force and asked what that shout could mean and whose voice had been able to raise it. He was gravely shaken when told that it was the watchword of Hojat's companions, with which they called for the assistance of the Qa'im in the hour of distress. The remnants of that affrighted band encountered shortly after Sheikh Mohammed Toubchi, whom they immediately recognized as one of their ablest adversaries. Finding him unarmed, they fell upon him, and with an axe one of them was carrying, struck him and broke his head. They bore him to the governor, and no sooner had they laid down the wounded man than a certain Sayyid Abul Qasim, one of the mujtahids of ZANJÁN who was present, leapt forward and with his penknife stabbed him in the breast. The governor too, unsheathing his sword, struck him on the mouth, and was followed by the attendants who, with the weapons they carried with them, completed the murder of their hapless victim. As their blows rained upon him, unmindful of his sufferings, he was heard to say, "I thank thee, O my God, for having vouchsafed me the crown of martyrdom." He was the first among the believers of ZANJÁN to lay down his life in the path of the cause. His death, which occurred on Friday, the 4th of Rajab, in the year 1266 AH, preceded by 45 days the martyrdom of Wahid, and by 55 days that of the Bab. The blood that was shed on that day, far from allaying the hostility of the enemy, served further to inflame their passions and to reinforce their determination to subject to the same fate the rest of the companions. Encouraged by the governor's tacit approval of their expressed intentions, they resolved to put to death all upon whom they could lay their hands, without obtaining beforehand an express authorization from the government officials. They solemnly covenanted among themselves not to rest until they had extinguished the fire of what they deemed a shameless heresy. They compelled the governor to bid a crier proclaim throughout Zanjan that whoever was willing to endanger his life, to forfeit his property, and expose his wife and children to misery and shame, should throw in his lot with Hojat and his companions, and that those desirous of ensuring the well-being and honour of themselves and their families should withdraw from the neighbourhood in which those companions resided, and seek the shelter of the sovereign's protection. The enemy's preparation for renewed assault. That warning immediately divided the inhabitants into two distinct camps and severely tested the faith of those who were still wavering in their allegiance to the cause. It gave rise to the most pathetic scenes, caused the separation of fathers from their sons and the estrangement of brothers and of kindred. Every tie of worldly affection seemed to be dissolving on that day, and the solemn pledges were forsaken in favour of a loyalty mightier and more sacred than any earthly allegiance. Zanjan fell prey to the wildest excitement. The cry of distress which members of divided families, in a frenzy of despair, raised to heaven, mingled with the blasphemous shouts which a threatening enemy hurled upon them. Shouts of exultation hailed at every turn those who, tearing themselves from their homes and kinsmen, enrolled themselves as willing supporters of the cause of Hojat. The camp of the enemy hummed with feverish activity in preparation for the great struggle upon which they had secretly determined. Reinforcements were rushed into the town from the neighbouring villages at the command of its governor, and with the encouragement of the mujtahids, the sayyids, and the ulamas who supported him. Undeterred by the growing tumult, Hojat ascended the pulpit and with uplifted voice proclaimed to the congregation, "The hand of omnipotence has in this day separated truth from falsehood and divided the light of guidance from the darkness of error. I am unwilling that because of me you should suffer injury. The one aim of the governor and of the ulamas who support him is to seize and kill me. They cherish no other ambition. They thirst for my blood and seek no one besides me. Whoever among you feels the least desire to safeguard his life against the perils with which we are beset, whoever is reluctant to offer his life for our cause, let him, ere it is too late, betake himself from this place and return whence he came." Hojat's entry into the fort of Ali Mardan Khan. That day, more than 3,000 men were recruited by the governor from the surrounding villages of Zanjan. Meanwhile, Mir Salah, accompanied by a number of his comrades, who observed the growing restiveness of their opponents, sought the presence of Hojat and urged him as a precautionary measure to transfer his residence to the fort of Ali Mardan Khan, adjacent to the quarter in which he was residing. Hojat gave his consent and ordered that their women and children, together with such provisions as they might require, be taken to the fort. Although they found it occupied by its owners, the companions eventually induced them to withdraw and gave them in exchange the houses in which they themselves had been dwelling. The enemy was meanwhile preparing for a violent attack upon them. No sooner had a detachment of their forces opened fire upon the barricades the companions had raised than Mir Reza, a Sayyid of exceptional courage, asked his leader to allow him to attempt to capture the governor and to bring him as a prisoner to the fort. Hojat, unwilling to comply with his request, advised him not to risk his life. Assault attempted by a Sayyid. The governor was so overcome with fear when informed of that Sayyid's intention that he decided to leave Zanjan immediately. He was, however, dissuaded from taking that course by a certain Sayyid who pleaded that his departure would be the signal for grave disturbances, such as would disgrace him in the sight of his superiors. The Sayyid himself set out, as evidence of his earnestness, to launch an offensive against the occupants of the fort. He had no sooner given the signal for attack and advanced at the head of a band of 30 of his comrades, when he unexpectedly encountered 2 of his adversaries who were marching with drawn swords towards him. Believing that they intended to assail him, he, with the whole of his band, was suddenly seized with panic, straightway regained his home, and, forgetful of the assurances he had given to the governor, remained the whole day closeted within his room. Those who were with him promptly dispersed, renouncing the thought of pursuing the attack. They were subsequently informed that the 2 men they had encountered had no hostile intention against them, but were simply on their way to fulfill a commission with which they had been entrusted. Hojat's admonitions to his companions. That humiliating episode was soon followed by a number of similar attempts on the part of the supporters of the governor, all of which utterly failed to achieve their purpose. Every time they rushed to attack the fort, Hojat would order a few of his companions, who were 3,000 in number, to emerge from their retreat and scatter their forces. He never failed, every time he gave them such orders, to caution his fellow disciples against shedding unnecessarily the blood of their assailants. He constantly reminded them that their action was of a purely defensive character, and that their sole purpose was to preserve inviolate the security of their women and children. "We are commanded," he was frequently heard to observe, "not to wage holy war under any circumstances against the unbelievers, whatever be their attitude towards us." Sadr-ud-Dawla commissioned by the Amir Nizam to lay siege to the fort. This state of affairs continued until the orders of the Amir Nizam reached one of the generals of the imperial army, Sadr-ud-Dawla Esfahani by name, who had set out at the head of 2 regiments for Azerbaijan. The written orders of the Grand Vizier reached him in Khamseh, bidding him cancel his projected journey and proceed immediately to Zanjan, and there give his assistance to the forces that had been mustered by the government. "You have been commissioned by your sovereign," the Amir Nizam wrote him, "to subjugate the band of mischief-makers in and around Zanjan. It is your privilege to crush their hopes and exterminate their forces. So signal a service at so critical a moment will win for you the Shah's highest favour, no less than the applause and esteem of his people." This encouraging farman stirred the imagination of the ambitious Sadr-ud-Dawla. He marched instantly on Zanjan at the head of his 2 regiments, organised the forces which the governor placed at his disposal, and gave orders for a combined attack upon the fort and its defenders. The contest raged in the environs of the fort 3 days and 3 nights, in the course of which the besieged, under the direction of Hojat, resisted with splendid daring the fierce onslaught of their assailants. Neither their overwhelming numbers nor the superiority of their equipment and training could enable them to reduce the intrepid companions to an unconditional surrender. Undeterred by the fire of the cannon with which they were deluged, and forgetful of both sleep and hunger, they rushed in a headlong charge out of the fort, utterly unmindful of the perils incurred by such a sally. To the imprecations with which an opposing host greeted their appearance from their retreat, they shouted their answer of "Ya Sahib-uz-Zaman," and, carried away by the spell which that invocation threw upon them, hurled themselves upon the enemy and scattered his forces. The frequency and success of these sallies demoralized their assailants and convinced them of the futility of their efforts. They were soon compelled to acknowledge their powerlessness to win a decisive victory. Sadruddoleh himself had to confess that after the lapse of 9 months of sustained fighting, of all the men who had originally belonged to his 2 regiments, no more than 30 crippled soldiers were left to support him. Filled with humiliation, he was forced eventually to admit his powerlessness to daunt the spirit of his opponents. He was degraded from his rank and gravely reprimanded by his sovereign. The hopes he had fondly cherished were, as a result of that defeat, irretrievably shattered. The sufferings, labours, and temptations of the besieged. So abject a defeat struck dismay into the hearts of the people of Zanjan. Few were willing after that disaster to risk their lives in hopeless encounters. Only those who were compelled to fight ventured to renew their attacks upon the besieged. The brunt of the struggle was mainly borne by the regiments which were being successively dispatched from Tehran for that purpose, while the inhabitants of the town, and particularly the merchant class among them, profited greatly by the sudden influx of such a large number of forces. The companions of Hujjat suffered want and privation within the walls of the fort. Their supplies dwindled rapidly. Their only hope of receiving any food from outside lay in the efforts, often unsuccessful, of a few women who could manage under various pretexts to approach the fort and sell them at an exorbitant price the provisions they so sadly needed. Though oppressed with hunger and harassed by fierce and sudden onsets, they maintained with unflinching determination the defence of the fort. Sustained by a hope that no amount of adversity could dim, they succeeded in erecting no less than 28 barricades, each of which was entrusted to the care of a group of 19 of their fellow disciples. At each barricade, 19 additional companions were stationed as sentinels, whose function it was to watch and report the movements of the enemy. They were frequently surprised by the voice of the crier, whom the enemy sent to the neighbourhood of the fort to induce its occupants to desert Hujjat and his cause. "The governor of the province," he would proclaim, "and the commander-in-chief too, are willing to forgive and extend a safe passage to whoever among you will decide to leave the fort and renounce his faith. Such a man will be amply rewarded by his sovereign, who, in addition to lavishing gifts upon him, will invest him with the dignity of noble rank. Both the Shah and his representatives have pledged their honour not to depart from the promise they have given." To this call the besieged would with one voice return contemptuous and decisive replies. Heroism of Zainab, a village maiden. Further evidence of the spirit of sublime renunciation animating those valiant companions was afforded by the behaviour of a village maiden who of her own accord threw in her lot with the band of women and children who had joined the defenders of the fort. Her name was Zainab, her home a tiny hamlet in the near neighbourhood of Zanjan. She was comely and fair of face, was fired with a lofty faith, and endowed with intrepid courage. The sight of the trials and hardships which her men companions were made to endure stirred in her an irrepressible yearning to disguise herself in male attire and share in repulsing the repeated attacks of the enemy. Donning a tunic and wearing a headdress like those of her men companions, she cut off her locks, girt on a sword, and seizing a musket and a shield, introduced herself into their ranks. No one suspected her of being a maid when she leapt forward to take her place behind the barricade. As soon as the enemy charged, she bared her sword and, raising the cry of "Ya Sahib-ul-Zaman," flung herself with incredible audacity upon the forces arrayed against her. Friend and foe marvelled that day at a courage and resourcefulness the equal of which their eyes had scarcely ever beheld. Her enemies pronounced her the curse which an angry providence had hurled upon them. Overwhelmed with despair and abandoning their barricades, they fled in disgraceful rout before her. Hojat, who was watching the movements of the enemy from one of the turrets, recognized her and marvelled at the prowess which that maiden was displaying. She had set out in pursuit of her assailants, when he ordered his men to bid her return to the fort and give up the attempt. "No man," he was heard to say as he saw her plunge into the fire directed upon her by the enemy, "has shown himself capable of such vitality and courage." When questioned by him as to the motive of her behaviour, she burst into tears and said, "My heart ached with pity and sorrow when I beheld the toil and sufferings of my fellow disciples. I advanced by an inner urge I could not resist. I was afraid lest you would deny me the privilege of throwing in my lot with my men companions." "You are surely the same Zainab," Hojat asked her, "who volunteered to join the occupants of the fort?" "I am," she replied. "I can confidently assure you that no one has hitherto discovered my sex. You alone have recognized me. I adjure you by the Bab not to withhold from me that inestimable privilege, the crown of martyrdom, the one desire of my life." Hojat was profoundly impressed by the tone and manner of her appeal. He sought to calm the tumult of her soul, assured her of his prayers on her behalf, and gave her the name Rostam Ali as a mark of her noble courage. "This is the day of resurrection," he told her, "the day when all secrets shall be searched out. Not by their outward appearance, but by the character of their beliefs and the manner of their lives does God judge his creatures, be they men or women. Though a maiden of tender age and immature experience, you have displayed such vitality and resource as few men could hope to surpass." He granted her request and warned her not to exceed the bounds their faith had imposed upon them. "We are called upon to defend our lives," he reminded her, "against a treacherous assailant, not to wage holy war against him." For a period of no less than 5 months, that maiden continued to withstand with unrivalled heroism the forces of the enemy. Disdainful of food and sleep, she toiled with fevered earnestness for the cause she most loved. She quickened by the example of her splendid daring the courage of the few who wavered, and reminded them of the duty each was expected to fulfill. The sword she wielded remained throughout that period by her side. In the brief intervals of sleep she was able to obtain, she was seen with her head resting upon her sword, and her shield serving as a covering for her body. Every one of her companions was assigned to a particular post which he was expected to guard and defend, while that fearless maid alone was free to move in whatever direction she pleased. Always in the thick and forefront of the turmoil that raged around her, Zainab was ever ready to rush to the rescue of whatever post the assailant was threatening, and to lend her assistance to any one of those who needed either her encouragement or support. As the end of her life approached, her enemies discovered her secret, and continued, despite their knowledge that she was a maid, to dread her influence and to tremble at her approach. The shrill sound of her voice was sufficient to strike consternation into their hearts and to fill them with despair. One day, seeing that her companions were being suddenly enveloped by the forces of the enemy, Zaynab ran in distress to Hujjat, and flinging herself at his feet, implored him with tearful eyes to allow her to rush forth to their aid. "My life, I feel, is nearing its end," she added. "I may myself fall beneath the sword of the assailant. Forgive, I entreat you, my trespasses, and intercede for me with my master, for whose sake I yearn to lay down my life." Hujjat was too much overcome with emotion to reply. Encouraged by his silence, which she interpreted to mean that he consented to grant her appeal, she leapt out of the gate, and raising 7 times the cry, "Ya Sahib Zaman," rushed to stay the hand that had already slain a number of her companions. "Why befoul by your deeds the fair name of Islam?" she shouted, as she flung herself upon them. "Why flee abjectly before our face, if you be speakers of truth?" She ran to the barricades which the enemy had erected, routed those who guarded the first 3 of the defences, and was engaged in overcoming the 4th, when beneath a shower of bullets she dropped dead upon the ground. Not a single voice among her opponents dared question her chastity or ignore the sublimity of her faith and the enduring traits of her character. Such was her devotion that after her death no less than 20 women of her acquaintance embraced the cause of the Bab. To them she had ceased to be the peasant girl they had known. She was the very incarnation of the noblest principles of human conduct, a living embodiment of the spirit which only a faith such as hers could manifest. Effects of the shouted prayers of the companions. The messengers who acted as intermediaries between Hujjat and his companions were one day directed to inform the guards of the barricades to carry out the Bab's injunction to his followers and to repeat 19 times each night each of the following invocations: Allahu Akbar, Allahu Azam, Allahu Ajmal, Allahu Abha, and Allahu Adhar. The very night the behest was received, all the defenders of the barricades joined in, shouting those words simultaneously. So loud and compelling was that cry that the enemy was rudely awakened from sleep, abandoned the camp in horror, and hurrying to the environs of the governor's residence, sought shelter in the neighbouring houses. A few were so shocked with terror that they instantly dropped dead. A considerable number of the inhabitants of ZANJÁN fled, panic-stricken, to the adjoining villages. Many believed that stupendous uproar to be a sign heralding the day of judgment. To others, it signified the sending forth, on the part of Hujjat, of a fresh summons which they felt would be the prelude of a sudden offensive against them more terrible than any they had yet experienced. "What," Hujjat was heard to remark, when informed of the terror that sudden invocation had inspired, "if I had been permitted by my master to wage holy war against these cowardly miscreants? I am bidden by him to instill into men's hearts the ennobling principles of charity and love, and to refrain from all unnecessary violence. My aim, and that of my companions, is and ever will be to serve our sovereign loyally and to be the well-wishers of his people. Had I chosen to follow in the footsteps of the ulamas of ZANJÁN, I should, as long as I live, have continued to remain the object of the slavish adoration of this people. Never shall I be willing to barter for all the treasures and honours this world can give me the undying loyalty I bear his cause. The memory of that night still lingers in the minds of those who experienced its awe and terror. I have heard several eyewitnesses express in glowing terms the contrast between the tumult and disorder that reigned in the camp of the enemy and the atmosphere of reverent devotion that filled the fort. While those in the fort were invoking the name of God and praying for his guidance and mercy, their opponents, officers and men alike, were absorbed in acts of debauchery and shame. Though worn and exhausted, the occupants of the fort continued to observe their vigils and chant such anthems as the Bab had instructed them to repeat. The camp of the enemy at that same hour resounded with peals of noisy laughter, with imprecations and blasphemies. That night in particular, no sooner had the invocation pealed out than the dissolute officers who were holding their wine glasses in their hands dropped them instantly to the ground and rushed out headlong in bare feet, as if stunned by that stentorian outcry. Gambling tables were overturned in the midst of the disorder that ensued. Half-dressed and bareheaded, a number ran out into the wilderness, while others betook themselves in haste to the homes of the ulamas and roused them from their sleep. Alarmed and overawed, these began to direct their fiercest invectives against one another for having kindled the fire of such great mischief. As soon as the enemy had discovered the purpose of that loud clamour, they returned to their posts, reassured, though greatly humiliated by their experience. The officers directed a certain number of their men to lie in ambush and to fire in any direction from which those voices might again proceed. Every night they succeeded in this way in slaying a number of the companions. Undeterred by the losses they were repeatedly sustaining, Hojat's supporters continued to raise with undiminished fervour their invocation, despising the perils which the offering of the prayer involved. As their number diminished, that prayer grew louder and acquired added poignancy. Even the imminence of death was powerless to induce the intrepid defenders of the fort to give up what they deemed the noblest and most powerful reminder of their beloved. Hojat's petition to Nasir-ed-Din Shah. The contest was still raging when Hojat was moved to address his written message to Nasir-ed-Din Shah. "The subjects of your Imperial Majesty," he wrote him, "regard you both as their temporal ruler and as the supreme custodian of their faith. They appeal to you for justice and look upon you as the supreme protector of their rights. Our controversy primarily concerned the ulamas of ZANJÁN only, and under no circumstances involved either your government or people. I myself was summoned by your predecessor to Tehran, and was requested by him to set forth the basic claims of my faith. The late Shah was entirely satisfied and highly commended my efforts. I resigned myself to leave my home and settle in Tehran with no other intention than that of abating the fury that raged round my person and of extinguishing the fire which the mischief-makers had kindled. Though free to return to my home, I preferred to remain in the capital, wholly relying upon the justice of my sovereign. In the early days of your reign, the Amir Nizam, while the Mazandaran upheaval was still in progress, suspected me of treason and determined to destroy my life. Finding no one in Tehran able to protect me, I determined in self-defense to flee to Zanjan, where I resumed my labors and strove with all my might to advance the true interests of Islam. I was pursuing my work when Majid-ud-Din Dawleh arose against me. I several times appealed to him to exercise moderation and justice, but he refused to grant my request. Instigated by the ulamas of Zanjan and encouraged by the adulation they lavished upon him, he determined to arrest me. My friends intervened and attempted to stay his hand. He continued to rouse the people against me, and they in their turn have acted in a manner that has led to the present situation. Your Majesty has until now refrained from extending his gracious assistance to us who are the innocent victims of such ferocious cruelty. Our enemies have even sought to represent our cause in the eyes of your Majesty as a conspiracy against the authority with which you have been invested. Surely every unbiased observer will readily admit that we cherish in our hearts no such intention. Our sole aim is to advance the best interests of your government and people. I and my principal companions hold ourselves in readiness to leave for Tehran, that we may, in your presence, as well as in that of our chief opponents, establish the soundness of our cause. Not content with his own petition, he bade his leading supporters address similar appeals to the Shah and stress his request for justice. Arrest of bearer of petition and dispatch of reinforcements. No sooner had the messenger who was carrying those petitions to Tehran set out on his way than he was seized and brought back into the presence of the governor. Infuriated by the action of his opponents, he ordered the messenger to be immediately put to death. He destroyed the petitions and in their stead wrote the Shah letters which he loaded with abuse and insult, and adding the signatures of Hujjat and his chief companions, dispatched them to Tehran. The Shah was so indignant after the perusal of these insolent petitions that he gave orders for the immediate dispatch of 2 regiments equipped with guns and munitions to Zanjan, commanding that not one supporter of Hujjat be allowed to survive. Effect on the companions of the news of the Bab's martyrdom. The news of the Bab's martyrdom had meanwhile reached the hard-pressed occupants of the fort through Sayyid Hassan, brother of Sayyid Hussein, the Bab's amanuensis, who had arrived from Azerbaijan on his way to Qazvin. The news spread among the enemy and was welcomed by them with shouts of wild delight. They hastened to ridicule and hurl their taunts at the efforts of his adherents. "For what reason," they cried in haughty scorn, "will you henceforth be willing to sacrifice yourselves? He in whose path you long to lay down your lives has himself fallen a victim to the bullets of a triumphant foe. His body is even now lost, both to his enemies and to his friends. Why persist in your stubbornness when a word is sufficient to deliver you from your woes?" However much they strove to shake the confidence of the bereaved community, they failed in the end to induce the feeblest among them either to desert the fort or to recant his faith. Dispatch of the Amir Tuman with further reinforcements. The Amir Nizam was meanwhile urging his sovereign to dispatch further reinforcements to Zanjan. Muhammad Khan, the Amir Tuman, at the head of 5 regiments and equipped with a considerable amount of arms and munitions, was finally commissioned to demolish the fort and wipe out its occupants. Meeting of Aziz Khan Mokri with Hujjat. During the 20 days that hostilities were suspended, Aziz Khan Mokri, surnamed Sardar-e Kul, who was on a military mission to Yerevan, arrived at Zanjan and succeeded in meeting Hujjat through his host Sayyid Ali Khan. The latter related to Aziz Khan the circumstances of a touching interview he had had with Hujjat when he had obtained all the information he required regarding the intentions and proposals of the besieged. Should the government, Hujjat had told him, refuse to entertain my appeal, I am willing, with its permission, to depart with my family to a place beyond the confines of this land. Should it refuse to grant even this request and persist in attacking us, we should feel constrained to arise and defend ourselves. Aziz Khan assured Sayyid Ali Khan that he would do all in his power to induce the authorities to effect a speedy solution of this problem. No sooner had Sayyid Ali Khan retired than Aziz Khan was surprised by the farrash of the Amir Nizam, who had come to arrest Sayyid Ali Khan and to conduct him to the capital. He was seized with great fear, and in order to avert any suspicion from himself, began to abuse Hujjat and to denounce him openly before the farrash. By this means, he was able to ward off the danger that threatened his own life. Storming of the fort. The arrival of the Amir Tuman was the signal for the resumption of hostilities on a scale such as Zanjan had never before experienced. 17 regiments of cavalry and infantry had rallied to his standard and fought under his command. No less than 14 guns were at his orders directed against the fort. 5 additional regiments, which the Amir had recruited from the neighbourhood, were being trained by him as reinforcements. The very night he arrived, he issued orders that the trumpets be sounded as a signal for the resumption of the attack. The officers in charge of his artillery were commanded to open fire instantly upon the besieged. The booming of the cannons, which could be heard distinctly at a distance of about 14 farsangs, had scarcely begun when Hujjat ordered his companions to make use of the 2 guns they themselves had constructed. One of them was transported to a high position commanding the Amir's headquarters. A ball struck his tent and mortally wounded his steed. The enemy was meanwhile directing with unrelenting fury its fire upon the fort, and had succeeded in killing a large number of its occupants. The Amir Nizam's warning to the Amir Tuman. As the days went by, it became increasingly evident that the forces under the command of the Amir Tuman, in spite of their great superiority in number, equipment, and training, were unable to achieve the victory they had fondly anticipated. The death of Farrukh Khan, son of Yahya Khan and brother of Haji Suleiman Khan, one of the generals of the enemy's army, aroused the indignation of the Amir Nizam, who addressed a strongly worded communication to the commanding officer, reprimanding him for his failure to force the besieged to an unconditional surrender. "You have sullied the fair name of our country," he wrote him, "have demoralized the army, and have wasted the lives of its ablest officers." He was bidden enforce the strictest discipline among his subordinates and cleanse his camp from every stain of debauchery and vice. He was, moreover, urged to take counsel with the chiefs of the people of Zanjan, and was warned that, failing to achieve his end, he would be degraded from his position. "If your combined endeavours," he added, "prove powerless to force their submission, I myself will proceed to Zanjan and will order a wholesale massacre of its inhabitants, irrespective of their position or belief. A town that can bring so much humiliation to the Shah and distress to his people is utterly unworthy of the clemency of our sovereign." Repulse of the combined forces of the enemy. In a frenzy of despair, the Amir Tuman summoned all the Kadkhudas and chiefs of the people, showed them the text of that letter, and by his earnest entreaties succeeded in rousing them to immediate action. The next day, every able-bodied man in Zanjan had enlisted under the Amir Tuman's standard. Headed by their Kadkhudas and preceded by 4 regiments, a vast multitude of people marched to the sound of a flourish of trumpets and the beating of drums in the direction of the fort. Undaunted by their clamour, the companions of Hujjat raised simultaneously the cry of Ya Sahib-uz-Zaman, then poured out of the gates and flung themselves upon them. That encounter was the fiercest and most desperate engagement that had yet been experienced. The flower of Hujjat's supporters fell on that day, victims to a ruthless carnage. Many a son was butchered in circumstances of unbridled cruelty under the eyes of his mother, while sisters gazed with horror and anguish upon the heads of their brothers raised on spears and brutally disfigured by the weapons of their foes. In the midst of a tumult in which the boisterous enthusiasm of the companions of Hujjat faced the fury and barbarism of an exasperated enemy, the voices of women who were struggling side by side with the men could be heard from time to time, animating the zeal of their fellow disciples. The victory that was miraculously achieved on that day was in no small measure attributable to the shouts of exultation which those women raised in the face of a mighty foe, shouts which acquired added poignancy by their own acts of heroism and self-sacrifice. Disguised in the garb of men, some had rushed forward in their eagerness to supplant their fallen brethren, while the rest were seen carrying on their shoulders skins full of water with which they strove to allay the thirst and revive the strength of the wounded. Confusion reigned meanwhile in the camp of the enemy. Deprived of water and distressed by defection in their ranks, they fought a losing battle, unable to retreat and impotent to conquer. No less than 300 companions quaffed that day the cup of martyrdom. Death of Mohsen. One of Hujjat's supporters was a man named Mohsen, whose function it was to sound the azan. His voice was endowed with a quality of warmth and richness that no man in the neighbourhood could equal. Its reverberation, as he summoned the faithful to prayer, could be distinctly felt as far as the adjoining villages, and penetrated the hearts of those who heard it. Oftentimes did the worshippers in that vicinity, in whose ears the voice of Mohsen was ringing, express their indignation at the charges of heresy imputed to Hujjat and his friends. So loud grew their protestations that they eventually reached the ears of the leading mujtahid of Zanjan, who, unable himself to impose silence upon them, implored the Amir Tuman to devise some means of eradicating from the minds of the people the belief in the piety and uprightness of Hujjat and his companions. Day and night, he complained, I strive through my public discourse, no less than by private converse with the people, to instill into their minds the conviction that that wretched band is the sworn enemy of the Prophet and the wrecker of his faith. The cry of that evil man Mohsen robs my words of their influence and nullifies my exertions. To exterminate that miserable wretch is surely your first obligation. The Amir refused at first to entertain his appeal. You and your like, he replied, are to be held responsible for having declared the necessity of waging holy war against them. We are but servants of the government, and our duty is to obey the orders we receive. If you seek, however, to put an end to his life, you should be prepared to make the proper sacrifice." The Sayyid immediately understood the purpose of the Amir's allusion. He had no sooner regained his house than he sent him, by the hand of a messenger, the gift of 100 tumans. The Amir promptly ordered a number of his men, who were famed for their marksmanship, to lie in wait for Mohsen and shoot him when in the act of prayer. It was the hour of dawn, when, as he raised the cry of "La ilaha illallah," a bullet struck him in the mouth and killed him instantly. Hojat, as soon as he was informed of that cruel act, ordered another of his companions to ascend the turret and continue the prayer from where Mohsen had left off. Though his life was spared until the cessation of hostilities, he, together with certain of his brethren, was made to suffer, eventually, a death no less atrocious than that of his fellow disciple. Nuptial celebrations in the fort. As the days of the siege were drawing to a close, Hojat urged all those who were betrothed to celebrate their nuptials. For each unmarried youth among the besieged he chose a spouse, and within the limits of the means at his disposal contributed from his own purse whatever could add to the comfort and gladness of the newly married. He sold all the jewels his wife possessed, and with the money provided whatever could be obtained to bring happiness and pleasure to those he had joined in wedlock. During more than 3 months these festivities continued, festivities which were intermingled with the terrors and hardships of a long protracted siege. How often did the clamour of an advancing foe drown the acclamations of joy with which bride and bridegroom greeted each other. How suddenly was the voice of merriment stilled by the cry of "Ya Sahibuz Zaman" that summoned the faithful to arise and repulse the invader. With what tenderness would the bride entreat the bridegroom to tarry a while longer beside her, ere he rushed forth to win the crown of martyrdom? "I can spare no time," he would reply. "I must hasten to obtain the crown of glory. We shall surely meet again on the shores of the great beyond, the home of a blissful and eternal reunion." No less than 200 youths were joined in wedlock during those tumultuous days. Some a month, others a few days, and still others, for but a brief moment, were able to tarry undisturbed in the company of their brides. No one among them failed, as the beating of the drum announced the hour of his departure, to respond joyously to the call. Each and every one ungrudgingly offered himself as a sacrifice for his true beloved. All drank, eventually, the cup of martyrdom. No wonder the spot that has been the theatre of untold sufferings and has witnessed such heroism has been named Arz-e-Allah by the Bab, a title that has remained for all time linked with his own blessed name. Death of 5 sons of Karbila'i Abdul-Baqi. Among the companions was a certain Karbila'i Abdul-Baqi, the father of 7 sons, 5 of whom Hojat joined in wedlock. The nuptial ceremonies were hardly at an end when cries of terror suddenly announced the resumption of a fresh offensive against them. They sprang to their feet and, forsaking their loved ones, instantly rushed out to repulse the invader. All 5 fell in turn in the course of that encounter. The eldest of them, A youth greatly esteemed for his intelligence and of renowned courage, was captured and conducted into the presence of the Amir Tumon. "Lay him upon the ground," cried the infuriated Amir, "and kindle upon his breast, which dared nourish so great a love for Hojat, a fire that shall consume it." "Wretched man," burst forth the undaunted youth, "no flame that the hands of your men are able to kindle could destroy the love that glows in my heart." The praise of his beloved lingered on his lips until the last moment of his life. Ashraf's heroism. Among the women who distinguished themselves by the tenacity of their faith was one named Ashraf, who was newly married when the storm of Zanjan broke out. She was within the fort when she gave birth to her son, Ashraf. Both mother and child survived the massacre that marked the closing stages of that tragedy. Years afterwards, when her son had grown into a youth of great promise, he was involved in the persecutions that afflicted his brethren. Unable to persuade him to recant, his enemies endeavored to alarm his mother and convince her of the necessity of saving him ere it was too late from his fate. "I will disown you as my son," cried the mother, when brought face to face with him, "if you incline your heart to such evil whisperings and allow them to turn you away from the truth." Faithful to his mother's admonitions, Ashraf met his death with intrepid calm. Though herself a witness to the cruelties inflicted on her son, she made no lamentation, neither did she shed a tear. This marvelous mother showed a courage and fortitude that amazed the perpetrators of that shameless deed. "I have now in mind," she exclaimed, as she cast a parting glance at the corpse of her son, "the vow I made on the day of your birth, while besieged in the fort of Ali Mardon Khan. I rejoice that you, the only son whom God gave me, have enabled me to redeem that pledge." Assistance rendered by the women. My pen is powerless to portray, much less to render befitting tribute, to the consuming enthusiasm that glowed in those valiant hearts. Violent as were the winds of adversity, they were powerless to quench its flame. Men and women labored with unabating fervor to strengthen the defenses of the fort and reconstruct whatever the enemy had demolished. What leisure they could obtain was consecrated to prayer. Every thought, every desire was subordinated to the paramount necessity of guarding their stronghold against the onslaughts of the assailant. The part the women played in these operations was no less arduous than that accomplished by their men companions. Every woman, irrespective of rank and age, joined with energy in the common task. They sewed the garments, baked the bread, ministered to the sick and wounded, repaired the barricades, cleared away from the courts and terraces the balls and missiles fired upon them by the enemy, and last but not least, cheered the faint in heart and animated the faith of the wavering. Even the children joined in giving whatever assistance was in their power to the common cause, and seemed to be fired by an enthusiasm no less remarkable than that which their fathers and mothers displayed. Such was the spirit of solidarity that characterized their labors, and such the heroism of their acts, that the enemy was led to believe their number was no less than 10,000. It was generally conceded that a continual supply of provisions found its way, in an unaccountable manner, to the fort, and that fresh reinforcements were being steadily dispatched from NAYRÍZ, from Khorasan, and from Tabriz. The power of the besieged seemed to them as unshakable as ever, their resources inexhaustible. Amir Tuman's attempt to deceive the companions. The Amir Tuman, exasperated by their unyielding tenacity and spurred by the rebukes and protestations of the authorities in Tehran, determined to resort to the abject weapons of treachery in order to exact the complete submission of the besieged. Firmly convinced of the futility of his efforts to face his opponents in the field honorably, he craftily called for the suspension of hostilities and gave currency to the report that the Shah had decided to abandon the whole enterprise. He represented his sovereign as having, from the very beginning, discountenanced the idea of extending his support to the forces that fought in Mazandaran and NAYRÍZ, and of having deplored the shedding of so much blood for so insignificant a cause. The people of ZANJÁN and the surrounding villages were led to believe that Nasir-ed-Din Shah had actually ordered the Amir Tuman to negotiate a friendly settlement of the issues between him and Hujjat, and that it was his intention to put an end, as speedily as possible, to this unhappy state of affairs. Assured that the people had been deceived by his cunning plot, he drew up an appeal for peace, in which he assured Hujjat of the sincerity of his intention of achieving a lasting settlement between him and his supporters. He accompanied that declaration with a sealed copy of the Qur'an as a testimony of the sacredness of his pledge. "My sovereign," he added, "has forgiven you. You, as well as your followers, I hereby solemnly declare to be under the protection of His Imperial Majesty. This book of God is my witness that if any of you decide to come out of the fort, you will be safe from any danger." Hujjat reverently received the Qur'an from the hand of the messenger, and as soon as he had read the appeal, bade its bearer inform his master that he would send an answer in the course of the following day. That night he gathered together his chief companions and spoke to them of the misgivings he entertained as to the sincerity of the enemy's declarations. "The treacheries of Mazandaran and of NAYRÍZ are still vivid in our minds. That which was perpetrated against them, the same they purpose to perpetrate against us. In deference to the Qur'an, however, we shall respond to their invitation and shall dispatch to their camp a number of our companions, that thereby their deceitfulness may be exposed." I have heard Ostad Mir Ali Haddad, who survived the massacre of Zanjan, relate the following. "I was one of the 9 children, none of whom were more than 10 years old, who accompanied the delegation sent by Hujjat to the Amir Tuman. The rest were men of over 80 years of age. Among them were Karbila'i Mawla Quli Agha Dadash, Darvish Salah, Muhammad Rahim, and Muhammad. Darvish Salah was a most impressive figure, tall of stature, white-bearded, and of a singular beauty. He was greatly esteemed for his honourable and just conduct. His intervention on behalf of the downtrodden invariably received the consideration and sympathy of the authorities concerned. He renounced, after his conversion, all the honours he had received, and though far advanced in age, enrolled himself among the defenders of the fort. He marched before us, carrying the sealed Qur'an, as we were led into the presence of the Amir Tuman. Reaching his tent, we stood at its entrance, awaiting his orders. To our salute he gave no response, and treated us with marked contempt. He kept us standing half an hour before he deigned to address us in a tone of severe reprimand. "A meaner and more shameless people than you," he cried in haughty scorn, "has never been seen." He had hurled his denunciations at us when one of the companions, the oldest and feeblest among them, begged to be allowed to say a few words to him, and, on obtaining his permission, spoke, unlettered though he was, in a manner that could not fail to excite our profound admiration. "God knows," he pleaded, "that we are and will ever remain loyal and law-abiding subjects of our sovereign, with no other desire than to advance the true interests of his government and people. We have been grievously misrepresented by our ill-wishers. No one of the Shah's representatives was inclined to protect or befriend us. No one was found to plead our cause before him. We repeatedly appealed to him, but he ignored our entreaty and was deaf to our call. Our enemies, emboldened by the indifference which characterized the attitude of the ruling authorities, assailed us from every side, plundered our property, violated the honor of our wives and daughters, and captured our children. Undefended by our government and encompassed by our foes, we felt constrained to arise and defend our lives." The Amir Tumon turned to his lieutenant and asked him what action he would advise him to take. "I am at a loss," the Amir added, "as to the answer I should give this man. Were I at heart religious, I would unhesitatingly embrace his cause." "Nothing but the sword," replied his lieutenant, "will deliver us from this abomination of heresy." "I still hold the Qur'an in my hand," interposed Dervish Salah, "and carry the declaration which you, of your own accord, chose to make. Are the words we have just heard our reward for having responded to your appeal?" The Amir Tuman, in a burst of fury, offered that Dervish Salah's beard be torn out and that he, with those who were with him, be thrown into a dungeon. I and the rest of the children were scared and attempted to escape. Raising the cry of "Ya Sahibuz Zaman," we hurried in the direction of our barricades. Some of us were overtaken and made prisoners. As I was fleeing, the man who was pursuing me laid hold of the hem of my garment. I tore myself away from him and managed to reach the gate that led to the approaches of the fort in a state of utter exhaustion. How great was my surprise when I saw one of the companions, a man named Imam Quli, being savagely mutilated by the enemy. I was horrified as I gazed upon that scene, knowing as I did that on that very day the cessation of hostilities had been proclaimed, and the most solemn pledges given that no acts of violence would be committed. I was soon informed that the victim had been betrayed by his brother, who, on the pretext of desiring to speak with him, had handed him over to his persecutors. I straightway hastened to Hujjat, who lovingly received me, and wiping the dust from my face and clothing me with new garments, invited me to be seated by his side and bade me tell him the fate of his companions. I described to him all that I had seen. "It is the tumult of the day of resurrection," he explained, "a tumult such as the world has never seen before. This is the day on which man shall fly from his brother and his mother and his father and his wife and his children. This is the day when man, not content with having abandoned his brother, sacrifices his substance in order to shed the blood of his nearest kinsman. This is the day when every suckling woman shall forsake her suckling babe, and every woman that hath a burden in her womb shall cast her burden. And thou shalt see men drunken, yet they are not drunken, but it is the mighty chastisement of God." Hujjat's advice to his companions. Seating himself in the center of the Maidan, Hujjat summoned his followers. On their arrival, he arose and, standing erect in their midst, spoke to them in these words. I am well pleased with your unflinching endeavors, my beloved companions. Our enemies are bent upon our destruction. They harbor no other desire. Their intention was to trick you into coming out of the fort and then to slaughter you mercilessly after their heart's desire. Finding that their treachery has been exposed, they have, in the fury of their rage, ill-treated and imprisoned the oldest and the youngest among you. It is clear that not until they capture this fort and scatter you will they lay down their arms or cease their persecutions against us. Your continued presence in this fort will eventually cause you to be taken captive by the enemy, who will of a certainty dishonor your wives and slay your children. Better is it, therefore, for you to make your escape in the middle of the night and to take your wives and children with you. Let each one seek a place of safety until such time as this tyranny shall be overpassed. I shall remain alone to face the enemy. It were better that my death should allay their thirst for revenge than that you should all perish. The companions were moved to their very depths, and with tears in their eyes declared their firm resolve to remain to the end by his side. We can never consent, they exclaimed, to abandon you to the mercy of a murderous enemy. Our lives are not more precious than your life, neither are our families of a more noble descent than that of your kinsmen. Whatever calamity may yet befall you is what we shall welcome for ourselves. All, except a few, remain true to their pledge. These, unable to bear the ever-increasing distress of a prolonged siege, and encouraged by the advice Hujjat himself had given them, betook themselves to a place of safety outside the fort, thus separating themselves from the rest of their fellow disciples. Resumption of the enemy's offensive. Nerved to a resolve of despair, the Amir Tuman ordered all able-bodied men in Zanjan to assemble in the neighborhood of his camp, ready to receive his commands. He reorganized the forces of his regiments, appointed their officers, and added them to the host of fresh recruits that had massed in the town. He ordered no less than 16 regiments, each equipped with 10 guns, to march against the fort. 8 of these regiments were charged to attack the fort every forenoon, after which the remainder of the forces were to replace them in their offensive until the approach of evening. The Amir himself took the field and was seen in the forenoon of every day directing the efforts of his host, assuring them of the reward awaiting their success and warning them of the punishment which in the event of defeat the sovereign would inflict upon them. For 1 whole month the siege continued. Not content with attacks by day, the enemy several times attacked them by night also. The fierceness of their onslaughts, the overwhelming force of their numbers, and the rapid succession of the onsets thinned the ranks of the companions and aggravated their distress. Reinforcements for the enemy continued to pour in from all directions, while the besieged languished in a state of misery and hunger. The Amir Nizam, meanwhile, decided to strengthen the hands of the Amir Tuman by the appointment of Hassan Ali Khan Karrusi, who was commanded to march at the head of 2 Sunni regiments to Zanjan. His arrival was the signal for the concentration of the enemy's artillery on the fort. A tremendous bombardment threatened the structure with immediate destruction. It lasted for a number of days, during which the stronghold stood firm in spite of the increasing fire which was directed against it. The friends of Hujjat displayed during those days a valour and skill that even their bitterest foes were compelled to admire. Wound sustained by Hujjat. One day, while the bombardment was still in progress, a bullet struck Hujjat in the right arm as he was performing his ablutions. Though he ordered his servant not to inform his wife of the wound he had received, yet such was the man's grief that he was powerless to conceal his emotion. His tears betrayed his distress, and no sooner had the wife of Hujjat learned of the injury inflicted on her husband than she ran in distress and found him absorbed in prayer in a state of unruffled calm. Though bleeding profusely from his wound, his face retained its expression of undisturbed confidence. "Pardon this people, O God," he was heard to say, "for they know not what they do. Have mercy upon them, for they who have led them astray are alone responsible for the misdeeds the hands of this people have wrought." Hujjat sought to calm the agitation that had seized his wife and relatives at the sight of the blood that covered his body. "Rejoice," he told them, "for I am still with you, and desire you to be wholly resigned to God's will. What you now behold is but a drop compared to the ocean of afflictions that will be poured forth at the hour of my death. Whatever be his decree, it is our duty to acquiesce and bow down to his will." Capture of the fort and its effects upon the besieged. No sooner had the news that he had been wounded reached the companions than they laid down their arms and hastened to him. The enemy, meanwhile, taking advantage of the momentary absence of their adversaries, redoubled their attack upon the fort, and were able to force their passage through its gate. That day they took captive no less than 100 of the women and children, and plundered all their possessions. Despite the severity of that winter, these captives were left exposed in the open for no less than 15 days and nights, to a biting cold such as Zanjan had rarely experienced. Clad in the thinnest of garments, with no covering to protect them, they were abandoned without food and shelter in the wilderness. Their only protection was the gauze that covered their heads, with which they sought in vain to shield their faces from the icy wind that blew mercilessly upon them. Crowds of women, most of whom were inferior to them in social position, flocked from the various quarters of Zanjan to the scene of their sufferings, and poured upon them contempt and ridicule. "You have now found your God," they scornfully exclaimed as they danced wildly around them, "and have been rewarded abundantly by him." They spat in their faces and heaped upon them the foulest invectives. Repulse of further attacks on the companions. The capture of the fort, though robbing Hujjat's companions of their chief instrument of defence, failed either to daunt their spirit or discourage their efforts. All property on which the enemy could lay its hands was plundered, and the women and children who were left defenceless were made captives. The rest of the companions, together with the remaining women and children, crowded into the houses that lay in the close vicinity of Hujjat's residence. They were divided into 5 companies, each consisting of 19 times 19 companions. From each of these companies, 19 would rush forth together, and raising with one voice the cry of "Ya Sahib Zaman," would fling themselves into the midst of the enemy and would succeed in scattering its forces. The uplifted voices of these 95 companions would alone prove sufficient to paralyze the efforts and crush the spirit of their assailants. Consultation of the Amir Tuman with his staff. This state of affairs continued for a few days, bringing in its wake both humiliation and loss to an enemy that had believed itself capable of achieving immediate and signal victory. Many were killed in the course of these encounters. Officers, to the distress of their superiors, were beginning to desert their posts. The captains of the artillery were abandoning their guns, whilst the rank and file of the army was demoralized and completely exhausted. The Amir Tuman was himself weary of the coercive measures to which he had been compelled to resort in order to maintain the discipline of his men and to keep unimpaired their efficiency and vigour. He was driven again to take counsel with the remainder of his officers and to seek a desperate remedy for a situation that was fraught with grave danger to his own life no less than to that of the inhabitants of Zanjan. "I am weary," he confessed, "of the grim resistance of this people. They are evidently animated by a spirit which no amount of encouragement from our sovereign can hope to call forth in our men. Such self-renunciation surely no one in the ranks of our army is able to manifest. No power that I can command is able to rouse my men from the slough of despair into which they have fallen. Whether they triumph or fail, these soldiers believe themselves doomed to eternal damnation." Driving of underground passages. Their mature deliberations resulted in the decision to dig out underground passages from the site which their camp occupied to a place underneath the quarter in which the dwellings of Hojat's adherents were situated. They determined to blow up these houses and by this means to force them to an unconditional surrender. For 1 whole month they laboured to fill these underground passages with all manner of explosives and continued at the same time to demolish with fiendish cruelty such houses as remained standing. Wishing to accelerate the work of destruction, the Amir Tuman ordered the officers in charge of his artillery to direct their fire upon Hojat's residence. As the buildings that intervened between that house and the camp of the enemy had been razed to the ground, there remaining no further obstacle in the way of its ultimate destruction. Death of Hojat's wife and child. A section of his dwelling had already collapsed when Hojat, who was still living within its walls, turned to his wife Khadijah, who was holding Hadi, their baby, in her arms, and warned her that the day was fast approaching when she and her infant might be taken captive, and bade her be prepared for that day. She was giving vent to her distress when a cannonball struck the room which she occupied and killed her instantly. Her child, whom she was holding to her breast, fell into the brazier beside her, and shortly afterwards died of the injuries he had received in the house of Mirza Abul Qasim, the Mujtahid of Zanjan. Hojat, though filled with grief, refused to yield to idle sorrow. "The day whereon I found thy beloved one, O my God," he cried, "and recognized in him the manifestation of thy eternal spirit, I foresaw the woes that I should suffer for thee. Great as have been until now my sorrows, they can never compare with the agonies that I would willingly suffer in thy name. How can this miserable life of mine, the loss of my wife and of my child, and the sacrifice of the band of my kindred and companions, compare with the blessings which the recognition of thy manifestation has bestowed on me? Would that a myriad lives were mine! Would that I possessed the riches of the whole earth and its glory, that I might resign them all freely and joyously in thy path. The tragic loss their beloved leader has sustained, and the grievous wound inflicted upon him distressed the companions of Hujat and filled them with burning indignation. They determined to make a last and desperate effort to avenge the blood of their slaughtered brethren. Hujat, however, dissuaded them from making that attempt and exhorted them not to hasten the issue of the conflict. He bade them resign themselves to the will of God and to remain calm and steadfast to the end, whenever that end might come. Death of Hujat and his interment. As time went on, their number diminished, their sufferings multiplied, and the area within which they could feel secure was reduced. On the morning of the 5th of the month of Rabi'ul-Awwal, in the year 1267 AH, Hujat, who had already for 19 days endured the severe pain caused by his wound, was in the act of prayer and had fallen prostrate upon his face, invoking the name of the Bab, when he suddenly passed away. His sudden death came as a severe shock to his kindred and companions. Their grief at the passing of so able, so accomplished, and so inspiring a leader was profound. The loss was irreparable. Two of his companions, Din Muhammad Wazir and Mir Rezai Sardar, straightway undertook, ere the enemy was made aware of his death, to inter his remains in a place which neither his kindred nor his friends could suspect. At midnight, the body was borne to a room that belonged to Din Muhammad Wazir, where it received burial. They demolished that room in order to ensure the safety of the remains from desecration, and exercised the utmost care to maintain the secrecy of the spot. More than 500 women who survived that terrible tragedy were, immediately after the death of Hujat, gathered together in his house. His companions, in spite of the death of their leader, continued to face with undiminished zeal the forces of their assailants. Of the great multitude that had flocked to the standard of Hujat, there remained only 200 vigorous men. The rest either had died or were utterly incapacitated by the wounds they had received. Last encounter. The knowledge of the removal of so inspiring a leader nerved the enemy to resistance and decided them to wipe out what still remained of the formidable forces they had been unable to subdue. They launched a general attack, fiercer and more determined than any previous one. Animated by the beating of drums and the sound of trumpets, and encouraged by the shouts of exultation raised by the populace, they threw themselves upon the companions with unbridled ferocity, resolved not to rest until the whole company had been annihilated. In the face of this fierce onset, the companions raised once more the cry of Ya Sahibuz Zaman, and rushed forth undismayed to continue the heroic struggle until all of them had been either slain or captured. That massacre had scarcely been perpetrated when the signal was given for a pillage unexampled in its scope and ferocity. Had not the Amir Tuman issued orders to spare what remained of the house and belongings of Hujat, and to refrain from any acts of violence against his kindred, even more dastardly attacks would have been made by his rapacious army. His intention was to inform the authorities in Tehran and to seek from them whatever advice they wished to give him. He failed, however, to restrain indefinitely the spirit of violence which animated his men. The ulamas of Zanjan, flushed with the victory that had cost them such exertion and loss of life, and which had involved to such an unprecedented degree their reputation and prestige, endeavoured to incite the populace to commit every imaginable outrage against the lives of their men captives and the honour of their women. The sentinels who guarded the entrance to the house in which Hojat had been living were driven from their posts in the general tumult that ensued. The populace joined hands with the army to plunder the property and assail the persons of the few who still survived that memorable struggle. Neither the Amir Tuman nor the governor was able to allay the thirst for plunder and revenge which had seized the whole town. Order and discipline no longer existed in the midst of the general confusion. Treatment of survivors. The governor of the province was, however, able to induce the officers of the army to gather together the captives into the house of a certain Haji Ghulam, and to keep them in custody until the arrival of fresh instructions from Tehran. The entire company were huddled together like sheep in that wretched place, exposed to the cold of a severe winter. The enclosure into which they were crowded was roofless and without furniture. For a few days they remained without food. From thence the women were removed to the house of a mujtahid named Mirza Abul Qasim, in the hope that he would induce them to recant, in return for which they would be offered their freedom. The greedy mujtahid, however, had, with the aid of his wives, his sisters and daughters, succeeded in seizing all they had been allowed to carry with them, had stripped them of their garments, clothed them in the meanest attire, and appropriated for himself whatever valuables he could find among their belongings. After suffering untold hardships, these women captives were allowed to join their relatives, on condition that these would undertake full responsibility for their future behaviour. The rest were dispersed throughout the neighbouring villages, the inhabitants of which, unlike the people of ZANJÁN, welcomed the newcomers with treatment that was at once affectionate and genuine. The family of Hojat, however, was detained in Zanjan until the arrival of definite instructions from Tehran. As to the wounded, they were placed in custody until such time as the authorities in the capital should send directions as to how they were to be treated. Meanwhile, the severity of the cold to which they were exposed and the cruelties they underwent was such that within a few days they had all perished. The rest of the captives were delivered by the Amir Tuman into the hands of the Karrusi, the Khamseh, and the Iraqi regiments, with orders that they be immediately executed. They were conducted in procession to the accompaniment of drums and trumpets to the camp where the army was stationed. All these regiments combined to add to the horror of the abominations perpetrated against the poor sufferers. Armed with their lances and spears, they flung themselves upon the 76 companions who still remained, piercing and mutilating their bodies with a savage ruthlessness that excelled the dark deeds of even the most refined torture-mongers of their race. The spirit of revenge which that day dominated those barbarous men passed all bounds. Regiment vied with regiment in committing the foulest atrocities which their ingenious minds could devise. They were preparing to swoop afresh upon their victims when a certain Haji Muhammad Hussein, father of Abba Basir, sprang to his feet and, raising the call of the Azan, thrilled the multitude that had gathered about him. Though in the hour of his death, such were the fervour and majesty with which he pealed out the words Allahu Akbar, that the entire Iraqi regiment immediately proclaimed their refusal to continue participating in such shameful deeds. Deserting their posts and raising the cry, "Ya Ali!" they fled from that place in horror and disgust. "Accursed be the Amir Tuman!" they were heard to exclaim as they turned their backs on that scene of bloodshed and horror. "That wretch has deceived us. With devilish persistence he sought to convince us of this people's disloyalty to the Imam Ali and to his kindred. Never, though we all be slain, will we consent to assist in such criminal deeds." A number of these captives were blown from guns. Others were stripped naked, ice-cold water was poured upon their bodies, and they were lashed severely. Still others were smeared with treacle and left to perish in the snow. Despite the shame and cruelties they were made to suffer, not one of these captives was known either to recant or to utter one angry word against his persecutors. Not even a whisper of discontent escaped their lips, nor did their countenances betray a shadow of regret or grief. No amount of adversity could succeed in darkening the light that shone in those faces. No words, however insulting, could disturb the serenity of their expressions. Indignities inflicted on Hojat's body and the fate of his kinsman. No sooner had the persecutors finished their work than they began to seek for the body of Hojat, the place of whose burial the companions had carefully concealed. The most inhuman tortures had proved powerless to induce them to disclose the identity of that spot. The governor, exasperated by the failure of his search, asked that the 7-year-old son of Hojat, whose name was Hussein, be brought to him that he might attempt to induce him to disclose the secret. "My son," he said, as he gently caressed him, "I'm filled with grief at the knowledge of all the afflictions that have been the lot of your parents. Not I, but the mujtahids of Zanjan should be held responsible for the abominations that have been committed. I am now willing to accord the remains of your father a befitting burial, and wish to atone for the shameful deeds that have been perpetrated against him." By his gentle insinuations, he succeeded in getting the child to reveal the secret, and thereupon sent his men to fetch the body. No sooner had the object of his desire been delivered into his hands than he ordered that it be dragged with a rope to the sound of drums and trumpets through the streets of Zanjan. For 3 days and 3 nights, unspeakable injuries were heaped upon the body, which lay exposed to the eyes of the people in the Maidan. On the 3rd night, it was reported that a number of horsemen had succeeded in carrying away the remnants of the corpse to a place of safety in the direction of Qazvin. As to Hojat's kinsmen, orders were received from Tehran to conduct them to Shiraz and to deliver them into the hands of the governor. There they languished in poverty and misery. Whatever possessions still remained to them, the governor seized for himself, and condemned the victims of his rapacity to seek shelter in a ruined and dilapidated house. Hojat's youngest son, Mehdi, died of the privations he and his family were made to suffer, and was buried in the very midst of the ruins that had served as his shelter. I was privileged, 9 years after the termination of that memorable struggle, to visit Zanjan and witness the scene of those terrible butcheries. I beheld with grief and horror the ruins of the fort of Ali Mardan Khan and trod the ground that had been saturated with the blood of its immortal defenders. I could discern on its gates and walls traces of the carnage that marked its surrender to the enemy, and could discover upon the very stones that served as barricades stains of the blood that had been so profusely shed in that neighbourhood. Number of martyrs. As to the number of those who fell in the course of these encounters, no accurate estimate has yet been made. So numerous were those who participated in that struggle, and so prolonged the siege which they withstood, that to ascertain their names and number would be a task that I would hesitate to undertake. A tentative list of such names, which readers might do well to consult, has been prepared by Esmullahul Mim and Esmullahul Asad. Many and conflicting are the reports as to the exact number of those who struggled and fell under the banner of Hujjat in Zanjan. Some have estimated that there were as many as 1,000 martyrs. According to others, they were more numerous. I have heard it stated that one of the companions of Hujjat, who undertook to record the names of those who had suffered martyrdom, had left a written statement in which he had computed the number of those who had fallen prior to the death of Hujjat to be 1,598, while those who had suffered martyrdom afterwards were thought to have been in all 202 persons. Sources of information. For the account I have related of the happenings of Zanjan, I am primarily indebted to Mirza Muhammad Ali Tabib Zanjani, to Abu Basir, and to Sayyid Ashraf, all martyrs of the faith, with each of whom I was closely acquainted. The rest of my narrative is based upon the manuscript which a certain Mullah Hussein Zanjani wrote and sent to the presence of Baha'u'lláh, in which he recorded all the information he could glean from different sources regarding the events connected with that episode. What I have related of the struggle of Mazandaran has been similarly inspired, to a very great extent, by the written account sent to the Holy Land by a certain Sayyid Abu Talib Shah Mirzadi, as well as by the brief survey prepared here by one of the believers named Mirza Haydar Ali Ardestani. I have, moreover, ascertained certain facts connected with that struggle from persons who actually participated in it, such as Mullah Muhammad Sadiq Muqaddas, Mullah Mirza Muhammad Furuqi, and Haji Abdul Majid, father of Badi and martyr to the faith. As to the events relating to the life and deeds of Wahid, I have obtained my information regarding what took place in Yazd from Reza Ruh, who was one of his intimate companions. As to the later stages of that struggle in NAYRÍZ, my narrative is mainly drawn from such information as I could gather from the detailed account sent to the Holy Land by a believer of that town named Mullah Shafi, who had carefully investigated the matter and had reported it to Baha'u'lláh. Whatever my pen has failed to record, future generations will, I hope, gather together and preserve for posterity. Many, I confess, are the gaps in this narrative, for which I beg the indulgence of my readers. It is my earnest hope that these gaps may be filled by those who will, after me, arise to compile an exhaustive and befitting account of these stirring events, the significance of which we can as yet but dimly discern. Chapter 25. Baha'u'llah's Journey to Karbila. Ever since I began the writing of my narrative, It has been my firm intention to include, in such accounts as I might be able to relate of the early days of this revelation, those gems of inestimable value which it has been my privilege to hear from time to time from the lips of Baha'u'lláh. These words, some of which were addressed to me alone, others which I shared with my fellow disciples as we sat in his presence, are mainly concerned with the very episodes I have essayed to describe. Baha'u'llah's comments on the conference of Badasht, and his references to the tumult that marked its closing stages, to which I have referred in a preceding chapter, are but instances of the passages with which I hope to enrich and ennoble my narrative. Upon the termination of the description of the struggle of ZANJÁN, I was ushered into his presence and received, together with a number of other believers, the blessings which on 2 occasions he deigned to confer upon us. Both visits took place during the 4 days which Baha'u'lláh chose to tarry in the home of Agha Kalim. On the 2nd and 4th nights after his arrival at his brother's house, which fell on the 7th day of the month of Jamadi'ul Awwal in the year 1306 AH, I, together with a number of pilgrims from Sarvestan and Faran, as well as a few resident believers, was admitted into his presence. The words he spoke to us lie forever engraved upon my heart, and I feel it my duty to my readers to share with them the gist of his talk. Incidents related by Baha'u'lláh. Praised be to God, he said, that whatever is essential for the believers in this revelation to be told has been revealed. Their duties have been clearly defined, and the deeds they are expected to perform have been plainly set forth in our book. Now is the time for them to arise and fulfill their duty. Let them translate into deeds the exhortations we have given them. Let them beware lest the love they bear God, a love that glows so brightly in their hearts, cause them to transgress the bounds of moderation and to overstep the limits we have set for them. In regard to this matter, we wrote thus while in Iraq to Haji Mirza Musa Qumi: "Such is to be the restraint you should exercise, that if you be made to quaff from the well springs of faith and certitude all the rivers of knowledge, your lips must never be allowed to betray to either friend or stranger the wonder of the draught of which you have partaken. Though your heart be aflame with his love, take heed lest any eye discover your inner agitation. And though your soul be surging like an ocean, suffer not the serenity of your countenance to be disturbed, nor the manner of your behavior to reveal the intensity of your emotions. God knows that at no time did we attempt to conceal ourself or hide the cause which we have been bidden to proclaim. Though not wearing the garb of the people of learning, we have again and again faced and reasoned with men of great scholarship in both Nur and Mazandaran, and have succeeded in persuading them of the truth of this revelation. We never flinched in our determination. We never hesitated to accept the challenge from whatever direction it came. To whomsoever we spoke in those days, we found him receptive to our call and ready to identify himself with its precepts. But for the shameful behavior of the people of Bayan, who sullied by their deeds the work we had accomplished, Nur and Mazandaran would have been entirely won to this cause, and would have been accounted by this time among its leading strongholds. At a time when the forces of Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza had besieged the fort of Tabarsi, we resolved to depart from Nur and lend our assistance to its heroic defenders. We had intended to send Abdul Wahhab, one of our companions, in advance of us, and to request him to announce our approach to the besieged. Though encompassed by the forces of the enemy, we had decided to throw in our lot with those steadfast companions, and to risk the dangers with which they were confronted. This, however, was not to be. The hand of omnipotence spared us from their fate, and preserved us for the work we were destined to accomplish. In pursuance of God's inscrutable wisdom, the intention we had formed was, before our arrival at that fort, communicated by certain inhabitants of Nur to Mirza Taqi, the governor of Amul, who sent his men to intercept us. While we were resting and taking our tea, we found ourselves suddenly surrounded by a number of horsemen, who seized our belongings and captured our steeds. We were given, in exchange for our own horse, a poorly saddled animal which we found it extremely uncomfortable to ride. The rest of our companions were conducted handcuffed to Amul. Mirza Taqi succeeded, in spite of the tumult our arrival had raised, and in the face of the opposition of the ulamas, in releasing us from their grasp and in conducting us to his own house. He extended to us the warmest hospitality. Occasionally, he yielded to the pressure which the ulamas were continuously bringing to bear upon him, and felt himself powerless to defeat their attempts to harm us. We were still in his house when the Sardar, who had joined the army in Mazandaran, returned to Amul. No sooner was he informed of the indignities we had suffered than he rebuked Mirza Taqi for the weakness he had shown in protecting us from our enemies. "Of what importance," he indignantly demanded, "are the denunciations of this ignorant people? Why is it that you have allowed yourself to be swayed by their clamour? You should have been satisfied with preventing the party from reaching their destination, and instead of detaining them in this house, you should have arranged for their safe and immediate return to Tehran." Whilst in Sari, we were again exposed to the insults of the people. Though the notables of that town were, for the most part, our friends, and had on several occasions met us in Tehran, no sooner had the townspeople recognized us as we walked with Quddus in the streets than they began to hurl their invectives at us. The cry, "Babi, Babi," greeted us wherever we went. We were unable to escape their bitter denunciations. In Tehran, we were twice imprisoned as a result of our having risen to defend the cause of the innocent against a ruthless oppressor. The first confinement to which we were subjected followed the slaying of Mullah Taqi Qazvini, and was occasioned by the assistance we were moved to extend to those upon whom a severe punishment had been undeservedly inflicted. Our second imprisonment, infinitely more severe, was precipitated by the attempt which irresponsible followers of the faith made on the life of the Shah. That event led to our banishment to Baghdad. Soon after our arrival, we betook ourselves to the mountains of Kurdistan, where we led for a time a life of complete solitude. We sought shelter upon the summit of a remote mountain which lay at some 3 days' distance from the nearest human habitation. The comforts of life were completely lacking. We remained entirely isolated from our fellow men until a certain Sheikh Ismail discovered our abode and brought us the food we needed. Upon our return to Baghdad, we found, to our great astonishment, that the cause of the Bab had been sorely neglected, that its influence had waned, that its very name had almost sunk into oblivion. We arose to revive his cause and to save it from decay and corruption. At the time when fear and perplexity had taken fast hold of our companions, we reasserted with fearlessness and determination its essential verities, and summoned all those who had become lukewarm to espouse with enthusiasm the faith they had so grievously neglected. We sent forth our appeal to the peoples of the world, and invited them to fix their gaze upon the light of his revelation. After our departure from Adrianople, a discussion arose among the government officials in Constantinople as to whether we and our companions should not be thrown into the sea. The report of such a discussion reached Persia and gave rise to a rumour that we had actually suffered that fate. In Khorasan particularly, our friends were greatly perturbed. Mirza Ahmad Azghandi, as soon as he was informed of this news, was reported to have asserted that under no circumstances could he credit such a rumour. The revelation of the Bab, he said, must, if this be true, be regarded as utterly devoid of foundation. The news of our safe arrival in the prison city of Akka rejoiced the hearts of our friends, deepened the admiration of the believers of Khorasan for the faith of Mirza Ahmad, and increased their confidence in him. From our most great prison, we were moved to address to the several rulers and crowned heads of the world epistles in which we summoned them to arise and embrace the cause of God. To the Shah of Persia we sent our messenger Badi, into whose hands we entrusted the tablet. It was he who raised it aloft before the eyes of the multitude, and with uplifted voice appealed to his sovereign to heed the words that tablet contained. The rest of the epistles likewise reached their destination. To the tablet we addressed to the Emperor of France, an answer was received from his minister, the original of which is now in the possession of the most great branch. To him we addressed these words: "Bid the high priest, O monarch of France, to cease ringing his bells, for lo, the most great bell, which the hands of the will of the Lord thy God are ringing, is made manifest in the person of his chosen one." The epistle we addressed to the Tsar of Russia alone failed to reach its destination. Other tablets, however, have reached him, and that epistle will eventually be delivered into his hands. Be thankful to God for having enabled you to recognize his cause. Whoever has received this blessing must, prior to his acceptance, have performed some deed which, though he himself was unaware of its character, was ordained by God as a means whereby he has been guided to find and embrace the truth. As to those who have remained deprived of such a blessing, their acts alone have hindered them from recognizing the truth of this revelation. We cherish the hope that you, who have attained to this light, will exert your utmost to banish the darkness of superstition and unbelief from the midst of the people. May your deeds proclaim your faith and enable you to lead the erring into the paths of eternal salvation. The memory of this night will never be forgotten. May it never be effaced by the passage of time, and may its mention linger forever on the lips of men. Nabil's meeting with Mirza Ahmad and Bahá'u'lláh in Kermanshah. The 7th Nayruz after the declaration of the Bab fell on the 16th day of the month of Jamadi'ul Awwal in the year 1267 AH. a month and a half after the termination of the struggle of ZANJÁN. That same year, towards the end of spring, in the early days of the month of Shaban, Baha'u'lláh left the capital for Karbila. I was at that time dwelling in Kermanshah, in the company of Mirza Ahmad, the Bab's amanuensis, who had been ordered by Baha'u'lláh to collect and transcribe all the sacred writings, the originals of which were, for the most part, in his possession. I was in Zarand, in the home of my father, when the 7 martyrs of Tehran met their cruel fate. I subsequently succeeded in leaving for Qom under the pretext of desiring to visit the shrine. Unable to find Mirza Ahmad, whom I wished to meet, I left for Kashan on the advice of Haji Mirza Musa Yaqumi, who informed me that the only person who could enlighten me as to the whereabouts of Mirza Ahmad was Azim, who was then living in Kashan. With him, I again returned to Qom, where I was introduced to a certain Sayyid Abul Qasim Alaqiband Isfahani, who had previously accompanied Mirza Ahmad on his journey to Kermanshah. Azim instructed him to conduct me to the gate of the city, where he was to inform me of the place where Mirza Ahmad was residing, and to arrange for my departure for Hamadan. Sayyid Abul Qasim, in turn, referred me to Mirza Muhammad Ali Tabib Zanjani, whom he said I was sure to find in Hamadan, and who would direct me to the place where I could meet Mirza Ahmad. I followed his instructions and was directed by this Mirza Muhammad Ali to meet in Kermanshah a certain merchant, Ghulam Hussein Shushtari by name, who would conduct me to the house where Mirza Ahmad was residing. A few days after my arrival, Mirza Ahmad informed me of his having succeeded while in Qom in teaching the cause to Ilderim Mirza, brother of Khonlar Mirza, to whom he wished to present a copy of the Dallā'il-e-Sabh, and expressed his desire that I should be its bearer. Ilderim Mirza was in those days governor of Khurramabad in the province of Luristan, and had encamped with his army in the mountains of Khave-Valishtar. I was only too glad to grant his request, and expressed my readiness to start immediately on that journey. With a Turkish guide, we traversed mountains and forests for 6 days and nights until we reached the governor's headquarters. I delivered the trust into his hands and brought back with me for Mirza Ahmad a written message from him expressing his appreciation of the gift and assuring him of his devotion to the cause of its author. On my return, I received from Mirza Ahmad the joyful tidings of the arrival of Baha'u'lláh in Kermanshah. As we were being ushered into his presence, we found him, it being the month of Ramazan, engaged in reading the Qur'an, and were blessed by hearing him read verses of that sacred book. I presented to him Ilderim Mirza's written message to Mirza Ahmad. "The faith which a member of the Qajar dynasty professes," he remarked after reading the letter, "cannot be depended upon. His declarations are insincere. Expecting that the Babis will one day assassinate the sovereign, he harbours in his heart the hope of being acclaimed by them the successor. The love he professes for the Bab is actuated by that motive." Within a few months, we knew the truth of his words. This same Ilderim Mirza gave orders that a certain Sayyid Basir Hindi, a fervent adherent of the faith, should be put to death. Reference to Sayyid Basir Hindi. It would be appropriate at this juncture to deviate from the course of our narrative and refer briefly to the circumstances of this martyr's conversion and death. Among the disciples whom the Bab had instructed in the early days of his mission to disperse and teach his cause was a certain Sheikh Saeed Hindi, one of the Letters of the Living, who had been directed by his master to journey throughout India and proclaim to its people the precepts of his revelation. Sheikh Saeed, in the course of his travels, visited the town of Multan, where he met this Sayyid Basir, who, though blind, was able to perceive immediately with his inner eye the significance of the message Sheikh Saeed had brought him. The vast learning he had acquired, far from hindering him from appreciating the value of the cause to which he was summoned, enabled him to grasp its meaning and understand the greatness of its power. Casting behind him the trappings of leadership, and severing himself from his friends and kinsmen, he arose with a fixed resolve to render his share of service to the cause he had embraced. His first act was to undertake a pilgrimage to Shiraz in the hope of meeting his beloved. Arriving at that city, he was informed to his surprise and grief that the Bab had been banished to the mountains of Azerbaijan, where he was leading a life of unrelieved solitude. He straightway proceeded to Tehran, and from thence departed for Noor, where he met Bahá'u'LLÁH. This meeting relieved his heart from the burden of sorrow caused by his failure to meet his master. To those he subsequently met, of whatever class or creed, he imparted the joys and blessings he had so abundantly received from the hands of Bahá'u'LLÁH, and was able to endow them with a measure of power with which his intercourse with him had invested his innermost being. I have heard Sheikh Shahid Amaz Khan relate the following. I was privileged to meet Sayyid Basir at the height of summer during his passage through Qamsar, whither the leading men of Kashan go to escape the heat of that town. Day and night I found him engaged in arguing with the leading ulamas who had congregated in that village. With ability and insight, he discussed with them the subtleties of their faith, expounded without fear or reservation the fundamental teachings of the cause, and absolutely confuted their arguments. No one, however great his learning and experience, was able to reject the evidences he set forth in support of his claims. Such were his insight and his knowledge of the teachings and ordinances of Islam, that his adversaries conceived him to be a sorcerer, whose baneful influence they feared would ere long rob them of their position. I have similarly heard Mullah Ibrahim, surnamed Mullah Bashi, who was martyred in Sultanabad, thus recount his impression of Sayyid Basir. Towards the end of his life, Sayyid Basir passed through Sultanabad, where I was able to meet him. He was continually associated with the leading ulamas. No one could surpass his knowledge of the Quran and his mastery of the traditions ascribed to Muhammad. He displayed an understanding which made him the terror of his adversaries. Often would his opponents question the accuracy of his quotations, or reject the existence of the tradition which he produced in support of his contention. With unerring exactitude, he would establish the truth of his argument by his reference to the text of the Usul-i-Kafi and the Baharul Anvar, from which he would instantly bring out the particular tradition demonstrating the truth of his words. He stood unrivalled alike in the fluency of his argument and the facility with which he brought out the most incontrovertible proofs in support of his theme. From Sultanabad, Sayyid Basir proceeded to Lorestan, where he visited the camp of Ilderim Mirza and was received by him with marked respect and consideration. In the course of his conversation with him one day, the Sayyid, who was a man of great courage, referred to Muhammad Shah in terms that aroused the fierce anger of Ilderim Mirza. He was furious at the tone and vehemence of his remarks, and ordered that his tongue be pulled out through the back of his neck. The Sayyid endured this cruel torture with amazing fortitude, but succumbed to the pain which his oppressor had mercilessly inflicted upon him. The same week, a letter in which Ilderim Mirza had abused his brother, Khanlar Mirza, was discovered by the latter, who immediately obtained the consent of his sovereign to treat him in whatever way he pleased. Khanlar Mirza, who entertained an implacable hatred for his brother, ordered that he be stripped of his clothes and conducted naked and in chains to Ardabil, where he was imprisoned and where eventually he died. Reason for Baha'u'llah's departure for Karbila. Baha'u'llah spent the entire month of Ramazan in Kermanshah. Shokrullah Nuri, one of his kinsmen, and Mirza Muhammad Mazandarani, who had survived the struggle of Tabarsi, were the only companions he chose to take with him to Karbala. I have heard Baha'u'llah himself give the reasons for his departure from Tehran. The Amir Nizam, he told us, asked us one day to see him. He received us cordially and revealed the purpose for which he had summoned us to his presence. I am well aware, he gently insinuated, of the nature and influence of your activities, and am firmly convinced that were it not for the support and assistance which you have been extending to Mullah Hussein and his companions, neither he nor his band of inexperienced students would have been capable of resisting for 7 months the forces of the imperial government. The ability and skill with which you have managed to direct and encourage those efforts could not fail to excite my admiration. I have been unable to obtain any evidence whereby I could establish your complicity in this affair. I feel it a pity that so resourceful a person should be left idle and not be given an opportunity to serve his country and sovereign. The thought has come to me to suggest that you visit Karbila in these days, when the Shah is contemplating a journey to Esfahan. It is my intention to be enabled on his return to confer upon you the position of Amir Divan, a function you could admirably discharge. We vehemently protested against such accusations, and refused to accept the position he hoped to offer us. A few days after that interview, we left Tehran for Karbila. Ere Baha'u'llah's departure from Kermanshah, he summoned Mirza Ahmad and me to his presence and bade us depart for Tehran. I was charged to meet Mirza Yahya immediately after my arrival and to take him with me to the fort of Zulfaqar Khan, situated in the vicinity of Shahrud, and remain with him until Baha'u'llah returned to the capital. Mirza Ahmad was instructed to remain in Tehran until his arrival, and was entrusted with a box of sweetmeats and a letter addressed to Aghay Kalim, who was to forward the gift to Mazandaran, where the Most Great Branch and his mother were residing. Nabil's departure with Mirza Ahmad for Tehran. Mirza Yahya, to whom I delivered the message, refused to leave Tehran, and directed me instead to leave for Qazvin. He compelled me to abide by his wish, and to take with me certain letters which he bade me deliver to certain of his friends in that town. On my return to Tehran, I was constrained, on the insistence of my kinsman, to leave for Zarand. Mirza Ahmad, however, promised that he would again arrange for my return to the capital, a promise which he fulfilled. 2 months later, I was again living with him in a caravanserai outside the gate of No, where I passed the whole winter in his company. He spent his days in transcribing the Persian Bayan and the Dalail Sabeh, a work he accomplished with admirable enthusiasm. He entrusted me with 2 copies of the latter, asking me to present them on his behalf to Mustafi'ul Mamalik Ashtiani and Mirza Sayyid Ali Tafashi, surnamed the Majdul Ashraf. The former was so much affected that he was completely won over to the faith. As for Mirza Sayyid Ali, the views he expressed were of a totally different character. At a gathering at which Agha Kalim was present, he commented in an unfavourable manner upon the continued activities of the believers. "This sect," he publicly declared, "is still living. Its emissaries are hard at work, spreading the teachings of their leader. One of them, a youth, came to visit me the other day and presented me with a treatise which I regard as highly dangerous. Anyone from among the common people who shall read that book will surely be beguiled by its tone." Agha Kalim immediately understood from his allusions that Mirza Ahmad had sent the book to him and that I had acted as his messenger. On that very day, Agha Kalim asked me to visit him and advised me to return to my home in Zarand. I was asked to induce Mirza Ahmad to leave instantly for Qom, as both of us, in his opinion, were exposed to great danger. Acting according to Mirza Ahmad's instructions, I succeeded in inducing the Sayyid to return the book that had been offered him. Shortly after, I parted company with Mirza Ahmad, whom I never met again. I accompanied him as far as Shah Abdul Azim, whence he departed for Qom, while I pursued my way to Zarand. Baha'u'llah's activities in Karbila. The month of Shawwal in the year 1267 AH witnessed the arrival of Baha'u'llah at Karbila. On his way to that holy city, he tarried a few days in Baghdad, that place which he was soon to visit again, and where his cause was destined to mature and unfold itself to the world. When he arrived at Karbila, he found that a number of its leading residents, among whom were Sheikh Sultan and Haji Sayyid Jawad, had fallen victims to the pernicious influence of a certain Sayyid Olov and had declared themselves his supporters. They were immersed in superstitions and believed their leader to be the very incarnation of the divine spirit. Sheikh Sultan ranked among his most fervent disciples and regarded himself, next to his master, as the foremost leader of his countrymen. Baha'u'llah met him on several occasions and succeeded, by his words of counsel and loving kindness, in purging his mind from his idle fancies and in releasing him from the state of abject servitude into which he had sunk. He won him over completely to the cause of the Bab and kindled in his heart a desire to propagate the faith. His fellow disciples, witnessing the effects of his immediate and marvellous conversion, were led one after the other to forsake their former allegiance and to embrace the cause which their colleague had risen to champion. Abandoned and despised by his former adherents, the Sayyid Olov was at length reduced to recognizing the authority of Baha'u'llah and acknowledging the superiority of his position. He even went so far as to express repentance for his acts, and to pledge his word that he would never again advocate the theories and principles with which he had identified himself. It was during that visit to Karbila that Baha'u'lláh encountered, as he was walking through the streets, Sheikh Hassan Zunuzi, to whom he confided the secret he was destined to reveal at a later time in Baghdad. He found him eagerly searching after the promised Hussein, to whom the Bab had so lovingly referred, and whom he had promised he would meet in Karbila. We have already, in a preceding chapter, narrated the circumstances leading to his meeting with Baha'u'lláh. From that day, Sheikh Hassan became magnetized by the charm of his newly found master, and would, but for the restraint he was urged to exercise, have proclaimed to the people of Karbila the return of the promised Hussein, whose appearance they were awaiting. Among those who were made to feel that power was Mirza Muhammad Ali Tabib Zanjani, in whose heart was implanted a seed that was destined to grow and blossom into a faith of such tenacity that the fires of persecution were powerless to quench it. To his devotion, his high-mindedness and singleness of purpose, Baha'u'lláh himself testified. That faith carried him eventually to the field of martyrdom. The same fate was shared by Mirza Abdul Wahhab Shirazi, son of Haji Abdul Majid, who owned a shop in Karbala, and who felt the impulse to forsake all his possessions and follow his master. He was advised, however, not to abandon his work, but to continue to earn his livelihood until such time as he should be summoned to Tehran. Baha'u'lláh urged him to be patient and gave him a sum of money wherewith he encouraged him to extend the scope of his business. Unable to concentrate his attention upon his trade, Mirza Abdul Wahhab hastened to Tehran, where he remained until he was thrown into the dungeon in which his master was confined, and there suffered martyrdom for his sake. Sheikh Ali Mirzaya Shirazi was likewise attracted to and remained to his last breath a staunch supporter of the cause to which he had been called, and which he served with a selflessness and devotion beyond all praise. To friend and stranger alike, he recounted his experiences of the marvelous influence the presence of Baha'u'lláh had had upon him, and enthusiastically described the signs and wonders he had witnessed during and after the days of his conversion. Chapter 26. Attempt on the Shah's life and its consequences. The 8th Nayruz after the declaration of the Bab, which fell on the 27th day of the month of Jamadi'ul Awwal in the year 1268 AH, found Baha'u'lláh still in Iraq, engaged in spreading the teachings and making firm the foundations of the new revelation. Displaying an enthusiasm and ability that recalled his activities in the early days of the movement in Nur and Mazandaran, he continued to devote himself to the task of reviving the energies, of organizing the forces, and of directing the efforts of the Bab's scattered companions. He was the sole light amidst the darkness that encompassed the bewildered disciples, who had witnessed on the one hand the cruel martyrdom of their beloved leader, and on the other the tragic fate of their companions. He alone was able to inspire them with the needful courage and fortitude to endure the many afflictions that had been heaped upon them. He alone was capable of preparing them for the burden of the task they were destined to bear, and of inuring them to brave the storm and perils they were soon to face. Death of the Amir Nizam. In the course of the spring of that year, Mirza Taqi Khan, the Amir Nizam, the Grand Vizier of Nasr-ed-Din Shah, who had been guilty of such infamous outrages against the Bab and his companions, met his death in a public bath in Fien, near Kashan, having miserably failed to stay the onrush of the faith he had striven so desperately to crush. His own fame and honour were destined eventually to perish with his death, and not the influence of the life he had sought to extinguish. During the 3 years when he held the post of Grand Vizier of Persia, his ministry was stained with deeds of blackest infamy. What atrocities did not his hands commit, as they were stretched forth to tear down the fabric the Bab had raised? To what treacherous measures did he not resort, in his impotent rage, in order to sap the vitality of a cause which he feared and hated? The first year of his administration was marked by the ferocious onslaught of the imperial army of Nasr-ed-Din Shah against the defenders of the fort of Tabarsi. With what ruthlessness he conducted the campaign of repression against those innocent upholders of the faith of God. What fury and eloquence he displayed in pleading for the extermination of the lives of Quddus, of Mullah Hussein, and of 313 of the best and noblest of his countrymen. The second year of his ministry found him battling with savage determination to extirpate the faith in the capital. It was he who authorized and encouraged the capture of the believers who resided in that city, and who ordered the execution of the 7 martyrs of Tehran. It was he who unchained the offensive against Vahid and his companions, who inspired that campaign of revenge which animated their persecutors, and who instigated them to commit the abominations with which that episode will forever remain associated. That same year witnessed another blow more terrible than any he had hitherto dealt that persecuted community, a blow that brought to a tragic end the life of him who was the source of all the forces he had in vain sought to repress. The last years of that vizier's life will forever remain associated with the most revolting of the vast campaigns which his ingenious mind had devised, a campaign that involved the destruction of the lives of Hujjat and of no less than 1,800 of his companions. Such were the distinguishing features of a career that began and ended in a reign of terror such as Persia had seldom seen. Baha'u'llah's return to Tehran. He was succeeded by Mirza Agha Khan Nuri, who endeavoured at the very outset of his ministry to effect a reconciliation between the government of which he was the head and Baha'u'llah, whom he regarded as the most capable of the Bab's disciples. He sent him a warm letter requesting him to return to Tehran and expressing his eagerness to meet him. Ere the receipt of that letter, Baha'u'llah had already decided to leave Iraq for Persia. He arrived in the capital in the month of Rajab and was welcomed by the Grand Vizier's brother, Ja'far Quli Khan, who had been specially directed to go forth to receive him. For 1 whole month he was the honoured guest of the Grand Vizier, who had appointed his brother to act as host on his behalf. So great was the number of the notables and dignitaries of the capital who flocked to meet him that he found himself unable to return to his own home. He remained in that house until his departure for Shemiran. Baha'u'llah's meeting with Azim. I have heard it stated by Aghay Kalim that in the course of that journey Baha'u'llah was able to meet Azim, who had been endeavouring for a long time to see him, and who in that interview was advised in the most emphatic terms to abandon the plan he had conceived. Baha'u'lláh condemned his designs, disassociated himself entirely from the act it was his intention to commit, and warned him that such an attempt would precipitate fresh disasters of unprecedented magnitude. Attempt on the Shah's life. Baha'u'lláh proceeded to Lavassan and was staying in the village of Afche, the property of the Grand Vizier, when the news of the attempt on the life of Nasr-ed-Din Shah reached him. Ja'far Quli Khan was still acting as his host on behalf of the Amir Nizam. That criminal act was committed towards the end of the month of Shawwal in the year 1268 AH by two obscure and irresponsible young men, one named Sadegh Tabrizi, the other Fatullah Qum'i, both of whom earned their livelihood in Tehran. At a time when the imperial army, headed by the Shah himself, had encamped in Shemiran, these two ignorant youths, in a frenzy of despair, arose to avenge the blood of their slaughtered brethren. The folly that characterized their act was betrayed by the fact that in making such an attempt on the life of their sovereign, instead of employing effective weapons which would ensure the success of their venture, these youths charged their pistols with shot which no reasonable person would ever think of using for such a purpose. Had their act been instigated by a man of judgment and common sense, he would certainly never have allowed them to carry out their intention with such ridiculously ineffective instruments. That act, though committed by wild and feeble-minded fanatics, and in spite of its being from the very first emphatically condemned by no less responsible a person than Baha'u'lláh, was the signal for the outbreak of a series of persecutions and massacres of such barbarous ferocity as could be compared only to the atrocities of Mazandaran and Zanjan. The storm to which that act gave rise plunged the whole of Tehran into consternation and distress. It involved the life of the leading companions who had survived the calamities to which their faith had been so cruelly and repeatedly subjected. That storm was still raging when Baha'u'lláh, with some of his ablest lieutenants, was plunged into a filthy, dark, and fever-stricken dungeon, whilst chains of such weight as only notorious criminals were condemned to carry were placed upon his neck. For no less than 4 months he bore the burden, and such was the intensity of his suffering that the marks of that cruelty remained imprinted upon his body all the days of his life. So grave a menace to their sovereign and to the institutions of his realm stirred the indignation of the entire body of the ecclesiastical order of Persia. To them, so bold a deed called for immediate and condign punishment. Measures of unprecedented severity, they clamoured, should be undertaken to stem the tide that was engulfing both the government and the faith of Islam. Despite the restraint which the followers of the Bab had exercised ever since the inception of the faith in every part of the land, despite the repeated charges of the chief disciples to their brethren, enjoining them to refrain from acts of violence, to obey their government loyally, and to disclaim any intention of a holy war, their enemies persevered in their deliberate efforts to misrepresent the nature and purpose of that faith to the authorities. Now that an act of such momentous consequences had been committed, what accusations would not these same enemies be prompted to attribute to the cause with which those guilty of the crime had been associated? The moment seemed to have come when they could at last awaken the rulers of the country to the necessity of extirpating as speedily as possible a heresy which seemed to threaten the very foundations of the state. Ja'far Quli Khan, who was in Shemiran when the attempt on the Shah's life was made, immediately wrote a letter to Baha'u'lláh and acquainted him with what had happened. "The Shah's mother," he wrote, "is inflamed with anger. She is denouncing you openly before the court and people as the would-be murderer of her son. She's also trying to involve Mirza Agha Khan in this affair and accuses him of being your accomplice." He urged Baha'u'lláh to remain for a time concealed in that neighborhood until the passion of the populace had subsided. He dispatched to Afche an old and experienced messenger whom he ordered to be at the disposal of his guest and to hold himself in readiness to accompany him to whatever place of safety he might desire. Baha'u'lláh refused to avail himself of the opportunity Ja'far Quli Khan offered him. Ignoring the messenger and rejecting his offer, he rode out the next morning with calm confidence from Lavasan, where he was sojourning, to the headquarters of the Imperial Army, which was then stationed in Niavaran, in the Shemiran district. Arriving at the village of Zarkandeh, the seat of the Russian legation, which lay at a distance of 1 maidan from Niavaran, he was met by Mirza Majid, his brother-in-law, who acted as secretary to the Russian minister, and was invited by him to stay at his home, which adjoined that of his superior. The attendants of Haji Ali Khan, the Hajib-ud-Dawleh, recognized him and went straightway to inform their master, who in turn brought the matter to the attention of the Shah. The news of the arrival of Baha'u'lláh greatly surprised the officers of the Imperial Army. Nasr-ed-Din Shah himself was amazed at the bold and unexpected step which a man who was accused of being the chief instigator of the attempt upon his life had taken. He immediately sent one of his trusted officers to the legation, demanding that the accused be delivered into his hands. The Russian minister refused and requested Baha'u'lláh to proceed to the home of Mirza Agha Khan, the Grand Vizier, a place he thought to be the most appropriate under the circumstances. His request was granted, whereupon the minister formally communicated to the Grand Vizier his desire that the utmost care should be exercised to ensure the safety and protection of the trust his government was delivering into his keeping, warning him that he would hold him responsible should he fail to disregard his wishes. Mirza Agha Khan, though he undertook to give the fullest assurances that were required, and received Baha'u'lláh with every mark of respect into his home, was, however, too apprehensive for the safety of his own position to accord his guest the treatment he was expected to extend. As Baha'u'lláh was leaving the village of Zarkandeh, the minister's daughter, who felt greatly distressed at the dangers which beset his life, was so overcome with emotion that she was unable to restrain her tears. "Of what use," she was heard expostulating with her father, "is the authority with which you have been invested, if you are powerless to extend your protection to a guest whom you have received in your house?" The minister, who had great affection for his daughter, was moved by the sight of her tears and sought to comfort her by his assurances that he would do all in his power to avert the danger that threatened the life of Baha'u'lláh. That day, the army of Nasr-ed-Din Shah was thrown into a state of violent tumult. The peremptory orders of the sovereign, following so closely upon the attempt on his life, gave rise to the wildest rumours and excited the fiercest passions in the hearts of the people of the neighbourhood. The agitation spread to Tehran and fanned into flaming fury the smouldering embers of hatred which the enemies of the cause still nourished in their hearts. Confusion, unprecedented in its range, reigned in the capital. A word of denunciation, a sign or a whisper, was sufficient to subject the innocent to a persecution which no pen dare try to describe. Security of life and property had completely vanished. The highest ecclesiastical authorities in the capital joined hands with the most influential members of the government to deal what they hoped would be the fatal blow to a foe who for 8 years had so gravely shaken the peace of the land, and whom no cunning or violence had yet been able to silence. Baha'u'lláh, now that the Bab was no more, appeared in their eyes to be the arch foe whom they deemed it their first duty to seize and imprison. To them, he was the reincarnation of the spirit the Bab had so powerfully manifested, the spirit through which he had been able to accomplish so complete a transformation in the lives and habits of his countrymen. The precautions the Russian minister had taken and the warning he had uttered failed to stay the hand that had been outstretched with such determination against that precious life. Baha'u'llah's imprisonment in the Siah-Chal. From Shemiran to Tehran, Baha'u'lláh was several times stripped of his garments and was overwhelmed with abuse and ridicule. On foot, and exposed to the fierce rays of the midsummer sun, he was compelled to cover barefooted and bareheaded the whole distance from Shemiran to the dungeon already referred to. All along the route he was pelted and vilified by the crowds whom his enemies had succeeded in convincing that he was the sworn enemy of their sovereign and the wrecker of his realm. Words fail me to portray the horror of the treatment which was meted out to him as he was being taken to the Siah-Chal of Tehran. As he was approaching the dungeon, an old and decrepit woman was seen to emerge from the midst of the crowd with a stone in her hand, eager to cast it at the face of Baha'u'lláh. Her eyes glowed with a determination and fanaticism of which few women of her age were capable. Her whole frame shook with rage as she stepped forward and raised her hand to hurl her missile at him. "By the Sayyid al-Shuhada, I adjure you," she pleaded, as she ran to overtake those into whose hands Baha'u'lláh had been delivered. "Give me a chance to fling my stone in his face." "Suffer not this woman to be disappointed," were Baha'u'llah's words to his guards, as he saw her hastening behind him. "Deny her not what she regards as a meritorious act in the sight of God." The Siah-Chal into which Baha'u'lláh was thrown, originally a reservoir of water for one of the public baths of Tehran, was a subterranean dungeon in which criminals of the worst type were wont to be confined. The darkness, the filth, and the character of the prisoners combined to make of that pestilential dungeon the most abominable place to which human beings could be condemned. His feet were placed in stocks, and around his neck were fastened the Qara Gohar chains, infamous throughout Persia for their galling weight. For 3 days and 3 nights, no manner of food or drink was given to Baha'u'lláh. Rest and sleep were both impossible to him. The place was infested with vermin, and the stench of that gloomy abode was enough to crush the very spirits of those who were condemned to suffer its horrors. Such were the conditions under which he was held down, that even one of the executioners who were watching over him was moved with pity. Several times this man attempted to induce him to take some tea which he had managed to introduce into the dungeon under the cover of his garments. Baha'u'lláh, however, would refuse to drink it. His family often endeavoured to persuade the guards to allow them to carry the food they had prepared for him into his prison, though at first No amount of pleading would induce the guards to relax the severity of their discipline, yet gradually they yielded to his friend's importunity. No one could be sure, however, whether that food would eventually reach him, or whether he would consent to eat it, whilst a number of his fellow prisoners were starving before his eyes. Surely, greater misery than had befallen these innocent victims of the wrath of their sovereign could hardly be imagined. Fate of would-be murderers. As to the youth Sadr Tabrizi, the fate he suffered was as cruel as it was humiliating. He was seized at the moment he was rushing towards the Shah, whom he had thrown from his horse, hoping to strike him with the sword he held in his hand. The Shaterbashi, together with the Mustafi'ul Mamalek's attendants, fell upon him, and without attempting to learn who he was, slew him on the spot. Wishing to allay the excitement of the populace, they hewed his body into 2 halves, each of which they suspended to the public gaze at the entrance of the gates of Shemiran and Shah Abdul Azim. His 2 other companions, Fatullah Haqqaq Qum'i and Haji Qasem Nayrizi, who had succeeded in inflicting only slight wounds on the Shah, were subjected to inhuman treatment, to which they ultimately owed their death. Fatullah, though suffering unspeakable cruelties, obstinately refused to answer the questions they asked him. The silence he maintained in the face of manifold tortures induced his persecutors to believe that he was devoid of the power of speech. Exasperated by the failure of their efforts, they poured molten lead down his throat, an act which brought his sufferings to an end. Reign of Terror. His comrade Haji Qasem was treated with a savagery still more revolting. On the very day Haji Suleiman Khan was being subjected to that terrible ordeal, this poor wretch was receiving similar treatment at the hands of his persecutors in Shemiran. He was stripped of his clothes. Lighted candles were thrust into holes driven into his flesh, and he was thus paraded before the eyes of a multitude who yelled and cursed him. The spirit of revenge that animated those into whose hands he was delivered seemed insatiable. Day after day, fresh victims were forced to expiate with their blood a crime which they had never committed, and of the circumstances of which they were wholly ignorant. Every ingenious device that the torture-mongers of Tehran could employ was applied with merciless severity to the bodies of these unfortunate ones, who were neither brought to trial nor questioned, and whose right to plead and prove their innocence was entirely ignored. Each of those days of terror witnessed the martyrdom of 2 companions of the Bab, one of whom was slain in Tehran, whilst the other met his fate in Shemiran. Both were subjected to the same manner of torture. Both were handed over to the public to wreak their vengeance upon them. Those arrested were distributed among the various classes of people whose messengers would visit the dungeon each day and claim their victim. Conducting him to the scene of his death, they would give the signal for a general attack upon him, whereupon men and women would close upon their prey, tear his body to pieces, and so mutilate it that no trace of its original form would remain. Such ruthlessness amazed even the most brutal of the executioners, whose hands, however much accustomed to human slaughter, had never perpetrated the atrocities of which those people had proved themselves capable. Reference to Haji Suleiman Khan. Of all the tortures which an insatiable enemy inflicted upon its victims, None was more revolting in its character than that which characterized the death of Haji Suleiman Khan. He was the son of Yahya Khan, one of the officers in the service of the Naybus Sultanate, who was the father of Muhammad Shah. He retained that same position in the early days of the reign of Muhammad Shah. Haji Suleiman Khan showed from his earliest years a marked disinclination to rank and office. Ever since the day of his acceptance of the cause of the Bab, the petty pursuits in which the people around him were immersed excited his pity and contempt. The vanity of their ambitions had been abundantly demonstrated in his eyes. In his early youth, he felt a longing to escape from the turmoil of the capital and to seek refuge in the holy city of KARBILÁ. There he met Sayyid Kazem and grew to be one of his most ardent supporters. His sincere piety, his frugality, and love of seclusion were among the chief traits of his character. He tarried in KARBILÁ until the day when the call from Shiraz reached him through Mullah Yusuf Ardebili and Mullah Mehdi Khoui, both of whom were among his best-known friends. He enthusiastically embraced the message of the Bab. He had intended, upon his return from Karbala to Tehran, to join the defenders of the fort of Tabarsi, but arrived too late to achieve his purpose. He remained in the capital and continued to wear the kind of dress he had adopted in Karbala. The small turban he wore and the white tunic which his black abba concealed were displeasing to the Amir Nizam, who induced him to discard these garments and to clothe himself instead in a military uniform. He was made to wear the kola, a headdress that was thought to be more in accordance with the rank his father held. Though the Amir insisted that he should accept a position in the service of the government, he obstinately refused to comply with his request. Most of his time was spent in the company of the disciples of the Bab, particularly those of his companions who had survived the struggle of Tabarsi. He surrounded them with a care and kindness truly surprising. He and his father were so influential that the Amir Nizam was induced to spare his life and indeed to refrain from any acts of violence against him. Though he was present in Tehran when the 7 companions of the Bab with whom he was intimately associated were martyred, neither the officials of the government nor any of the common people ventured to demand his arrest. Even in Tabriz, whither he had journeyed for the purpose of saving the life of the Bab, not one among the inhabitants of that city dared to lift a finger against him. The Amir Nizam, who was duly informed of all his services to the cause of the Bab, preferred to ignore his acts rather than precipitate a conflict with him and his father. Reference to the Amir Nizam's repentance. Soon after the martyrdom of a certain Mullah Zainul Abidin Yazdi, a rumour was spread that those whom the government intended to put to death, among whom were Sayyid Hussein, the Bab's amanuensis, and Tahireh, were to be released, and that further persecution of their friends was to be definitely abandoned. It was reported far and wide that the Amir Nizam, deeming the hour of his death to be approaching, had been seized suddenly with a great fear, and in an agony of repentance had exclaimed, "I am haunted by the vision of the Sayyid Bab, whom I have caused to be martyred. I can now see the fearful mistake I have made. I should have restrained the violence of those who pressed me to shed his blood and that of his companions. I now perceive that the interests of the state required it." His successor, Mirza Agha Khan, was similarly inclined in the early days of his administration, and was intending to inaugurate his ministry with a lasting reconciliation between him and the followers of the Bab. He was preparing to undertake that task when the attempt on the life of the Shah shattered his plans and threw the capital into a state of unprecedented confusion. Incident related by the Most Great Branch. I have heard the Most Great Branch, who in those days was a child of only 8 years of age, recount one of his experiences as he ventured to leave the house in which he was then residing. We had sought shelter, he told us, in the house of my uncle, Mirza Ismail. Tehran was in the throes of the wildest excitement. I ventured at times to sally forth from that house and to cross the street on my way to the market. I would hardly cross the threshold and step into the street when boys of my age who were running about would crowd around me crying, "Barbie, Barbie!" Knowing well the state of excitement into which all the inhabitants of the capital, both young and old, had fallen, I would deliberately ignore their clamour and quietly steal away to my home. One day, I happened to be walking alone through the market on my way to my uncle's house. As I was looking behind me, I found a band of little ruffians running fast to overtake me. They were pelting me with stones and shouting menacingly, "Barbie, Barbie!" To intimidate them seemed to be the only way I could avert the danger with which I was threatened. I turned back and rushed towards them with such determination that they fled away in distress and vanished. I could hear their distant cry, "The little Barbie is fast pursuing us. He will surely overtake and slay us all." As I was directing my steps towards home, I heard a man shouting at the top of his voice, "Well done, you brave and fearless child! No one of your age would ever have been able, unaided, to withstand their attack." From that day onward, I was never again molested by any of the boys of the streets, nor did I hear any offensive word fall from their lips. Haji Suleiman Khan's martyrdom. Among those who in the midst of the general confusion were seized and thrown into prison was Haji Suleiman Khan, the circumstances of whose martyrdom I now proceed to relate. The facts I mention have been carefully sifted and verified by me, and I owe them for the most part to Aghay Kalim, who was himself in those days in Tehran and was made to share the terrors and sufferings of his brethren. On the very day of Haji Suleiman Khan's martyrdom, he informed me, I happened to be present with Mirza Abdul Majid at a gathering in Tehran, at which a considerable number of the notables and dignitaries of the capital were present. Among them was Haji Mullah Mahmud, the Nizamul Ulama, who requested the Kalantar to describe the actual circumstances of the death of Haji Suleiman Khan. The Kalantar motioned with his finger to Mirza Taqi, the Kad Khuda, who, he said, had conducted the victim from the vicinity of the imperial palace to the place of his execution outside the gate of No. Mirza Taqi was accordingly requested to relate to those present all that he had seen and heard. I and my assistants, he said, were ordered to purchase 9 candles and to thrust them ourselves into deep holes we were to cut in his flesh. We were instructed to light each one of these candles and to conduct him through the market to the accompaniment of drums and trumpets as far as the place of his execution. There we were ordered to hew his body into 2 halves, each of which we were asked to suspend on either side of the gate of Noor. He himself chose the manner in which he wished to be martyred. Hojibud-Dowleh had been commanded by Nasr-ed-Din Shah to inquire into the complicity of the accused, and if assured of his innocence, to induce him to recant. If he submitted, his life was to be spared, and he was to be detained pending the final settlement of his case. In the event of his refusal, he was to be put to death in whatever manner he himself might desire. The investigation of Hojibud-Dowleh convinced him of the innocence of Haji Suleiman Khan. The accused, as soon as he had been informed of the instructions of his sovereign, was heard joyously exclaiming, "Never, so long as my lifeblood continues to pulsate in my veins, shall I be willing to recant my faith in my beloved. This world which the commander of the faithful has likened to carrion will never allure me from my heart's desire." He was asked to determine the manner in which he wished to die. "Pierce holes in my flesh," was the instant reply, "and in each wound place a candle. Let 9 candles be lighted all over my body, and in this state conduct me through the streets of Tehran. Summon the multitude to witness the glory of my martyrdom, so that the memory of my death may remain imprinted in their hearts, and help them, as they recall the intensity of my tribulation, to recognize the light I have embraced. After I have reached the foot of the gallows, and have uttered the last prayer of my earthly life, cleave my body in twain, and suspend my limbs on either side of the gate of Tehran, that the multitude passing beneath it may witness to the love which the faith of the Bab has kindled in the hearts of his disciples, and may look upon the proofs of their devotion." Hojibud-Dowleh instructed his men to abide by the expressed wishes of Haji Suleiman Khan, and charged me to conduct him through the market as far as the place of his execution. As they handed to the victim the candles they had purchased, and were preparing to thrust their knives into his breast, he made a sudden attempt to seize the weapon from the executioner's trembling hands, in order to plunge it himself into his flesh. "Why fear and hesitate?" he cried, as he stretched forth his arm to snatch the knife from his grasp. "Let me myself perform the deed and light the candles." Fearing lest he should attack us, I ordered my men to resist his attempt and bade them tie his hands behind his back. "Let me," he pleaded, "point out with my fingers the places into which I wish them to thrust their dagger, for I have no other request to make besides this." He asked them to pierce 2 holes in his breast, 2 in his shoulders, 1 in the nape of his neck, and the 4 others in his back. With stoic calm, he endured those tortures. Steadfastness glowed in his eyes as he maintained a mysterious and unbroken silence. Neither the howling of the multitude nor the sight of the blood that streamed all over his body could induce him to interrupt that silence. Impassive and serene he remained, until all the 9 candles were placed in position and lighted. When all was completed for his march to the scene of his death, he, standing erect as an arrow, and with that same unflinching fortitude gleaming upon his face, stepped forward to lead the concourse that was pressing round him to the place that was to witness the consummation of his martyrdom. Every few steps he would interrupt his march, and gazing at the bewildered bystanders would shout, "What greater pomp and pageantry than those which this day accompany my progress to win the crown of glory? Glorified be the Bab, who can kindle such devotion in the breasts of his lovers, and can endow them with a power greater than the might of kings. At times, as if intoxicated with the fervour of that devotion, he would exclaim, "The Abraham of a bygone age, as he prayed God in the hour of bitter agony to send down upon him the refreshment for which his soul was crying, heard the voice of the unseen proclaim, 'O fire, be thou cold, and to Abraham a safety.' But this Suleiman is crying out from the depths of his ravaged heart, 'Lord, Lord, let thy fire burn unceasingly within me, and suffer its flame to consume my being.'" As his eyes saw the wax flicker in his wounds, he burst forth in an acclamation of frantic delight. "Would that he whose hand has enkindled my soul were here to behold my state! Think me not to be intoxicated with the wine of this earth," he cried to the vast throng who stood aghast at the sight of his behaviour. "It is the love of my beloved that has filled my soul and made me feel endowed with a sovereignty which even kings might envy." I cannot recall the exclamations of joy which fell from his lips as he drew near his end. All I remember are but a few of the stirring words which in his moments of exultation he was moved to cry out to the concourse of spectators. Words fail me to portray the expression of that countenance, or to measure the effect of his words on the multitude. He was still in the bazaar when the blowing of a breeze excited the burning of the candles that were placed upon his breast. As they melted rapidly, their flames reached the level of the wounds into which they had been thrust. We who were following a few steps behind him could hear distinctly the sizzling of his flesh. The sight of gore and fire which covered his body, instead of silencing his voice, appeared to heighten his unquenchable enthusiasm. He could still be heard, this time addressing the flames as they ate into his wounds. "You have long lost your sting, O flames, and have been robbed of your power to pain me. Make haste, for from your very tongues of fire I can hear the voice that calls me to my beloved." Pain and suffering seemed to have melted away in the ardour of that enthusiasm. Enveloped by the flames, he walked as a conqueror might have marched to the scene of his victory. He moved through the excited crowd, a blaze of light amidst the gloom that surrounded him. Arriving at the foot of the gallows, he again raised his voice in a last appeal to the multitude of onlookers. "Did not this Suleiman, whom you now see before you, a prey to fire and blood, enjoy until recently all the favours and riches the world can bestow? What could have caused him to renounce this earthly glory, and to accept in return such degradation and suffering?" Prostrating himself in the direction of the shrine of the Imamzade Hassan, he murmured certain words in Arabic which I could not understand. "My work is now finished," he cried to the executioner as soon as his prayer was ended. "Come and do yours." He was still alive when his body was hewn into two halves with a hatchet. The praise of his beloved, despite such incredible sufferings, lingered upon his lips until the last moment of his life. That tragic tale stirred the listeners to the very depths of their souls. The Nizamul Ulama, who was listening intently to all its details, wrung his hands in horror and despair. "How strange! How very strange is this cause!" he exclaimed. Without adding a further word of comment, he immediately after arose and departed. Tahir's martyrdom. Those days of unceasing turmoil witnessed the martyrdom of yet another eminent disciple of the Bab. A woman no less great and heroic than Tahirih herself was engulfed in the storm that was then raging with undiminished violence throughout the capital. What I now begin to relate regarding the circumstances of her martyrdom has been obtained from trustworthy informants, some of whom were themselves witnesses of the events I am attempting to describe. Her stay in Tehran was marked by many proofs of the warm affection and high esteem in which she was held by the leading women of the capital. She had reached indeed in those days the high watermark of her popularity. The house where she was confined was besieged by her women admirers, who thronged her doors, eager to enter her presence and to seek the benefit of her knowledge. Among these ladies, the wife of Kalontar distinguished herself by the extreme reverence she showed to Tahirih. Acting as her hostess, she introduced into her presence the flower of womanhood in Tehran, served her with extraordinary enthusiasm, and never failed to contribute her share in deepening her influence among her womenfolk. Persons with whom the wife of Kalontar was intimately connected have heard her relate the following. One night, whilst Tahirih was staying in my home, I was summoned to her presence and found her fully adorned, dressed in a gown of snow-white silk. Her room was redolent with the choicest perfume. I expressed to her my surprise at so unusual a sight. I am preparing to meet my beloved, she said, and wish to free you from the cares and anxieties of my imprisonment. I was much startled at first, and wept at the thought of separation from her. Weep not, she sought to reassure me. The time of your lamentation is not yet come. I wish to share with you my last wishes, for the hour when I shall be arrested and condemned to suffer martyrdom is fast approaching. I would request you to allow your son to accompany me to the scene of my death, and to ensure that the guards and executioner into whose hands I shall be delivered will not compel me to divest myself of this attire. It is also my wish that my body be thrown into a pit, and that that pit be filled with earth and stones. 3 days after my death, a woman will come and visit you, to whom you will give this package which I now deliver into your hands. My last request is that you permit no one henceforth to enter my chamber. From now until the time when I shall be summoned to leave this house, let no one be allowed to disturb my devotions. This day I intend to fast, a fast which I shall not break until I am brought face to face with my beloved. She bade me, with these words, lock the door of her chamber and not open it until the hour of her departure should strike. She also urged me to keep secret the tidings of her death until such time as her enemies should themselves disclose it. The great love I cherished for her in my heart alone enabled me to abide by her instructions. But for the compelling desire I felt to fulfill her wishes, I would never have consented to deprive myself of one moment of her presence. I locked the door of her chamber and retired to my own in a state of uncontrollable sorrow. I lay sleepless and disconsolate upon my bed. The thought of her approaching martyrdom lacerated my soul. Lord, Lord, I prayed in my despair, turn from her, if it be thy wish, the cup which her lips desire to drink. That day and night, I several times, unable to contain myself, arose and stole away to the threshold of that room, and stood silently at her door, eager to listen to whatever might be falling from her lips. I was enchanted by the melody of that voice which intoned the praise of her beloved. I could hardly remain standing upon my feet, so great was my agitation. 4 hours after sunset, I heard a knocking at the door. I hastened immediately to my son and acquainted him with the wishes of Tahireh. He pledged his word that he would fulfill every instruction she had given me. It chanced that night that my husband was absent. My son, who opened the door, informed me that the farashes of Aziz Khan's Sardar were standing at the gate, demanding that Tahireh be immediately delivered into their hands. I was struck with terror by the news, and as I tottered to her door, and with trembling hands unlocked it, found her veiled and prepared to leave her apartment. She was pacing the floor when I entered, and was chanting a litany expressive of both grief and triumph. As soon as she saw me, she approached and kissed me. She placed in my hand the key to her chest, in which she said she had left for me a few trivial things as a remembrance of her stay in my house. "Whenever you open this chest," she said, "and behold the things it contains, you will, I hope, remember me and rejoice in my gladness." With these words, she bade me her last farewell, and, accompanied by my son, disappeared from before my eyes. What pangs of anguish I felt at that moment, as I beheld her beauteous form gradually fade away in the distance. She mounted the steed which the Sardar had sent for her, and, escorted by my son and a number of attendants who marched on each side of her, rode out to the garden that was to be the scene of her martyrdom. 3 hours later, my son returned, his face drenched with tears, hurling imprecations at the Sardar and his abject lieutenants. I tried to calm his agitation, and seating him beside me, asked him to relate as fully as he could the circumstances of her death. "Mother," he sobbingly replied, "I can scarcely attempt to describe what my eyes have beheld." We straightway proceeded to the Ilkhani garden, outside the gate of the city. There I found, to my horror, the Sardar and his lieutenants absorbed in acts of debauchery and shame, flushed with wine and roaring with laughter. Arriving at the gate, Tahireh dismounted, and calling me to her, asked me to act as her intermediary with the Sardar, whom, she said, she was disinclined to address in the midst of his revelry. "They apparently wished to strangle me," she said. "I set aside long ago a silken kerchief, which I hoped would be used for this purpose. I deliver it into your hands, and wish you to induce that dissolute drunkard to use it as a means whereby he can take my life." When I went to the Sardar, I found him in a state of wretched intoxication. "Interrupt not the gaiety of our festival," I heard him shout as I approached him. "Let that miserable wretch be strangled and her body be thrown into a pit." I was greatly surprised at such an order. Believing it unnecessary to venture any request from him, I went to 2 of his attendants, with whom I was already acquainted, and gave them the kerchief with which Tahireh had entrusted me. They consented to grant her request. That same kerchief was wound round her neck, and was made the instrument of her martyrdom. I hastened immediately afterwards to the gardener, and asked him whether he could suggest a place where I could conceal the body. He directed me, to my great delight, to a well that had been dug recently and left unfinished. With the help of a few others, I lowered her into her grave and filled the well with earth and stones in the manner she herself had wished. Those who saw her in her last moments were profoundly affected. With downcast eyes and wrapped in silence, they mournfully dispersed, leaving their victim who had shed so imperishable a lustre upon their country, buried beneath a mass of stones, which they with their own hands had heaped upon her. I wept hot tears as my son unfolded to my eyes that tragic tale. I was so overcome with emotion that I fell prostrate and unconscious upon the ground. When I had recovered, I found my son a prey to an agony no less severe than my own. He lay upon his couch, weeping in a passion of devotion. Beholding my plight, he approached and comforted me. "Your tears," he said, "will betray you in the eyes of my father. Considerations of rank and position will no doubt induce him to forsake us and sever whatever ties bind him to this home. He will, if we fail to repress our tears, accuse us before Nasr-ed-Din Shah as victims of the charm of a hateful enemy. He will obtain the sovereign's consent to our death, and will probably with his own hands proceed to slay us. Why should we, who have never embraced that cause, allow ourselves to suffer such a fate at his hands? All we should do is to defend her against those who denounce her as the very negation of chastity and honour. We should ever treasure her love in our hearts, and maintain in the face of a slanderous enemy the integrity of that life." His words allayed my inner agitation. I went to her chest, and with the key she had placed in my hand, opened it. I found a small vial of the choicest perfume, beside which lay a rosary, a coral necklace, and 3 rings, mounted with turquoise, cornelian, and ruby stones. As I gazed upon her earthly belongings, I mused over the circumstances of her eventful life, and recalled with a throb of wonder her intrepid courage, her zeal, her high sense of duty, and unquestioning devotion. I was reminded of her literary attainments, and brooded over the imprisonments, the shame, and the calumny which she had faced with a fortitude such as no other woman in her land could manifest. I pictured to myself that winsome face, which now, alas, lay buried beneath a mass of earth and stones. The memory of her passionate eloquence warmed my heart, as I repeated to myself the words that had so often dropped from her lips. The consciousness of the vastness of her knowledge and her mastery of the sacred scriptures of Islam flashed through my mind with a suddenness that disconcerted me. Above all, her passionate loyalty to the faith she had embraced, her fervour as she pleaded its cause, the services she rendered it, the woes and tribulations she endured for its sake, the example she had given to its followers, the impetus she had lent to its advancement, the name she had carved for herself in the hearts of her fellow countrymen, all these I remembered as I stood beside her chest, wondering what could have induced so great a woman to forsake all the riches and honours with which she had been surrounded, and to identify herself with the cause of an obscure youth from Shiraz. What could have been the secret, I thought to myself, of the power that tore her away from her home and kindred, that sustained her throughout her stormy career, and eventually carried her to her grave? Could that force, I pondered, be of God? Could the hand of the Almighty, have guided her destiny and steered her course amidst the perils of her life. On the third day after her martyrdom, the woman whose coming she had promised arrived. I inquired her name, and finding it to be the same as the one Tahirih had told me, delivered into her hands the package with which I had been entrusted. I had never before met that woman, nor did I ever see her again. The name of that immortal woman was Fatimeh, a name which her father had bestowed upon her. She was surnamed Salmeh by her family and kindred, who also designated her as Sakiyeh. She was born in the year 1233 AH, the very year which witnessed the birth of Baha'u'lláh. She was 36 years of age when she suffered martyrdom in Tehran. May future generations be enabled to present a worthy account of a life which her contemporaries have failed adequately to recognize. May future historians perceive the full measure of her influence and record the unique services this great woman has rendered to her land and its people. May the followers of the faith which she served so well strive to follow her example, recount her deeds, collect her writings, unfold the secret of her talents, and establish her for all time in the memory and affections of the peoples and kindreds of the earth. Sayyid Hussein's martyrdom. Another distinguished figure among the disciples of the Bab, who met his death during the turbulent time that had overwhelmed Tehran, was Sayyid Hussein Yazdi, who was the Bab's amanuensis both in Marku and Chehriq. Such was his knowledge of the teachings of the faith that the Bab, in a tablet addressed to Mirza Yahya, urged the latter to seek enlightenment from him in whatever might pertain to the sacred writings. A man of standing and experience, in whom the Bab reposed the utmost confidence, and with whom he had been intimately associated, he suffered after the martyrdom of his master in Tabriz the agony of a long confinement in the subterranean dungeon of Tehran, which confinement terminated in his martyrdom. To a very great extent, Baha'u'lláh helped to allay the hardships from which he suffered. Regularly every month, he sent him whatever financial assistance he required. He was praised and admired even by the jailers who watched over him. His long and intimate companionship with the Bab during the last and stormiest days of his life had deepened his understanding and endowed his soul with a power which he was destined to manifest more and more as the days of his earthly life drew near to their close. He lay in the prison longing for the time when he should be called upon to suffer a death similar to that of his master. Deprived of the privilege of being martyred on the same day as the Bab, a privilege which it had been his supreme desire to attain, he now eagerly awaited the hour when he, in his turn, should drain to the very dregs the cup that had touched his lips. Many a time did the leading officials of Tehran strive to induce him to accept their offer to deliver him from the rigours of his imprisonment, as well as from the prospect of a still more cruel death. He steadfastly refused. Tears flowed unceasingly from his eyes, tears born of his longing to see again that face whose radiance had shone so brightly amidst the darkness of a cruel incarceration in Azerbaijan, and whose glow warmed the chill of its wintry nights. As he mused in the gloom of his prison cell over those blissful days spent in the presence of his master, there came to him one who alone could banish by the light of his presence the anguish that had settled upon his soul. His comforter was none other than Baha'u'lláh himself. In his company, Sayyid Hussein was privileged to remain until the hour of his death. The hand of Aziz Khan Sardar, which had struck down Tahireh, was the hand that dealt the fatal blow to the Babs Amanuensis and sometime fellow prisoner in Azerbaijan. I need not expatiate upon the circumstances of the death which that murderous Sardar inflicted upon him. Suffice it to say that he too, like those who went before, drank in circumstances of shameful cruelty the cup for which he had so long and so deeply yearned. Incidents in the Siyah as related by Baha'u'lláh. I now proceed to relate what befell the remaining companions of the Bab, those who had been privileged to share the horrors of the confinement with Baha'u'lláh. From his own lips, I have often heard the following account. All those who were struck down by the storm that raged during that memorable year in Tehran were our fellow prisoners in the Siyah, where we were confined. We were all huddled together in one cell, our feet in stocks, and around our necks fastened the most galling of chains. The air we breathed was laden with the foulest impurities, while the floor on which we sat was covered with filth and infested with vermin. No ray of light was allowed to penetrate that pestilential dungeon or to warm its icy coldness. We were placed in 2 rows, each facing the other. We had taught them to repeat certain verses, which every night they chanted with extreme fervour. God is sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. One row would intone, while the other would reply, in him let the trusting trust. The chorus of these gladsome voices would continue to peal out until the early hours of the morning. Their reverberation would fill the dungeon, and piercing its massive walls would reach the ears of Nasir-ed-Din Shah, whose palace was not far distant from the place where we were imprisoned. "What means this sound?" he was reported to have exclaimed. "It is the anthem the Babis are intoning in their prison," they replied. The Shah made no further remarks, nor did he attempt to restrain the enthusiasm his prisoners, despite the horrors of their confinement, continued to display. One day there was brought to our prison a tray of roasted meat, which they informed us the Shah had ordered to be distributed among the prisoners. The Shah, we were told, faithful to a vow he made, has chosen this day to offer to you all this lamb in fulfillment of his pledge. A deep silence fell upon our companions, who expected us to make answer on their behalf. "We return this gift to you," we replied. "We can well dispense with this offer." The answer we made would have greatly irritated the guards had they not been eager to devour the food we had refused to touch. Despite the hunger with which our companions were afflicted, only one among them, a certain Mirza Hossein Mutawalli Qum'i, showed any desire to eat of the food the sovereign had chosen to spread before us. With a fortitude that was truly heroic, our fellow prisoners submitted without a murmur to endure the piteous plight to which they were reduced. Praise of God, instead of complaint of the treatment meted out to them by the Shah, fell unceasingly from their lips, praise with which they sought to beguile the hardships of a cruel captivity. Every day our jailers, entering our cell, would call the name of one of our companions, bidding him arise and follow them to the foot of the gallows. With what eagerness would the owner of that name respond to that solemn call! Relieved of his chains, he would spring to his feet, and in a state of uncontrollable delight would approach and embrace us. We would seek to comfort him with the assurance of an everlasting life in the world beyond, and filling his heart with hope and joy, would send him forth to win the crown of glory. He would embrace in turn the rest of his fellow prisoners, and then proceed to die as dauntlessly as he had lived. Soon after the martyrdom of each of these companions, we would be informed by the executioner, who had grown to be friendly to us, of the circumstances of the death of his victim, and of the joy with which he had endured his sufferings to the very end. We were awakened one night ere the break of day by Mirza Abdul Wahab Shirazi, who was bound with us to the same chains. He had left Qazimain and followed us to Tehran, where he was arrested and thrown into prison. He asked us whether we were awake, and proceeded to relate to us his dream. "I have this night," he said, "been soaring into a space of infinite vastness and beauty. I seemed to be uplifted on wings that carried me wherever I desired to go. A feeling of rapturous delight filled my soul. I flew in the midst of that immensity with a swiftness and ease that I cannot describe." "Today," we replied, "it will be your turn to sacrifice yourself for this cause. May you remain firm and steadfast to the end. You will then find yourself soaring in that same limitless space of which you dreamed, traversing with the same ease and swiftness the realm of immortal sovereignty, and gazing with that same rapture upon the infinite horizon." That morning saw the jailer again enter our cell and call out the name of Abdul Wahab. Throwing off his chains, he sprang to his feet, embraced each of his fellow prisoners, and taking us into his arms, pressed us lovingly to his heart. That moment, we discovered that he had no shoes to wear. We gave him our own, and speaking a last word of encouragement and cheer, sent him forth to the scene of his martyrdom. Later on, his executioner came to us, praising in glowing language the spirit which that youth had shown. How thankful we were to God for this testimony which the executioner himself had given. All this suffering and the cruel revenge the authorities had taken on those who had attempted the life of their sovereign failed to appease the anger of the Shah's mother. Day and night she persisted in her vindictive clamour, demanding the execution of Bahá'u'lláh, whom she still regarded as the real author of the crime. "Deliver him to the executioner," she insistently cried to the authorities. "What greater humiliation than this, that I, who am the mother of the Shah, should be powerless to inflict upon that criminal the punishment so dastardly an act deserves?" Her cry for vengeance, which an impotent rage served to intensify, was doomed to remain unanswered. Despite her machinations, Bahá'u'lláh was saved from the fate she had so importunately striven to precipitate. The prisoner was eventually released from his confinement and was able to unfold and establish, beyond the confines of the kingdom of her son, a sovereignty the possibility of which she could never even have dreamed of. The blood shed in the course of that fateful year in Tehran by that heroic band with whom Baha'u'lláh had been imprisoned was the ransom paid for his deliverance from the hand of a foe that sought to prevent him from achieving the purpose for which God had destined him. Ever since the time he espoused the cause of the Bab, he had never neglected one single occasion to champion the faith he had embraced. He had exposed himself to the perils which the followers of the faith had to face in its early days. He was the first of the Bab's disciples to set the example of renunciation and service to the cause. Yet his life, beset as it was by the risks and dangers that a career such as his was sure to encounter, was spared by that same Providence who had chosen him for a task which he in his wisdom deemed it as yet too soon to proclaim publicly. The terror that convulsed Tehran was but one of the many risks and dangers to which Baha'u'llah's life was exposed. Men, women, and children in the capital trembled at the ruthlessness with which the enemy pursued their victims. A youth named Abbas, a former servant of Haji Suleiman Khan and fully informed, owing to the wide circle of friends whom his master cultivated, of the names, the number, and the dwelling places of the Bab's disciples, was employed by the enemy as an instrument ready to hand for the prosecution of its designs. He had identified himself with the faith of his master and regarded himself as one of its zealous supporters. At the outset of the turmoil, he was arrested and compelled to betray all those whom he knew to be associated with the faith. They sought by every manner of reward to induce him to reveal those who were his master's fellow disciples, and warned him that should he refuse to disclose their names, he would be subjected to inhuman tortures. He pledged his word that he would act according to their wishes, and would inform the assistants of Haji Ali Khan, the Haji Boddole, the Farrosh Bashi, of their names and abodes. He was taken through the streets of Tehran and directed to point out everyone he recognized as being a follower of the Bab. A number of people whom he had never met and known were in this manner delivered into the hands of Haji Ali Khan's assistants, people who had never had any connection with the Bab and his cause. These were able to recover their freedom only after having paid a heavy bribe to those who had captured them. Such was the greed of the Haji Boddole's attendants that they specially requested Abbas to salute as a sign of betrayal every person who he thought would be willing and able to pay large sums for his deliverance. They would even force him to betray such persons, threatening that his refusal would be fraught with grave danger to his own life. They would frequently promise to give him a share of the money they determined to extort from their victims. Attempts to prove Baha'u'llah's complicity. This Abbas was taken to the Siah and introduced to Baha'u'lláh, whom he had met previously on several occasions in the company of his master, in the hope that he would betray him. They promised that the mother of the Shah would amply reward him for such a betrayal. Every time he was taken into Baha'u'llah's presence, Abbas, after standing a few moments before him and gazing upon his face, would leave the place, emphatically denying ever having seen him. Having failed in their efforts, they resorted to poison in the hope of obtaining the favour of the mother of their sovereign. They were able to intercept the food that their prisoner was permitted to receive from his home, and mixed with it the poison they hoped would be fatal to him. This measure, though impairing the health of Baha'u'lláh for years, failed to achieve its purpose. The enemy was finally induced to cease regarding him as the prime mover of that attempt, and decided to transfer the responsibility for this act to Azim, whom they now accused of being the real author of the crime. By this means they endeavoured to obtain the favour of the mother of the Shah, a favour they greatly coveted. Haji Ali Khan was only too happy to second their efforts. As he himself had taken no share in imprisoning Baha'u'lláh, he seized upon the occasion which offered itself to denounce Azim, whom he had already succeeded in arresting as the chief and responsible instigator. The Russian minister, who through one of his agents was watching the developments of the situation and keeping in close touch with the condition of Baha'u'lláh, addressed through his interpreter a strongly worded message to the Grand Vizier, in which he protested against his action, suggesting that a messenger should proceed in the company of one of the government's trusted representatives and of Hojib-ud-Dowleh to the Siah-Chal, and there ask the newly recognized leader to declare publicly his opinion regarding Baha'u'llah's position. Whatever that leader may declare, he wrote, whether in praise or denunciation, I think ought to be immediately recorded and should serve as a basis for the final judgment which should be pronounced in this affair. The Grand Vizier promised the interpreter that he would follow the minister's advice, and even appointed a time for the messenger to join the government representative and Hojib-ud-Dowleh and proceed with them to the Siah-Chal. Azim's confession and death. When Azim was questioned as to whether he regarded Baha'u'lláh as the responsible leader of the group that had made the attempt on the Shah's life, he answered, "The leader of this community was none other than the Sayyid Bab, who was slain in Tabriz, and whose martyrdom induced me to arise and avenge his death. I alone conceived this plan and endeavoured to execute it. The youth who threw the Shah from his horse was none other than Sadiq Tabrizi, a servitor in a confectioner's shop in Tehran, who had been for 2 years in my service. He was fired with a desire even more burning than my own to avenge the martyrdom of his leader. He acted too hastily, however, and failed to make certain the success of his attempt." The words of his declaration were taken down by both the minister's interpreter and the Grand Vizier's representative, who submitted their records to Mirza Agha Khan. The documents which were placed in his hands were chiefly responsible for Baha'u'llah's release from his imprisonment. Azim was accordingly delivered into the hands of the ulamas, who, though themselves anxious to hasten his death, were prevented by the hesitancy of Mirza Abul Qasim, the Imam Jom'eh of Tehran. Hojib-ud-Dowleh, because of the near approach of the month of Muharram, induced the ulamas to assemble on the upper floor of the barracks, where he succeeded in obtaining the presence of the Imam Jom'eh, who still persisted in his refusal to consent to the death of Azim. He directed that the accused be brought to that place and there await the judgment that was to be pronounced against him. He was roughly conducted through the streets, overwhelmed with ridicule and reviled by the populace. Through a subtle device which the enemy had contrived, they succeeded in obtaining a verdict for death. A Sayyid armed with a club rushed at him and smashed his head. His example was followed by the people, who with sticks, stones, and daggers fell upon him and mutilated his body. Haji Mirza Jani also was among those who suffered martyrdom in the course of the agitation that followed the attempt on the life of the Shah. Owing to the disinclination of the Grand Vizier to harm him, he was secretly put to death. The conflagration kindled in the capital spread to the adjoining provinces, bringing in its wake devastation and misery to countless innocent people among the subjects of the Shah. It ravaged Mazandaran, the home of Baha'u'lláh, and was the signal for acts of violence which were directed mainly against all his possessions in that province. Two of the Bab's devoted disciples, Muhammad Taghi Khan and Abdul Wahhab, both residents of Noor, suffered martyrdom as a result of that turmoil. Baha'u'llah's possessions plundered in Mazandaran. The enemies of the faith, finding to their disappointment that Baha'u'llah's deliverance from prison was almost assured, sought by intimidating their sovereign to involve him in fresh complications and thus encompass his death. The folly of Mirza Yahya, who driven by his idle hopes had sought to secure for himself and the band of his foolish supporters a supremacy which hitherto he had in vain laboured to obtain, served as a further pretext for the enemy to urge the Shah to take drastic measures for the destruction of whatever influence his prisoner still retained in Mazandaran. The alarming reports received by the Shah, who had scarcely recovered from his wounds, stirred in him a terrible thirst for revenge. He summoned the Grand Vizier and reprimanded him for having failed to maintain order and discipline among the people of his own province, who were bound to him by ties of kinship. Disconcerted by the rebuke of his sovereign, he expressed his readiness to fulfill whatever he would direct him to do. He was bidden dispatch immediately to that province several regiments, with strict orders to repress with a ruthless hand the disturbers of the public peace. The Grand Vizier, though fully aware of the exaggerated character of the reports that had been submitted to him, found himself compelled, owing to the Shah's insistence, to order the dispatch of the Shah Soon regiment, headed by Hussein Ali Khan Shah Soon, to the village of Tarkur in the district of Noor, where the home of Baha'u'lláh was situated. He gave the supreme command into the hands of his nephew, Mirza Abu Talib Khan, brother-in-law of Mirza Hassan, who was Baha'u'llah's half-brother. Mirza Agha Khan urged him to exercise the utmost caution and restraint while encamping in that village. Whatever excesses, he urged him, are committed by your men will react unfavourably on the prestige of Mirza Hassan and be the cause of affliction to your own sister. He bade him investigate the nature of these reports and not to encamp more than 3 days in the vicinity of that village. The Grand Vizier afterwards summoned Hussein Ali Khan and exhorted him to conduct himself with the utmost circumspection and wisdom. Mirza Abu Talib, he said, is still young and inexperienced. I have specially chosen him owing to his kinship to Mirza Hassan. I trust that he will, for the sake of his sister, refrain from causing unnecessary injury to the inhabitants of Tarkur. Being superior to him in age and experience, you must set a noble example and impress on him the necessity of serving the interests of both government and people. You must never allow him to undertake any operations without having previously consulted with you. He assured Hussein Ali Khan that he had issued written instructions to the chieftains of that district, calling upon them to come to his assistance whenever required. Mirza Abu Talib Khan, flushed with pride and enthusiasm, forgot the counsels of moderation the Grand Vizier had given him. He refused to be influenced by the pressing appeals of Hussein Ali Khan, who entreated him not to provoke an unnecessary conflict with the people. No sooner had he reached the pass which divided the district of Nur from the adjoining province, which was not far distant from Tarkur, than he ordered his men to prepare for an attack upon the people of that village. Hussein Ali Khan ran to him in despair and begged him to refrain from such an act. "It is for me," Mirza Abu Talib haughtily retorted, "who am your superior, to decide what measures should be taken and in what manner I should serve my sovereign." A sudden attack was launched upon the defenseless people of Tarkur. Surprised by so unexpected and fierce an onslaught, they appealed to Mirza Hassan, who asked to be introduced into the presence of Mirza Abu Talib, but was refused admittance. "Tell him," was the commander's message, "that I am charged by my sovereign to order a wholesale massacre of the people of this village, to capture its women and confiscate their property. For your sake, however, I am willing to spare such women as take refuge in your house." Mirza Hassan, indignant at this refusal, severely censured him, and denouncing the action of the Shah, returned to his home. The men of that village had meanwhile left their dwellings and sought refuge in the neighbouring mountains. Their women, abandoned to their fate, betook themselves to the home of Mirza Hassan, whom they implored to protect them from the enemy. The first act of Mirza Abu Talib Khan was directed against the house Baha'u'lláh had inherited from the Vizier, his father, and of which he was the sole possessor. That house had been royally furnished, and was decorated with vessels of inestimable value. He ordered his men to break open all its treasuries and to take away their contents. Such things as he was unable to carry away, he ordered to be destroyed. Some were shattered, others were burned. Even the rooms, which were more stately than those of the palaces of Tehran, were disfigured beyond repair. The beams were burned down and the decorations utterly ruined. He next turned to the houses of the people, which he levelled to the ground, appropriating to himself and his men whatever valuables they contained. The entire village, despoiled and deserted by its men inhabitants, was delivered to the flames. Not able to find any able-bodied men, he ordered that a search be conducted in the neighbouring mountains. Any who were found were to be either shot or captured. All they could lay their hands upon were a few aged men and shepherds who had been unable to proceed further afield in their flight from the enemy. They discovered 2 men lying in the distance on the slopes of a mountain beside a running brook. Their weapons, gleaming under the rays of the sun, had betrayed them. Finding them asleep, they shot them both from across the brook which intervened between the assailants and their victims. They recognized them as Abdul Wahhab and Muhammad Taqi Khan. The former was shot dead, while the latter was severely wounded. They were carried into the presence of Mirza Abu Talib, who did his best to preserve the life of the victim, whom he wished, owing to his far-famed courage, to take with him to Tehran as a trophy of his victory. His efforts failed, however, for Muhammad Taqi Khan, 2 days after, died from his wounds. The few men they had been able to capture were led in chains to Tehran and thrown into the same underground dungeon where Baha'u'lláh had been confined. Among them was Mullah Ali Baba, who, together with a number of his fellow prisoners, perished in that dungeon as a result of the hardships he had endured. The year after, this same Mirza Abu Talib was stricken with plague and taken in a state of wretched misery to Shemiran. Shunned by even his nearest kindred, he lay on his sickbed until this same Mirza Hassan, whom he had so haughtily insulted, offered to tend his sores and bear him company in his days of humiliation and loneliness. He was on the brink of death when the Grand Vizier visited him and found none at his bedside but the one whom he had so rudely treated. That very day, that wretched tyrant expired, bitterly disappointed at the failure of all the hopes he had fondly cherished. Effects of the turmoil in Yazd and Nayrīz. The commotion that had seized Tehran, the effects of which had been severely felt in Nur and the surrounding district, spread as far as Yazd and Nayrīz, where a considerable number of the Bab's disciples were seized and inhumanly martyred. The whole of Persia seemed indeed to have felt the shock of that great convulsion. Its tide swept as far as the remotest hamlets of the distant provinces, and brought in its wake untold sufferings to the remnants of a persecuted community. Governors, no less than their subordinates, inflamed with greed and revenge, seized the occasion to enrich themselves and obtain the favour of their sovereign. Without mercy, moderation, or shame, they employed any means, however base and lawless, to extort from the innocent the benefits they themselves coveted. Forsaking every principle of justice and decency, they arrested, imprisoned, and tortured whomsoever they suspected of being a Babi, and would hasten to inform Nasr-ed-Din Shah in Tehran of the victories achieved over a detested opponent. In Nayrīz, the full effects of that turmoil revealed themselves in the treatment accorded by its rulers and people to the followers of the Bab. About 2 months after the attempt on the life of the Shah, a young man named Mirza Ali, whose exceptional courage had earned for him the surname of Ali Sardar, distinguished himself by the extreme solicitude he extended to the survivors of the struggle which ended with the death of Vahid and his supporters. He was often seen, in the darkness of the night, to emerge from his shelter carrying whatever aid was in his power to the widows and orphans who had suffered from the consequences of that tragedy. To those in need, he distributed food and garments with noble generosity, tended their injuries and comforted them in their sorrow. The sight of the continuous sufferings of these innocent ones stirred the fierce indignation of some of Mirza Ali's companions, who undertook to wreak their vengeance upon Zainul Abidin Khan, who was still dwelling in Nayrīz, and whom they regarded as the author of their misfortunes. Believing that he had still in his heart a desire to subject them to even further afflictions, they determined to take his life. They surprised him in the public bath, where they succeeded in accomplishing their purpose. This led to an upheaval that recalled in its concluding stages the horror of the butcheries of Zanjan. Zainul Abidin Khan's widow pressed Mirza Naim, who held the reins of authority in his grasp and was then residing in Shiraz, to avenge the blood of her husband, promising that she would in return bestow all her jewels upon him and would transfer to his name whatever he might desire of her possessions. Through treachery, the authorities succeeded in capturing a considerable number of the Bab's followers, many of whom were savagely beaten. All were thrown into prison, pending the receipt of instructions from Tehran. The Grand Vizier submitted the list of names he had received, together with the report that accompanied it, to the Shah, who expressed his extreme satisfaction at the success that had attended the efforts of his representative in Shiraz, and whom he amply rewarded for his signal service. He asked that all those who were captured be brought to the capital. I shall not attempt to record the various circumstances that led to the carnage which marked the termination of that episode. I would refer my reader to the graphic and detailed account which Mirza Shafi NayríZ has written in a separate booklet, in which he refers with accuracy and force to every detail of that moving event. Suffice it to say that no less than 180 of the Bab's valiant disciples suffered martyrdom. A like number were wounded, and though incapacitated by their injuries, were ordered to leave for Tehran. Only 28 persons among them survived the hardships of the journey to the capital. Of these 28, 15 were taken to the gallows on the very day of their arrival. The rest were thrown into prison and made to suffer for 2 years the most horrible atrocities. Though eventually released, many of them perished on their way to their homes, exhausted by the trials of a long and cruel captivity. A large number of their fellow disciples were slain in Shiraz by order of Tahmasp Mirza. The heads of 200 of these victims were placed on bayonets and carried triumphantly by their oppressors to Abadeh, a village in Fars. They were intending to take them to Tehran, when a royal messenger commanded them to abandon their project, whereupon they decided to bury the heads in that village. As to the women, who were 600 in number, half of them were released in Nayrīz, while the rest were carried, each two being forced to ride together on an unsaddled horse, to Shiraz, where, after being submitted to severe tortures, they were abandoned to their fate. Many perished on their way to that city. Many yielded up their lives to the afflictions they were made to endure ere they recovered their freedom. My pen shrinks in horror in attempting to describe what befell those valiant men and women who were made to suffer so severely for their faith. The wanton barbarity that characterized the treatment meted out to them reached the lowest depths of infamy in the concluding stages of that lamentable episode. What I have attempted to recount of the horrors of the siege of Zanjan, of the indignities heaped upon Hujjat and his supporters, pales before the glaring ferocity of the atrocities perpetrated a few years later in Nayrīz and Shiraz. A pen abler than mine to describe in all their tragic details these unspeakable savageries will, I trust, be found to place on record a tale which, however grim its features, must ever remain as one of the noblest evidences of the faith which the cause of the Bab was able to inspire in his followers. Baha'u'llah's release and banishment to Baghdad. The confession of Azim freed Baha'u'llah from the danger to which his life had been exposed. The circumstances of the death of him who had declared himself the chief instigator of that crime served to abate the wrath with which an enraged populace clamoured for the immediate punishment of so daring an attempt. The cries of rage and vengeance, the appeals for immediate retribution which had hitherto been focused on Baha'u'llah, were now diverted from him. The ferocity of those clamant denunciations was, by degrees, much allayed. The conviction grew firmer in the minds of the responsible authorities in Tehran that Baha'u'llah, hitherto regarded as the arch foe of Nasruddin Shah, was by no means involved in any conspiracy against the sovereign's life. Mirza Agha Khan was therefore encouraged to send his trusted representative, a man named Haji Ali, to the Siah Chal and to present the order for his release to the prisoner. Upon his arrival, the sight which the emissary beheld filled him with grief and surprise. The spectacle which met his eyes was one he could scarcely believe. He wept as he saw Baha'u'lláh chained to a floor that was infested with vermin, his neck weighed down by galling chains, his face laden with sorrow, ungroomed and dishevelled, breathing the pestilential atmosphere of the most terrible of dungeons. "Accursed be Mirza Agha Khan," he burst forth, as his eyes recognized Baha'u'lláh in the gloom that surrounded him. "God knows, I had never imagined that you could have been subjected to so humiliating a captivity. I should never have thought that the Grand Vizier could have dared commit so heinous an act." He removed the mantle from his shoulders and presented it to Baha'u'lláh, entreating him to wear it when in the presence of the minister and his councillors. Baha'u'lláh refused his request, and wearing the dress of a prisoner, proceeded straightway to the seat of the imperial government. The first word the Grand Vizier was moved to address to his captive was the following: "Had you chosen to take my advice, and had you dissociated yourself from the faith of the Sayyid Bab, you would never have suffered the pains and indignities that have been heaped upon you. Had you, in your turn," Baha'u'lláh replied, "followed my counsels, the affairs of the government would not have reached so critical a stage." He was immediately reminded of the conversation he had had with him on the occasion of the Bab's martyrdom. The words, "The flame that has been kindled will blaze forth more fiercely than ever," flashed through the mind of Mirza Agha Khan. "The warning you uttered," he remarked, "has, alas, been fulfilled. What is it that you would advise me now to do?" "Command the governors of the realm," was the instant reply, "to cease shedding the blood of the innocent, to cease plundering their property, to cease dishonouring their women and injuring their children. Let them cease the persecution of the faith of the Bab. Let them abandon the idle hope of wiping out its followers." That same day, orders were given, through a circular addressed to all the governors of the realm, bidding them desist from their acts of cruelty and shame. "What you have done is enough," Mirza Agha Khan wrote them. "Cease arresting and punishing the people. Disturb no longer the peace and tranquility of your countrymen." The Shah's government had been deliberating as to the most effective measures that should be taken to rid the country once and for all of the curse with which it had been afflicted. No sooner had Baha'u'lláh recovered his freedom than the decision of the government was handed to him, informing him that within a month of the issuing of this order, he, with his family, was expected to leave Tehran for a place beyond the confines of Persia. The Russian minister, as soon as he learned of the action which the government contemplated taking, volunteered to take Baha'u'lláh under his protection and invited him to go to Russia. He refused the offer and chose instead to leave for Iraq. 9 months after his return from Karbila, on the first day of the month of Rabi'us Sani in the year 1269 AH, Baha'u'lláh, accompanied by the members of his family, among whom were the Most Great Branch and Agha Kalim, and escorted by a member of the imperial bodyguard and an official representing the Russian legation, set out from Tehran on his journey to Baghdad. Epilogue. Never had the fortunes of the faith proclaimed by the Bab sunk to a lower ebb than when Baha'u'lláh was banished from his native land to Iraq. The cause for which the Bab had given his life, for which Baha'u'lláh had toiled and suffered, seemed to be on the very verge of extinction. Its force appeared to have been spent, its resistance irretrievably broken. Discouragements and disasters, each more devastating in its effect than the preceding one, had succeeded one another with bewildering rapidity, sapping its vitality and dimming the hope of its stoutest supporters. Indeed, to a superficial reader of the pages of Nabil's narrative, the whole story from its very beginning appears to be a mere recital of reverses and massacres, of humiliations and disappointments, each more severe than the previous one, culminating at last in the banishment of Baha'u'lláh from his own country. To the skeptical reader, unwilling to recognize the celestial potency with which that faith was endowed, the entire conception that had evolved in the mind of its author seemed to have been foredoomed to failure. The work of the Bab, so gloriously conceived, so heroically undertaken, would appear to have ended in a colossal disaster. To such a reader, the life of the ill-fated youth of Shiraz would seem, judging from the cruel blows it sustained, to be one of the saddest and most fruitless that had ever been the lot of mortal men. That short and heroic career, which swift as a meteor flashed across the firmament of Persia and seemed for a time to have brought the longed-for light of eternal salvation into the gloom that encircled the country, was plunged at last into an abyss of darkness and despair. Every step he took, every endeavour he made, had but served to intensify the sorrows and disappointments that weighed upon his soul. The plan he had, at the very outset of his career, conceived of inaugurating his mission with a public proclamation in the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, failed to materialize as he had hoped. The Sheriff of Mecca, to whom Qudus was bidden deliver his message, accorded him a reception that betrayed by its icy indifference the contemptuous disregard in which the cause of a youth of Shiraz was held by the ruler of Hejaz and custodian of its Kaaba. The project he had in mind of returning triumphantly from his pilgrimage to the cities of Karbila and Najaf, where he hoped to establish his cause in the very heart of that stronghold of Shia orthodoxy, was likewise hopelessly shattered. The program which he had thought out, the essentials of which he had already communicated to the chosen 19 of his disciples, remained for the most part unfulfilled. The moderation he had exhorted them to observe was forgotten in the first flush of enthusiasm that seized the early missionaries of his faith, which behaviour was in no small measure responsible for the failure of the hopes he had so fondly cherished. The Mu'tamed, that wise and sagacious ruler, who had so ably warded off the danger with which that precious life was threatened, and who had proved his capacity to render him services of such distinction as few of his more modest companions could have hoped to offer, was suddenly taken from him, leaving him at the mercy of the perfidious Gorjin Khan, the most detestable and unscrupulous of all his enemies. The Bab's only chance of meeting Mohammed Shah, a meeting which he himself had requested and on which he had pinned his fondest hopes, was dashed to the ground by the intervention of the cowardly and capricious Haji Mirza Aghasi, who trembled at the thought lest his contact with the sovereign, already unduly inclined to befriend that cause, should prove fatal to his own interests. The attempts, inspired and initiated by the Bab, which two of his foremost disciples, Mullah Ali Bastami and Sheikh Saeed Hindi had made to introduce the faith, the one in Turkish territory and the other in India, ended in dismal failure. The first enterprise collapsed at its very outset by reason of the cruel martyrdom of its promoter, whilst the latter was productive of what might seem a negligible result, its only fruit being the conversion of a certain Sayyid whose checkered career of service was brought to a sudden end in Lorestan by the action of the treacherous Ilderim Mirza. The captivity to which the Bab himself, during the greater part of the years of his ministry, was condemned, his isolation in the mountain fastnesses of Azerbaijan from the body of his followers, who were being sorely tried by a rapacious enemy. Above all, the tragedy of his own martyrdom, so intense, so terribly humiliating, would appear to have marked the lowest depths of ignominy which so noble a cause from the very hour of its birth was doomed to suffer. His death, the culmination of a swift and stormy career, would seem to have set the seal of failure upon a task which, however heroic in the efforts it inspired, was impossible of achievement. Much as he himself had suffered, the agony he was made to endure was but a drop compared to the calamities which were to rain down upon the multitude of his avowed followers. The cup of sorrow that had touched his lips had yet to be drained to its very dregs by those who still remained after him. The catastrophe of Sheikh Tabarsi, which robbed him of his ablest lieutenants, Qudus and Mullah Hussein, and which engulfed no less than 313 of his staunch companions, came as the cruelest blow that had yet fallen upon him, and enveloped with a shroud of darkness the closing days of his fast-ebbing life. The struggle of NAYRÍZ, with its attendant horrors and cruelties, involving as it did the loss of Wahid, the most learned, the most influential, and the most accomplished among the followers of the Bab, was an added blow to the resources and numbers of those who continued to hold aloft the torch in their hands. The siege of ZANJÁN, following closely in the wake of the disaster that had befallen the faith in NAYRÍZ, and marked by the butcheries with which the name of that province will ever remain associated, depleted still further the ranks of the upholders of the faith, and deprived them of the sustaining strength with which the presence of Hujjat inspired them. With him was gone the last outstanding figure among the representative leaders of the faith, who towered by virtue of their ecclesiastical authority, their learning, their fearlessness and force of character above the rank and file of their fellow disciples. The flower of the Bab's followers had been mown down in a ruthless carnage, leaving behind it a vast company of enslaved women and children who groaned beneath the yoke of an unrelenting foe. Their leaders, who alike by their knowledge and example had fed and sustained the flame that glowed in those valiant hearts, had also perished, their work seemingly abandoned amidst the confusion that afflicted a persecuted community. Of all those who had shown themselves capable of carrying on the work which the Bab had handed down to his followers, Bahá'u'lláh alone remained. All the rest had fallen by the sword of the enemy. Mirza Yahya, the nominal leader of the band that survived the Bab, had ingloriously sought refuge in the mountains of Mazandaran from the perils of the turmoil that had seized the capital. In the guise of a dervish, Kashkul in hand, he had deserted his companions and fled the scene of danger to the forests of Gilan. Sayyid Hussein, the Bab's amanuensis, and Mirza Ahmad, his collaborator, who were both well versed in the teachings and implications of the newly revealed Bayan, and by virtue of their intimacy with their master and their familiarity with the precepts of his faith, were in a position to enlighten the understanding and consolidate the foundations of the faith of their companions, lay in chains in the Siahchal of Tehran, cut off entirely from the body of the believers who so greatly needed their counsel, both doomed to suffer at an early date a cruel martyrdom. Even his own maternal uncle, who ever since his childhood had surrounded him with a paternal solicitude that no father could have surpassed, who had rendered him single services in the early days of his sufferings in Shiraz, and who, had he been allowed to survive him by only a few years, could have rendered inestimable services to his cause, languished in prison, forlorn and hopeless of ever continuing the work that was so close to his heart. Tahireh, that flaming emblem of his cause, who alike by her indomitable courage, her impetuous character, her dauntless faith, her fiery ardour and vast knowledge, seemed for a time able to win the whole womanhood of Persia to the cause of her beloved, fell, alas, at the very hour when victory seemed near at hand, a victim to the wrath of a calumnious enemy. The influence of her work, the course of which was so prematurely arrested, seemed to those who stood near as they lowered her into the pit that served as her grave, to have been completely extinguished. The Bab's remaining letters of the living either had perished by the sword or were fettered in prison, or again were leading an obscure life in some remote corner of the realm. The body of the Bab's voluminous writings suffered for the most part a fate no less humiliating than that which had befallen his disciples. Many of his copious works were utterly obliterated, others were torn and reduced to ashes, a few were corrupted, much was seized by the enemy, and the rest lay a mass of disorganized and undeciphered manuscripts, precariously hidden and widely scattered among the survivors of his companions. The faith which the Bab had proclaimed, and for which he had given his all, had indeed reached its lowest ebb. The fires kindled against it had almost consumed the fabric upon which its continued existence depended. The wings of death seemed to be hovering above it. Extermination, complete and irremediable, appeared to be threatening its very life. Amidst the shadows that were fast gathering about it, the figure of Baha'u'lláh alone shone as the potential deliverer of a cause that was fast speeding to its end. The marks of clear vision, of courage and sagacity which he had shown on more than one occasion ever since he had risen to champion the cause of the Bab, appeared to qualify him, should his life and continued existence in Persia be ensured, to revive the fortunes of an expiring faith. But this was not to be. A catastrophe unexampled in the whole history of that faith precipitated a persecution fiercer than any that had hitherto taken place, and this time drew into its vortex the person of Baha'u'lláh himself. The slender hopes which the remnants of the believers still entertained were wrecked amidst the confusion that ensued. For Baha'u'lláh, their only hope and the sole object of their confidence, was so struck down by the severity of that storm that no recovery could any longer be thought possible. after he had been despoiled of all his possessions in Nur and Tehran, denounced as the prime mover of a dastardly attempt upon the life of his sovereign, abandoned by his kindred and despised by his former friends and admirers, plunged into a dark and pestilential dungeon, and at last, with the members of his family, driven into hopeless exile beyond the confines of his native land. All the hopes that had centred round him as the possible redeemer of an afflicted faith seemed for a moment to have completely vanished. No wonder Nasr-ed-Din Shah, under whose eyes and by whose impulse such blows were being dealt, was already priding himself on being the wrecker of a cause against which he had so consistently battled, and which he had at last, to outward seeming, been able to crush. No wonder he imagined, as he sat musing over the successive stages of this vast and bloody enterprise, that by the act of banishment which his hands had signed, he was sounding the death knell of that hateful heresy which had struck such terror to the hearts of his people. To Nasr-ed-Din Shah it appeared at that supreme moment that the spell of that terror was broken, that the tide that had swept over his country was at last turning and bringing back to his fellow countrymen the peace for which they cried. Now that the Bab was no more, now that the mighty pillars that sustained his cause had been crushed into dust, now that the mass of its devotees throughout the length and breadth of his dominion were cowed and exhausted, now that Baha'u'lláh himself, the one remaining hope of a leaderless community, had been driven into exile and had of his own accord sought refuge in the neighbourhood of the stronghold of Shia fanaticism, the spectre that had haunted him ever since he had ascended the throne had vanished for ever. Never again, he imagined, would he hear of that detestable movement, which, if he were to believe his best counsellors, was swiftly receding into the shadows of impotence and oblivion. To even the followers of the faith who were left to survive the abominations heaped upon their cause, to even that small caravan, with perhaps a few exceptions, wending its way in the depth of winter through the snows of the mountains bordering on Iraq, the cause of the Bab, one can well imagine, might for a moment have seemed to have failed in accomplishing its purpose. The forces of darkness that had encompassed it on every side would seem to have at last triumphed over and put out the light which that young Prince of Glory had kindled in his land. In the eyes of Nasr-ed-Din Shah, at all events, the power that had seemed for a time to have swept within its orbit the entire forces of his realm had ceased to count. Ill-starred from its very birth, it had eventually been forced to surrender to the violence of the blows which his sword had dealt. The faith had suffered a disruption certainly well deserved. Delivered from its curse, which for many nights had robbed him of his sleep, he could now, with undivided attention, set about the task of rescuing his land from the devastating effects of that vast delusion. Henceforth his real mission, as he conceived it, was to enable both church and state to consolidate their foundations and to reinforce their ranks against the intrusion of similar heresies, which might in a future day poison the life of his countrymen. How vain were his imaginings, how vast his own delusion. The cause he had fondly imagined to have been crushed was still living, destined to emerge from the midst of that great convulsion stronger, purer, and nobler than ever. The cause which to the mind of that foolish monarch seemed to be speeding towards destruction was but passing through the fiery tests of a phase of transition that was to carry it a step further on the path of its high destiny. A new chapter in its history was being unfolded, more glorious than any that had marked its birth or its rise. The repression which that monarch had believed to have succeeded in sealing its doom was but the initial stage in an evolution destined to blossom in the fullness of time into a revelation mightier than any that the Bab himself had proclaimed. The seed his hand had sown, though subjected for a time to the fury of a storm of unexampled violence, and though later transplanted to a foreign soil, was to continue to develop and grow in due time into a tree destined to spread its shelter over all the kindreds and peoples of the earth. Though the Bab's disciples might be tortured and slain, and his companions humiliated and crushed, though his followers might dwindle in number, though the voice of the faith itself might be silenced by the arm of violence, though despair might settle upon its fortunes, though its ablest defenders might apostatize from their faith, yet the promise embedded within the shell of his word no hand could succeed in ravishing, and no power stand in the way of its germination and growth. Indeed, the first glimmerings of the dawning revelation, of which the Bab had declared himself to be the herald, and to the approach and certainty of which he had so repeatedly alluded, could already be discerned amidst the gloom that encircled Baha'u'lláh in the Siah-Chal of Tehran. The force that, growing out of the momentous revelation released by the Bab, was at a later time to unfold itself in all its glory and encompass the globe, was already pulsating in the veins of Baha'u'lláh as he lay exposed in his cell to the sword of his executioner. The still voice, which in the hour of bitter agony announced to the prisoner the revelation of which he was chosen to be the mouthpiece, could not of a certainty have reached the ears of the monarch, who was already preparing the celebration of the extinction of the faith his captive had championed. That imprisonment, which he who had caused it believed to have branded with infamy the fair name of Baha'u'lláh, and which he regarded as a prelude to a still more humiliating banishment to Iraq, was indeed the very scene that witnessed the first stirrings of that movement of which Baha'u'lláh was to be the author, a movement which was first to be made known in the city of Baghdad, and at a later time to be proclaimed from the prison city of Akka to the Shah, no less than to the other rulers and crowned heads of the world. Little did Nasr ad-Din Shah imagine that by the very act of pronouncing the sentence of banishment against Baha'u'lláh, he was helping in the unfolding of God's irrepressible purpose, and that he himself was but an instrument in the execution of that design. Little did he imagine that as his reign was drawing to a close, it would witness a revival of the very forces he had sought so strenuously to exterminate, a revival that would manifest a vitality such as he, in the hour of darkest despair, had never believed that faith to possess. Not only within the confines of his own realm, not only throughout the adjacent territories of Iraq and Russia, but as far as India in the east, as far as Egypt and European Turkey in the west, a recrudescence of the faith such as he had never expected awakened him from the dreams in which he had so fondly indulged. The cause of the Bab seemed as if risen from the dead. It appeared under a form infinitely more formidable than any under which it had appeared in the past. The fresh impetus which, despite his calculations, the personality of Baha'u'lláh, and above all, the inherent strength of the revelation which he personified, had lent to the cause of the Bab, was one Nasir-ed-Din Shah had never imagined. The rapidity with which a slumbering faith had been revived and consolidated within his own territory, its spreading out to states beyond its confines, the stupendous claims advanced by Baha'u'lláh almost in the midst of the stronghold where he had chosen to dwell. The public declaration of that claim in European Turkey and its proclamation in challenging epistles to the crowned heads of the earth, one of which the Shah himself was destined to receive. The enthusiasm that announcement evoked in the hearts of countless followers. The transference to the Holy Land of the centre of his cause. The gradual relaxation of the severity of his confinement, which marked the closing days of his life. The lifting of the ban that had been imposed by the Sultan of Turkey on his intercourse with visitors and pilgrims who flocked from various parts of the East to his prison. The awakening of the spirit of inquiry among the thinkers of the West. The utter disruption of the forces that had attempted to effect a schism in the ranks of his followers, and the fate that had befallen its chief instigator. Above all, the sublimity of those teachings with which his published works abounded, and which were being read, disseminated, and taught by an ever-increasing number of adherents in Russian Turkestan, in Iraq, in India, in Syria, and as far off as European Turkey. These were among the chief factors that convincingly revealed to the eyes of the Shah the invincible character of a faith he believed himself to have bridled and destroyed. The futility of his efforts, however much he might attempt to conceal his feelings, was only too apparent. The cause of the Bab, the birth and tribulations of which he had himself witnessed, and the triumphant progress of which he was now beholding, had risen phoenix-like from its ashes, and was pressing forward along the road leading to undreamed-of achievements. Little did Nabíl himself imagine that within 20 years of the writing of his narrative, the revelation of Baha'u'lláh, the flower and fruit of all the dispensations of the past, would have been capable of advancing thus far on the road leading to its worldwide recognition and triumph. Little did he imagine that less than 40 years after the death of Baha'u'lláh, his cause, bursting beyond the confines of Persia and the East, would have penetrated the furthermost regions of the globe and would have encircled the whole earth. Scarcely would he have believed the prediction had he been told that the cause would, within that period, have implanted its banner in the heart of the American continent, would have made itself felt in the leading capitals of Europe, would have reached out to the southern confines of Africa, and would have established its outposts as far as Australasia. Hardly would his imagination, fired as it was by conviction as to the destiny of his faith, have carried him to a point at which he could have pictured to his mind the tomb shrine of the Bab, of the ultimate destination of whose remains he confesses himself to be ignorant, embosomed in the heart of Carmel, a place of pilgrimage and a beacon of light to many a visitor from the ends of the earth. Hardly could he have imagined that the humble dwelling of Baha'u'lláh, lost amid the tortuous lanes of old Baghdad, would one day, as a result of the machinations of a tireless enemy, have forced itself on the attention and become the object of the earnest deliberations of the assembled representatives of the leading powers of Europe. Little did he imagine that with all the praise he in his narrative lavishes upon him, there would proceed from the most great branch a power that within a short period would have awakened the northern states of the American continent to the glory of the revelation bequeathed to him by Baha'u'lláh. Little did he imagine that the dynasties of those monarchs, the evidence of whose tyranny he recounts so vividly in his narrative, would have tottered to their fall and suffered the very fate which their representatives had so desperately striven to inflict upon their dreaded opponents. Little did he imagine that the whole ecclesiastical hierarchy of his country, the prime mover and the willing instrument of the abominations heaped upon his faith, would so swiftly and easily be overthrown by the very forces it had attempted to subdue. Never would he have believed that the highest institutions of Sunni Islam, the Sultanate and the Caliphate, those twin oppressors of the faith of Baha'u'lláh, would have been swept away so ruthlessly by the very hands of the professing adherents of the faith of Islam. Little did he imagine that side by side with the steady expansion of the cause of Baha'u'lláh, the forces of consolidation and internal administration would so progress as to present to the world the unique spectacle of a commonwealth of peoples, worldwide in its ramifications, united in its purpose, coordinated in its efforts, and fired by a zeal and enthusiasm that no amount of adversity can quench. And yet, who knows what achievements, greater than any that the past and the present have witnessed, may not still be in store for those into whose hands so precious a heritage has been entrusted. Who knows but that out of the turmoil which agitates the face of present-day society, there may not emerge, sooner than we expect, the world order of Baha'u'lláh, the bare outline of which is being but faintly discerned among the worldwide communities that bear his name. For great and marvellous as have been the achievements of the past, the glory of the golden age of the cause, whose promise lies embedded within the shell of Baha'u'llah's immortal utterance, is yet to be revealed. Fierce as may seem the onslaught of the forces of darkness that may still afflict this cause, desperate and prolonged as may be that struggle, severe as may be the disappointments it may still experience, the ascendancy it will eventually obtain will be such as no other faith has ever in its history achieved. The welding of the communities of East and West into the worldwide brotherhood of which poets and dreamers have sung, and the promise of which lies at the very core of the revelation conceived by Baha'u'lláh. The recognition of his law as the indissoluble bond uniting the peoples and nations of the earth, and the proclamation of the reign of the most great peace, are but a few among the chapters of the glorious tale which the consummation of the faith of Baha'u'lláh will unfold. Who knows but that triumphs unsurpassed in splendour are not in store for the mass of Baha'u'llah's toiling followers? Surely we stand too near the colossal edifice his hand has reared, to be able at the present stage of the evolution of his revelation to claim to be able even to conceive the full measure of its promised glory. Its past history, stained by the blood of countless martyrs, may well inspire us with the thought that whatever may yet befall this cause, however formidable the forces that may still assail it, however numerous the reverses it will inevitably suffer, its onward march can never be stayed, and that it will continue to advance until the very last promise, enshrined within the words of Baha'u'lláh, shall have been completely redeemed.